ये 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 wait a minute. Big step up. तो हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। आज अपन देखने वाले हैं पीएमजीसी लीग स्टेज का डे 2। आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी। कल थोड़ा दिवाली बोल के थोड़ा जल्दी बंद कर दिया था स्ट्रीम, बट आज ऐसा नहीं होने वाला है। आज पूरा लाइव स्ट्रीम देखने वाले अपन पीएमजीसी डे 2 का। तो आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी। द मैच इज अबाउट टू बिगिन। जैसे मैच स्टार्ट होगा अपन देखेंगे, उससे पहले अपन थोड़ा बातचीत कर लेंगे। हाउ वाज योर दिवाली सेलिब्रेशन, हाउ वाज योर डे, बताओ सबके सब। मैंने 4:45 को शेड्यूल किया था स्ट्रीम, बट 15 मिनट्स पहले स्टार्ट कर दिया। जिस तरीके से लेट ओपी करते हो वैसा अर्ली ओपी भी करो, अच्छा लगता है। ब्रो उर्दू स्ट्रीम लगा प्लीज भाई। उर्दू स्ट्रीम कल ट्राई किए थे हमने, थोड़ा माइक वगैरह ग्लिच वगैरह था उनका। आई मीन माइक थोड़ा दिक्कत था उर्दू स्ट्रीम का, तो इसलिए मैंने वापस इंग्लिश कर दिया था। अरे इंग्लिश बेस्ट यार। Who gonna dominate today? ब्रो कल लास्ट 3 मैचेस मैंने देखा नहीं, थोड़ा फैमिली के साथ थोड़ा स्पेंड कर लिया मैंने टाइम। बट आई हैव नोटिस्ड कि अल्फा 7 हैज मेड अ कमबैक। अल्फा 7 हैज मेड अ कमबैक। अल्फा 7 #3 पे चल रहा है अभी, तो समझ रहे हो। आई थिंक द मोमेंटम इज गोना कंटिन्यू फॉरवर्ड टुडे एज वेल। बट आई एम थिंकिंग डे 2 एंड डे 3 इज ऑल अबाउट बॉटम टीम्स, क्योंकि जो भी बॉटम 5 पे रहेंगे वो एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे बाहर। तो उनमें से कोई टीम कमबैक होते हुए दिख सकता है। तो लेट्स सी भाई, मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है, मैच इज अबाउट टू बिगिन। तो उनमें से कोई आ सकता है, कमबैक कर सकते हैं आज। दैट इज व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग। बाकी विल सी क्या होगा क्या नहीं।
Can we see Major Pride continue that
English की भी
domination
दिक्कत है यार।
going into
एक
day
सेकंड में
2?
हेडफोन नहीं पहना
That can
था।
happen. That'll be a big surprise, but it's going to be a rough day too because other teams are ready to step up.
Exactly, it's going to be a rough day for a lot of these teams if you did
Solid
not
लग रहा है
prepare
बे।
over the
English
course
तो
of the night.
solid
And
लग
of
रहा है
course
मुझे।
today, as we are going to load into our first battleground, our first match here, day 2 of Group P.
So the match 1 of day 2 has begun.
Out and blink once again.
Let's go bे।
And we are back for some more PUBG Mobile action
Prediction
here at the
before match.
PMGC. Group
No.
Yellow
अभी नहीं,
has
अभी नहीं।
been
मैं फालतू prediction नहीं करने वाला
development
हूँ।
over the course
On
of
point prediction
yesterday,
करने वाला
and
हूँ
we are
आज।
going to be looking forward to what we've got
So
in
when I
store
feel it,
today.
I'll let you know.
Over the jungle we go, from docks to Camp Alpha.
Back in the locale of the jungle.
कल का सैनॉक किसने निकाला था चिकन? कल का सैनॉक मेजर प्राइड ने निकाला था।
As we're heading up towards Camp Alpha, as you said before, John. Always like to kick it off here with a
आज देखते हैं आज का
Always
शुरुआत
a lot of fun to watch.
कौन
in
करेगा
terms of the
बेहतरीन?
plays and the action that does come on through.
भाई सैनॉक में
A lot
RNG
of
ज्यादा होता
talking
है।
points made over on the desk there in terms of what kind of teams are going to step up. We had Inco versus BTR as well in terms of that almost hard-headed nature coming through from Inco. Just
वैम्पायर भाई, वैम्पायर कल
kind of brute force
बढ़िया खेली
at
बे,
times.
बहुत प्यारा खेली।
Which is,
Schwabs.
you know, didn't work
Fantastic.
out too terribly, and it was actually Proharame deciding, let's leave. Not worth it. For
देखो we all know
Alright,
वैम्पायर तो रहने वाली है फाइनल्स
It's
में। Alpha 7 भी रहेगा
it's
फाइनल्स
so
में।
devastating for
BTR
them.
भी
We had to actually separate BTR.
लास्ट टाइम थोड़ा सा रह गया था
the map here on
BTR का
Sandbox.
सेमीफाइनल्स में।
We got
But I would love
Inco
to
over
see
on towards
BTR
Cave,
in finals
BTR
as well.
all the way up in Camp
Strong
Alpha.
दिख रहा है टीम।
So they are
मेजर प्राइड
quite a while,
अंडररेटेड,
you'd hope.
बढ़िया खेल रहे हो लोग।
You would, and with that kind of circle, it does look like
But
it's
you know,
more leaning up towards the northwest island.
global
in
में
which
भाई
case
expected चीजें बहुत कम
Vampires
होती
in Hatton, fairly pleased with that. No one
कोई
could
भी
be playing the
खतरनाक
northwest
comeback कर
mountain,
देते हैं।
so no early drops there.
तो देखते हैं।
Just give opportunity for both
एक दिन से कुछ नहीं
BTR
होने
as
वाला
well
है।
as Vampires
Day
to
2, Day 3 अभी
take a
बाकी
crack
है।
at that one if they might like.
Anything can happen.
towards the early portions of this game. Likely more or less looking
What's
at
the stats?
stage 2
Who's
decision
playing
on that
top?
one, though,
टॉप
I'd
पे
say,
चल रहा है
John,
मेजर प्राइड
rather than
MP। #2 पे
Yeah,
चल रहा है टीम
definitely
स्पिरिट।
for them to-
#3 Alpha 7।
Okay, all right.
#4
we'll sort it out.
Vampire।
We'll go,
Right पे
we'll
दिख
go
रहा है
again.
तुम लोग
But
को।
Genfos over on that east side, I think, could maybe slow the Vampires down on making that.
Although the
run.
numbers are very close,
I
one
thought
good
you
match and
said
सीधा jump
John. That
मारेंगे।
means I start.
5-6 रैंक।
oh, I see.
Maybe.
I was
don't know.
just you know,
BTR chicken 100%.
it wasn't.
It's very hard to
Signal.
predict in Sandhawk.
I think we
Fight हो गया RSG versus
predetermined.
Secret. No mean off finish.
You're right.
I'll
No
stop
mean off
saying
finish.
name, though, but
Wow.
RSG on the other hand,
MVP list
take
पे
it
टॉप पे
down,
चल रहा है
team
नोमी।
spirit. John.
गलत.
Then,
I think ये गन फाइट है ना?
I-
नहीं गन फाइट नहीं है, भगा के मारे बे.
No, RSG do find it.
RSG is the only Chinese team in this lobby.
Which is pretty
And वो भी
dastardly.
चल
I
रहा
mean,
है
this is a
hashtag 10
position
पे.
that they've suffered from
Vampire भी अच्छा खेल रही है, yes bro.
In this boot
और ये
camp
बोला मैंने.
location for Team
कल
Spirit,
बहुत प्यारा
they
खेले.
play on this area. One of their players gets picked off. They get a
देखो
little
day
bit
1
too
पे जो भी 40 points
extended with that split
लेके
drop.
आते ना,
A team
they're
like
on the
RSG
safer side only.
comes on in and takes down.
They have a
that
very high
off-angle,
chance of
and then they're
qualifying
playing
directly
as
for the
three, and
finals.
it's basically done so from a rotation like this, where everybody is going to be focused on the south area of boot camp towards that trifecta compound rotation position.
What is your favorite
It just
drop
makes Team
in
Spirit
every
game
map?
next to impossible.
yeah, and guess who it is?
देखो I prefer
I think
center
Mr.
oriented
Max Man was
drops.
trying to figure out what
Because
the
समझ रहे हो,
Matic classic
अगर
of
गलती से
Nomi
fight भी हो
was,
गया,
and I'm going to go with
तो
the
तुम्हें
Nomi Foley.
उतना tension लेने की जरूरत नहीं है rotation वगैरह की.
For him over on that side of
तो
things.
yeah,
Again,
हर
you
map
get
में
it,
center
yeah. I
oriented
have kind of butchered
drops ले लो.
Foley, but there you go.
पोचिंग की
I could go for
Boot
Nomi
camp.
Foley, but that's-
बूट कैंप के
That's
आसपास
that's just
मिरामार
not
में
gonna
सैन
impact.
मार्टिन क्या
But yeah,
पिकाडो
the Team Spirit, it really does suck losing Nomi
Weekendy
like
में-
this. Again, though, there is some
Weekendy
interesting
में तो
factors
बहुत
from
सारे
the
drops
that you
हैं.
mentioned it as well.
Villa के
Something
आसपास.
from in the past. Though I think this is
और
more
कौन सा मैप बच गया?
case
सारे
of
मैप
playing
बोल
in
दिया
boot camp. Yesterday, everyone was fairly comfortable with their drop spots. Didn't do anything really too crazy.
Boot
on that
camp
side
से
of things.
निकलना tough
You can
है.
get caught off guard if you just kind
Not
of hang
really.
around in boot camp. Don't make
उधर
too
कैसे
many
बचा
extra
ये?
plays.
एक
Go
HP.
back to that tree, lad. Going down soon.
Already Nomi
teams
मर
are gonna
गया.
start to encroach over towards the position, especially RSG.
Fielding बिटा रहे हैं आज.
Maneuver up towards that northern side.
क्या
They
बचा
realized
effect?
that Team Spirit was playing very safe in the early game.
Backup आ रही है,
That's a
backup आ रही है.
very
Matic,
good
Kitsune.
adjustment from yesterday coming through from RSG. Big fan of that.
In general, what we have seen from Team Spirit in the past
Lamborghini
is rotating up north
needs to
and
be
going for a
very
swim
careful.
across to the northwestern island when it
बे
comes
cross कर रहे
to
पानी से ये.
northwest island rotations, right? And DXAV now cutting
मुश्किल है,
up off
मुश्किल है,
this
मुश्किल है.
slow
मार
down
खाने
with
वाले हैं Team
RSG's
Spirit.
kickoff, and they are now continuing to try and go for that strategy here, getting across the water.
क्या बात है रे,
They
क्या
are
game
fish, and
sense है रे
Lamborghini spotted
Lamborghini.
the barrel.
मजा आ गया.
It's not a good time for them. And a turnaround for Kitsune. Matic as well seems to have thought better
अरे
of
FX spotted
his
है.
approach to the headline.
FX spotted है.
Yeah, unless there's a nade here from Effect that takes down Lamborghini, I think the game actually does end here
Effect
for
heal.
Team Spirit. And with that not hitting, yeah, this should be Team Spirit 16th place. I don't think it's really possible for them to get out of
FX
this
मार खाने वाली है.
situation too
He has to
easily.
leave. कहीं और से पड़ रहा है इसको.
Again, when I look at Team Spirit here, you do somewhat feel sorry
दो
for them.
बार
They
मरते
have
मरते
been
बचा
gambled
बे.
upon by
Effect.
3 teams.
दो बार.
Let's be frank. With De Muerte as well as RSG
Xavier
and now DX
will not
Xavier.
let
It's
this
a rough position to be in. I think
free
all
finish
teams
go.
basically have the same idea that we
अरे
can kind
cover
of
भी
cut
नहीं
off
मिल सकता
Team
इसको तो.
Spirit nice and early here. It is interesting that DXAV doesn't go for this northern rotate up towards Hatton as opposed to going for this one. It's
कोशिश कर रहा है
massively
Matic.
clumped over on this south side. It's a miracle that Matic's got across here, by
But
the way.
मुश्किल है बे, मुश्किल.
Yeah, he's actually managed to make landfall. I mean, he retreated out of those sight lines, got around that little curve of the headland there. It's not ideal, but they
क्या
will
लगता है,
take
boys?
what they can get and actually
Effect
maybe
बच
give
पाएगा
themselves an
इधर?
opportunity to get a full swim going across. If Effect can keep this pressure forwards, then allow the
Twisted Minds
backstop
versus
duo to
ZOC
establish
Sports.
sight lines, he can start to go for the swim. That's what he's waiting for here.
भाई हरामे
See
ब्रो
now,
का
Kitsune's on the dry land
बंदा
on the
मर
far
गया.
side. Lamborghini, though, has broadside. He's completely exposed to
Matic
this
knock.
angle, somehow dodging through the hail of bullets, but Matic not so lucky. Gets taken down in the meantime.
Finish
and
भी हो
now
गया.
That's just going to make things so hard.
Wow.
That's RSG taking another from Team
देख
Spirit.
ऐसा मारा. आयरन साइड मारा भाई इसने.
Yeah, it's just rough. It's really rough right now for Team Spirit.
Effect भी गया.
Again,
लग गई.
I'm not entirely
Team Spirit की
unhappy
GGWB.
with Team
Kitsune is the
Spirit's
last
play
man
here.
standing.
I think they get caught off guard. It's one thing to be like, right, RSG is going to assault us from the south side. We can maybe make some changes for that in future. It's another thing to put it east as well. Save it on that north. Yeah, I think but for tomorrow, they'll be changing.
क्या बात है
Yeah,
Kitsune,
may
क्या
have
बात
been
है.
doing
Kill
that
मिल जाएगा.
homework
Kill
here,
मिल
right?
जाएगा,
You
kill.
look at what Team Spirit are doing.
अरे
in
रब हो
boot
गया
camp.
वो.
You know that your drop spot's close
Wow.
by. Okay, they normal swim. Let's just move early on a Northwest Island shift. This seems like a set play from DXAV to just
DMR
cut
versus
Team
Alpha
Spirit
7
out
Mafioso
here.
knock.
And it absolutely has worked, right? They play
Lamborghini
that
का
backstop
gas खत्म.
on the gang up against Team Spirit's
Lamborghini का गैस
position, and it
खत्म.
leaves just Kitsune
ऊपर जाएगा
left
सर के लिए,
to
ऊपर
combine.
जाएगा.
So I like DXavia's
ऊपर.
position here.
मैंने
I like
बोला,
the rotation.
मैंने
The
बोला,
difficulty that they'll face is
ऊपर
getting
जाएगा.
across, but with Team Spirit gone,
भाई को
they
एडिट
can
बनाओ यार,
steal
इसका
that
एडिट
rotation
बनाओ.
as well.
प्रेडिक्शन गॉड.
Fend off with
BTR
RS.
वो हिल ले लेगा.
With this
वो हिल लेगा तो बहुत kills मिलेंगे भाई इस सर्कल में.
because there are so many teams playing on the south side of the map at the moment. With the south plane as well, it does make it tough, which is why they go for
Gaya,
this
with
water
that
crossing
team
in the
secret-
first place.
secret
Because
बोलो,
they
team
kind
spirit
of want to go for
is out.
either much earlier or tomorrow. What is more likely their play is
How many
to
matches
hold
per
in
team?
boot camp for as long as
24
possible
matches
and
per
play
team.
an edge over towards that end game.
Each group will play
head up towards
4
Hackton
days,
Bridge potentially.
every day 6 matches,
or
that's
make that
24.
crossing over towards one of these eastern compounds.
Team
on
Spirit
the
30
Northwest
matches,
Island.
305
That's
points.
all I can really see happening. It's
30 matches
very
कहाँ से
hard to
आएगा?
play a Sandhawk when you've got 3 teams all bearing down on you from minute 4 in the match. So it's more likely just going
అన్న
to
తెలవక అడుగుతున్నా Paraboy A team
what
అన్న.
I would call more
Paraboy is in
awkward
JD.
play style, which is that edge for a lobby that's quite center at the moment, but it's going to give you the chance that you need in these matches to head on forward. Mirren say, John, me and Maxman were having a bit of a chin wag about this team earlier. John saying that, you know, the early game towards that mid to
TS
late,
Sandhawk
actually
is
very
super
good.
weak.
Very, very impressed by them yesterday. They had a little bit of an unfortunate
not
run-in
really.
over on
बस गलत
Miramar, but
पकड़े
other
गए
than that,
वो.
you know, getting towards that late game, the splits they took, all looked fantastic. Looked
They
at
got
the
56
level of a
59
grand
points
finals
yesterday, so
team.
they can afford
Unfortunately,
this
team
loss.
fight is just not great.
They can afford this
A little
loss.
bit of a close call for final there from Mirren Sejong, though, because all of Inco are on that southwest point. In the meantime, whilst Team Spirit have been struggling to extricate themselves from boot camp and doing so
भाई होरा से
unsuccessfully,
expected नहीं था
BTR have
#15.
taken the top of the
I think आज
mountain
होरा
on this
करेगा
northwest island.
comeback.
Vampire
Oh,
were
wait,
not
Xavier versus
inclined to
RSG.
try and ascend.
ये
Twisted
मजा
Minds
आएगा
actually
देखने में.
looking to poke in towards the north edge as well after a transition across that north side. Major Pride currently
Camp
hold
कर रहे वे,
a
पता नहीं
very
है क्या
strong
इनको.
position over this circle. They've got Elementrix on a flex out across to a compound to the south of that hilltop. Twisted Minds maybe looking to try and take it from him, but the rest of Major Pride have oversight on the bridge
team का
and all
Coops
the river crossings.
बहुत
Major
प्यारा
Pride
खेलता है.
right now set up to rack up a lot of eliminations if Elementrix can survive.
Yeah, Major Pride yesterday, they had a few games where the circle
Vampire का
came
chicken
over
होगा ये
towards
match.
them, but
Guys,
not
अपनी
at
अपनी
such a
predictions
lightning
बताओ कौन
pace,
निकालने
where
वाला
they
है ये
kind of
match.
play their position and really
मैं
want to
मा-
take it off
मैं
them in that early mid game.
fifth circle के बाद
They've got a
बताऊंगा.
lot of presence that way. And I was
Currently,
so
I really
confused,
like
you know,
BTR's
it's not a
position.
team that I expected to be up here in
बाकी
first
देखते
place
हैं.
at the end of the day.
It's too early,
yesterday.
यार. It's too early to
Yet
it's
they
too early
both
to
hold on
predict.
to that. My
Oh, nice knock.
prediction is going to last.
Levi.
But if it does, it would be a pleasant surprise. In the meantime, Alpha 7 in this game, 55 stable position to overtake Team Spirit in second place.
हो जाएगा रे, हो
Big
जाएगा.
opportunity, but
हो जाएगा
as
और
it
मैं आ गया.
stands, the outside. RSG, they've managed to add 4 eliminations to their team.
RSG का main player है ये, main assaulter है ये.
Xavier,
हो जाएगा वो रे, हो जाएगा.
they've been able to pick elsewhere. Xavier losing 1. And now the fight after a previous team up against Team Spirit. Friends turn to enemies as they will go blow for
Gatekeep.
blow with one another. Across
No
the
fear.
bridge, Demuerte on the north side, going to probably be able to get
भाई
rid of
नीचे गया
no
circle.
fear here. Oda with their last player alive, and that is a
भाई
big shift
MP क्या
for Major
prediction
Pride
कर
on
रहा है भाई
circle.
Sanhok में?
Again, This puts
कल
that
भी
compound down on
कल
the
भी
south
on
edge
point
where two of
prediction
their
था circle
players
का.
hold at a
Yeah.
massive
Is it luck or
premium.
prediction,
But
guys?
there are only
बताओ.
3 players. Elementrix regroups.
Yeah,
Is it luck or prediction?
Ground. I mean, it's reasonable at this point in time. Like you say,
क्या
he might
Major
be
Pride
able to
का
hold it for a
IGL
little bit longer
predict
here in
करके
stage
उधर
3.
बिठा रहा है अपनी team
If
को.
they had the 4th player on side, they don't.
Yeah.
So rather just go for a group up. Again, if
तुक्का.
you look at the map just a little bit, it sort of is telling right now where Horror is from.
जो भी है भाई,
No
अच्छी
Fear
बात
from
है.
Horror is currently in Muerte.
So Major Pride will do
while
good
that
in this
engagement
match.
between Team Spirit, RSG, DXavier, as well as Demuerte was a bit of a weird
Nice
one.
knock, no fear.
Because there is so much space over towards this north side of the map.
Dabba,
I
dabba,
typically
dabba, dabba.
massively expected DXavier to take that hat-in crossing
मिल जाएगा.
after looking at some of the gameplay from yesterday, especially with
भाई
South
कैसे
Plane.
नेट
If
कनेक्ट
you
नहीं हो रहा है
DXavier,
इसको.
I'm
हो
like,
गया.
hat-in crossing is kind of a given here. Should be a decent name. It does take him down.
जाते जाते
eventually.
2 kill लेके गया.
So yeah, it was
कोई
a
दिक्कत
curious one because I think now all 3 of these teams have put themselves in a precarious situation. I'm not trying to bail Team Spirit out.
DRX one is
It's
Alpha
just a
7
case
Mafia
of-
knock finish.
I think they suffer because
फिर
of
वापस
some
God knock.
questionable decisions from these 3 teams. I think RSG is probably the only team that I was
God finish.
happy with their rotation, the decision they made.
That's
Because
not
there wasn't
God,
any
right?
goal in mind
RSG
to head down
OD
to
है उसका नाम.
Confluence.
मैं
They
God पढ़ रहा हूँ उसका नाम.
assumed that Team Spirit was making that crossing on the water. They took shots, they took advantage of it, but it was always a case to get to this on that southeast side.
थोड़ा से नहीं हो
Nick
रहा.
Shaver as well.
अरे भाई ऐसा मत
Muerte.
बोलो. अच्छा
Their
टीम है
plans
वो.
felt a little more loose, let's say.
Yeah, I think
जो
you're
भी
right. I
टीम
mean,
PMGC
I did
खेल रहा है
kinda
भाई,
praise
utmost
DXAV
respect भाई.
for-
Right,
So
मजाक
you
नहीं
are
उड़ाना
right.
चाहिए.
You
Xavier did not
बता रहा हूँ मैं. हर टीम का,
quite capitalize on
हर
the
कंट्री का
opportunity
बेस्ट
to
टीम है.
rotate across the water.
So
though,
respect.
right? After they
Yeah.
were able to
आगे
rotate
कुछ
that
भी करे,
position, they
respect.
looked like they were going for a swim, but now they've transitioned to go down south instead of going to one of the compounds
Look
further
at
up
BTR,
that
I know, right?
coastline, which
अभी
is
रुक जाओ, अभी
currently available,
circle-
right? And if DXAV had
circle
just gone
कट
for the
सकता है
dive,
उनका.
rotate, they
Yeah.
may have just been able to get across nice and safely. So the next step after that initial, what I think is quite a strong move for DXAV seems to be a misplay.
Yeah, there was kind of two options for them, right? It was either head up towards the north side and take Hutton Bridge, swing round Camp Alpha, or go for that crossing by the water where the shallows are. You can kind of just walk straight
His
across.
name is RSG
I think
DD.
they
DD है क्या?
get maybe
कोडी
too
पढ़ रहा
big
हूँ
for their
उसका.
boots here and
DD,
the
yeah,
pass
DD.
over towards they don't have a position, but the sight lines
क्या
over this
Daredevil
bridge
है क्या?
cross pretty
क्या है DD का
If you
वो?
get lucky on the sense of the circle does shift back down towards the south side, give them more control over towards the north edge of
अच्छा कहीं
ruins.
major fights
It's
लेती
an
नहीं है
interesting
Chinese
one.
team
It's
कभी.
certainly interesting. I think this
But
could have
निकाल
definitely
लेते
gone very
हैं Forex, पता?
differently for a lot of
अभी
teams
4 kill निकाल लिए.
at the moment.
ऐसी निकाल
I
लिए.
think Demuerte did go out on that north side. They just stayed out there for a little bit too long. In the meantime, it is Horror with just a couple of their players left over in Camp Alpha. No one really playing alongside that one. I think if I was to blame at the moment, probably would be really enjoy the position of the whole ground on that northeast side. When the shift
Circle
was
देखा
circle,
जाएगा तो
it
भाई
looks to be even
still
better. Is this a place where they
MP
can
का
start
solid दिख रहा है.
flash roll
Alpha
DRX
7
start to
in a
take
bit of a
out some of the
trouble.
players that
DRX से
are
मार
moving over
खाएगी.
this south bridge.
I would
Vampire ठीक जगह पे
trust the
है.
mix for a strong position here as
Yeah.
well. I feel like they have a lot of protection.
अबे Alpha 7 क्या करेगा
built
देखना
with
तुम
this
लोग.
next circle
मजा
shift
आएगा.
as well. They're kind of isolated. They have rotational opportunities to be able to get up to that northeast side if they need to and get towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds a lot further on the edge. This southwest side
Vampire
though,
is doing
is
good.
gonna get
ये
hot
pose ही अच्छा
now
ही है.
because MSJ
BTR
are
versus
ahead.
RSG.
This is their transition phase out of the mid game. Let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah, again, I really like his rotations. I think they play set themselves best. It's just those full-on brawls they just don't do very well in. Like when you're in an isolated chamber between
RSG बाहर
another
by
team, it
BTR.
gets a little bit rough for them. BTR taking down the last player there from RSG. Good pickoffs actually from the high ground.
Xavier भी लिया.
But yeah, for
एक आधा kill.
MSJ, when there's Inco as well as Vampires down towards the southwest side, this is certainly a position where they can kind of capitalize on those teams having to fight one another
Xavier
and
has
them just
hashtag
having
4.
some little bit of impact, you know, getting a few words into the conversation here and there, be that a casualty or a bit of damage.
Yeah, it seems like BTR and DXAV acting a little bit
Alpha
symbiotically
7
there to
निकाल लेगी.
take
मुश्किल
down
लग रहा है ये
the
मैच.
remnants
ये मैच में लग रहा है
of
मुश्किल. I mean बहुत सारे
RSG,
hurdles हैं
of
उनके
course.
लिए.
You guys
आसान
can
है.
get
एंट्री
symbiotic
अच्छी है
with
लेकिन
it.
पे
बैठने
अच्छा
का
space
तरीका
है.
अभी बड़ा
Collaboration
कैजुअल है.
for PUBG.
बड़ी बता ना तेरा प्रेडिक्शन बता.
Play the game.
मैं देखना
Go watch
चाहता
the
हूँ.
movie.
अभी fight
Have a
होगा.
great
अभी
time
boom bam
with
fight
it.
होगा Alpha 7
Hopefully
का.
these
Ah!
teams are having a great time with it
Bravo,
too.
yeah.
As Alpha 7 try and
This is what I was
crossover,
saying.
not having such a great time here. They've been
Alpha
out
7
on
will
the
be in
edge for a
trouble.
long time, and they are the next to get caught up in the DRX net. Looks like McGrellin trying to get up onto dry land, but it's not going to be easy. Another nade over towards Revo takes him to half HP.
Yeah,
Carlos
Derek's
Zonze
had a
गया.
venomous bite down towards this south side.
Margolin
They've
is
been
the last
holding
man
this bridge
standing
very
for Alpha
strongly.
7.
I think for them it's been way easier because there were so many
Dead
teams
meat,
on
bro,
this
dead
south side that they brutalized one another on the approach over towards the positions. The DRX is
किल नहीं देगा देखना. Margolin किल नहीं देगा. वो
being the
पानी में मर
garbage man of
जाएगा.
the lobby at the moment. They are taking out the rubbish
Unless
as
DRX
the stragglers
gets
move
lucky.
their way in. And Alpha 7 were just struggling. They had to wait so long to make this play in the first place. McGrellin in the water.
अबे PUBG Mobile में वो नहीं है क्या? HDR में करने से पानी में बंदे दिखने वाला.
Nades start to pour on through. Next circle on our screens very
अरे.
shortly. We'll see where this one
मर
does
जाएगा,
go.
मर
The
जाएगा.
center
दे
circle
दिया, kill
was
दे
made
दिया.
pride again. The
Alpha 7
Twisted Minds will have
बाहर.
to leave that
Yeah,
high
this is
ground.
expected.
Likely will be a crash. And the
देखो
difficulty
zone
there for
देखो
Major
भाई,
Pride
MP पे है
is there
पूरा.
is going to be quite a few crashes.
Can they defend?
That compound right
Can
there
they defend?
does It does have the
It's a big
capability of holding
compound to
two
defend.
teams, and that's a scary prospect because there is multiple teams
क्या बोल रहा है
all in
Birdie?
position to make
Loops
that
लग
rotate
रही है
in.
मेरे को.
Now, for
Okay.
Loops as well as Twisted Minds,
मेरे
it's
को BTR
probably
लग
the
रहा है,
perfect
पता
time
नहीं
to
क्यों.
go for it whilst there's still teams
चलो, it's
fighting
time for
out on the
prediction,
edge, and
boys.
the blue
I
hasn't
would
started
like to go
pushing
with
yet.
BTR
Both teams being quite
in this
passive
match.
right now.
BTR or
unwilling to
Vampire?
make that approach for fear of the sightlines that surround the lobby.
Yeah, I don't think you can make that approach until BTR make the move. Maybe Vampire could still be where they are, but it's just such a difficult
Zone is
maneuver
about to
to
begin
make
in 5 seconds.
when everybody is looking out for you. Major
Asli
Pride
fight tab
actually
चालू
all
होगा.
moved down to the south edge of that compound, so they're
smart,
giving up a
smart.
lot
लग
of
गए.
ground, but that, as you say,
और
is
एक
very
नेट
smart.
4 मरेंगे भाई.
Intelligent play.
एक अच्छा नेट
Towards
बस.
Inco, they're all behind the same rock. One in the right.
क्या बात है, बहुत सही.
It's not landing.
कहीं और से पड़ी इसको.
A nice little
DRX.
say, but there's the offline as well. Inactive needs still towards DRX, but it
MSG भैया.
is a wild way from the south
इन लोगों का एक
side
ही
on
बंदा
the
बचा है
bridge
विटाली.
down onto inactive.
रेस दे रहा है वो.
Or struggling to make the approach despite some good openers to MS.
DRX 7
Again, for
finishes 4 man
MSG,
strong.
perfect positioning, great holds. The sightlines were there,
What
but
a
they're
recoil control, bro.
unable
Nice.
to take the fight at all.
So is
And they crumble on approach. And
Stone
again,
kill
this is a
किया.
team that was inside a compound, John. Very
विटाली
odd
is the
to
last
see
man
from
standing गया.
Vitali.
इनको बाहर.
For Inco, looking
Vampire
to go up
team
against
finishes.
Vampires, where they will finally push him out. That's 3 elims. It's the team that started in Hatin, so has had a bit of
भाई
an easier
असली
time.
मजे
than
तो
other
DRX
squads.
ले रही भाई.
Vampire very much enjoying playing
अबे
this
क्या?
edge play style at the
इसने
moment.
मारना छोड़ दी,
Great
पता?
pick-up
इसको
from
लगा वो
Tony
knock हो गया.
K. I
Stone
don't think he
finish.
quite got the knock on that though, unfortunately, and Stoned will fall.
Vampire having a decent amount of control over this western side of the circle.
पीछे
DRX
push कर दिया
just
BTR पे.
able to stay out of it right now. They are
ऊपर से
the
खूब सारा है
bridge
भाई.
trolls
उसको मारो बस. लौट
in
गया.
this lobby.
और एक
And
गया.
on the north side,
Cubes
BTR
गया.
finally having to descend from the high ground, and it's going well to start. Zuxi puts a second limb up on the board. Doesn't have
What a
time
gun
to
power यार BTR.
recontrol
What
the
a gun
buggy
power.
here. Satar swings around the side.
Damage
but
तक
finds
नहीं लिए ये
nothing.
लोग.
His team's already done the dirty, and that will be Twisted
बहुत
Minds
सही.
out. BTR get away with it clean.
अभी अगला
it's
जोन
curious
जाने में
play
ना
from
इनको
Doran.
गाड़ी
I can
गाड़ी
see
का
working
जरूरत
out if he
है.
actually gets the rundown, but yeah, for Twisted Minds, not the ideal position. Again, this
कहाँ
is what I'm
जाएगा
talking about
BTR?
with Loops.
सीधा slam
They
देगा
took
क्या
a
MP
knock,
पे?
which is why their push was delayed, but they instantly send over towards this position. Maybe they spotted the cars rotating out.
That-
And it's
that
a
would be a
smart
very
choice
ambitious
for Major
push.
Pride, because again, they know just as well as we do that compound can hold 2 teams. They don't want to
I
be
really
facing
like
a
Vampire's
crash
position.
from 2 separate squads when a fight breaks out, because that's likely a position where it's like, look, we're on the edge here. Best we
Yeah,
can do right
DRX
now
कहाँ
is
गई?
to third party that engagement in the Loops compound. And again, the circle moves back down to Pride. So,
पूरा लेफ्ट से जा रहा है BTR.
could look for Major Pride, but the rotation
उतार दिया एक को लूप्स का निन्हो ने.
They were able to
दो
do
बंदे गए. DRX भी.
control out on the BTR. They may have won the fight
FB.
with Twisted Minds, but the war rages on, and it looks like they are on the sharp end
दो ही
of the
बंदे बचे
spear
BTR
here.
का और एक गया.
It's a real tough time to get
किल्ले
away
दे
from
रहे
this.
लोग.
Look at the cover.
Zone से
just-
मारने वाले.
well, in fact, you can't look
BTR,
at the cover because it
bye
just
bye
doesn't
to
exist
the
for
zone.
BTR. It is a complete broadside. Their zone.
Almost
You
हर
just can't
जगह
get
से
away from it.
एंगल बना के बैठे BTR पे.
Opens
BTR
up
बाहर
a
at hashtag 7.
possibility for Major Pride to keep control DRX to say safe. And actually for DX Xavier, the remaining duos decide to get a little more close up to these groups of the remaining.
ये क्या चोक हो रहा है माइक?
Coutinho has gone down already.
I think
DRX
he's doing
versus
knockdown from
Xavier.
Vampires off on the distance. Good nade from Humbian. Take down one of the DX Xavier players. There was a
Loops
slight
versus Hura.
slope down towards that eastern side where DX Xavier can
Gaya
play and
Xavier,
kind of
yeah.
hold off those angles.
No, this
Hyunbin
Levi guy, no?
will
My
flush
bad.
out Levi's as well. So now I think it is just a Detty left alive on that east side. This is a strange circle. It's not one you typically see here on Sandhawk, where it really does go down to the wire like this with 6 teams still alive at stage 7. This is very curious for a Sandhawk indeed.
Bro, MP का
Circle once
IGL
again
must
favors
be
over
feeling like a
towards Major
god
Pride
right
on
now.
that northern edge.
कल भी zone
Great
ऐसी है इन पे.
nade over
आज
towards
भी ऐसी है
Malik,
इन पे.
though.
A response from Ora maybe as
Left
they're
से
able
जाना
to
है.
put one
Right से
back
पड़ेगा,
towards
left से
Loops,
पड़ेगा,
but
हर
they've
जगह
got
से
some players on the
पड़ेगा. Loops गया.
outside, meaning they wouldn't all
Erasmus
go
is
down
dead.
if it does manage to land, but the shots from Major Pride, they've just got such brilliant angles here to control the northern compound. And it's so hard to make this break. You have to go clear over a wall. There's no smoke
Looks
cover that
bad.
they've been able to lay down earlier on, and that is going to be
Vampire
perfect
push
for them.
करते हैं DRX पे.
Pride stay alive with 3 on the
Schweppes
north side,
knock.
and Vampire swing down to the south.
Nice
Meantime,
knock.
Schweppes
Tony
goes down
K.
first. A nade to
Nice.
find Hyunbin on the backlines, but there is still
भाई
response.
सारे एक-एक
Tony
HP
K
है.
goes low, but doesn't get eliminated
One
just
good
yet.
nade might
There's a lot
finish.
of damage pouring their way,
Vampire.
and their health bars are blinking right now.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
terrible
Vampire
time
out.
for them, but somehow they just survived
bro.
for a little bit longer.
Vampire, yeah.
Tony K, the last to go in.
12
as
finishes for DRX.
Able to keep them at bay. 12 eliminations now for DRX on the south side.
क्या बात
Racking
है,
up that
क्या
last
बात
one
है.
there. Not going to be the case because it goes to the play zone. And in the meantime,
चलो, the
Major
final
Pride
fight
flexing out.
is
They're going
between
to take down the remnants
MP
of
and
Xavier,
DRX.
and DRX will move
Will MP
into
clutch
the
this one
coastline,
again?
but Major Pride
Oi.
have so much control here.
Hyunbin
A nade
knocked.
over to the backlines. The
They're
recon
cornered
from the
again.
Hyunbin.
Just like
So it's
yesterday.
low, and they are crunched
क्या बात है,
against
nice
the blue.
one.
The nades keep on coming through. The shotguns ringing out along
क्या
amongst
मारे
the
बे
hills
MP
on the
वाले?
Northwest Island. Major Pride.
क्या मारे
That's
भाई?
their ground. Nobody can move
Crazy.
into their territory.
Crazy.
Electric Soul just had this situation.
king
where,
of Sanox.
I get the first.
I mean, the king of Sanok
I'm
is Major Pride,
It
bro.
was a very well played. Just
गलत
some-
लेवल का prediction चल रहा है.
This is what each other-
गलत लेवल का prediction चल रहा है.
On yesterday.
कल भी इन पे खींच के आया, आज भी खींच के आया. और जब आ रहा है ये लोग ले भी ले रहा है. Chicken dinner.
Understand they need to take space.
But
and not
DRX
aggress.
बहुत
So
प्यारा
again,
खेला.
yeah, so look involved.
But dinner नहीं आ पाया उनको.
Good decisions, and it's getting more and more.
क्या
difficult
मारे
for
बे
them
end में
to
shotgun?
Be too presumptuous about Major
इस team
Pride
का
and their,
बेका.
performance here at the PMGC group
मारता है
stage.
भाई ये, मारता
Very
है.
much deserved that win. We'll see how they fare
कोई
when
बात नहीं.
Circle isn't on their side of things.
With this match, I think
Still
DRX भी
have
अच्छा
a
खासा
little
jump
bit
मारेगा.
more to prove, but right now they are clear ahead on the top
Wow.
of the table. So let's head back to the desk.
एकदम डेजा वो लग रहा है. कल भी ऐसे ही निकाला था MP.
Major
और आज भी.
Pride, the kings of Sandhawk, it seems. They
Yeah,
picked
kings of
themselves up
Sandhawk, bro.
another chicken dinner in the first match of the day. That is 2 days in a row, and Major Pride defending that #1 position in the group. Someone pinch me. Am I
निकाल भाई
sleeping?
अभी
I
नहीं.
never
थोड़ा
thought I'd
एनर्जी
say
बचा के
that,
रखो
Max.
फाइनल्स के लिए प्लीज.
I feel like I have to apologize.
यूजुअली
I'm
ग्लोबल्स
sorry,
में ना
Major
जो
Pride. I
भी
didn't think it
लीग
was
से जो
chicken
मचाते हैं
today,
वो
but it
लोग
is.
फाइनल में
With a
ना
chicken dinner and like double-digit elims too.
बहुत
Hodges,
गंदा
so
मार
they are
खाते हैं.
popping off. And some people I think are going to say, "Oh, circle luck." They knew on phase one it was
कुछ
going
भी
to
हो
go
ग्रैंड
Northwest
फाइनल्स
Island.
जाएंगे बे.
You send it instantly.
I think Major
you've got
Pride
these
grand
strong
finals
comebacks
qualified
that
है.
hold on into the very late.
उतना
late
अच्छा
game.
lead मिल गया
Guys,
इनको.
there's
Having a
only
good
4
time.
playing. Why are you showing us 6 people?
ये किस कंट्री की टीम है? I think
Get outta
Major
here.
Pride
Hey,
is
bring
from
them all
Russia,
out,
right?
dude. Bring out their
Dude,
celebrate.
think
What's that
Russia,
thing, man?
Major
Because
Pride
this
is
team, to say they'd be #1 at the moment in Group
भाई
Yellow
जितने भी
after
लोग स्ट्रीम
7
देखे
matches
सारे के
played
सारे
is something
hit
that
that like button.
would never have crossed my mind, but you got to give them credit because
Aizen
not only
गया
are they
रहेगा
making it to late
MP
game,
में.
they're making smart decisions
player
here,
है शायद.
and more importantly, Hajuk,
मजाक
they're
कर रहा
showing
हूँ,
they
नहीं.
can frag out, which
MP
is
को
so
सपोर्ट
tough
करो
to do.
स्पाइक भाई. मैं हमेशा करता हूँ यार. MP का टीम हमेशा अच्छा रहता पता. इससे पहले नोमी
At the
MP में ही था.
caliber of
नोमी इफेक्ट जो अभी टीम स्पिरिट
decisions
में है
here.
ना.
And more importantly,
ये सारे
Hajuk,
MP
they're
में
showing
थे.
they can frag out, which is so tough to do at the caliber
अच्छा
of
अच्छा टीम
Looking
बनाते
like
हैं.
major pain
MP.
at this moment. I'm not kidding you. They're going around looking at all the other
कितने
teams,
frags निकाले?
making them do
5,
push-ups and screaming.
10,
1,
12 finishes.
don't you look dumb? 2, look
Nice.
at you, dude. I mean, they punished
And
all
that's
these
it,
rest of
right?
these
इसका
squads.
damage
I don't
देखो,
expect
kill
anyone to do
देखो
more
यार.
than 2 push-ups there.
That's all
400
I can
डैमेज
do,
में
so
5 किल मिला इसको.
all you gotta do.
सही है.
Oh man, Major Pride continuing
Zone
their
के बाहर
run.
वाले
However,
kill
we
मिल
did
गए
see
इनको.
some change-ups, right? I did want to hit on another team in particular.
Spike equal to
as you
penalty.
guys
भाई
pointed
मैंने
out
क्या
while
कर दिया
watching
यार?
Inco.
BTR का पोज ही
A
इतना
boat
गंदा
take
था,
coming
क्या
through,
करें?
but Max, it did come back to bite them in the butt.
मध्य प्रदेश
Yeah,
ऑन
because
टॉप.
when you rotate, unfortunately, you're
भाई
reducing
MP
your
का मतलब
looting
मध्य
time by
प्रदेश नहीं है
significant
भाई. मेजर प्राइड. भाई ये क्यों लोडिंग हो
amount.
रहा
And
है?
we saw
स्ट्रीम
here
का
this
दिक्कत है कि
transition,
मेरे
especially
इंटरनेट.
Hodgins, we were talking about it as
Bite them in the butt.
yeah, because when you rotate, unfortunately, you're reducing your looting time by a significant amount. And we saw here this transition, especially Hodgins, we were talking about it. As it
MP
was
lineup
happening.
बकरी
They were trying to
legit
go
god
get
bots
third
है
parties
कि
by teams like DRX, even Vampire just
Levi भाई
forcing
रहने दो,
Compound
ठीक
to
है.
clear the remaining players and take control of the western side. Good idea for Inco, but when you don't have the loot to back up a player,
DRX
you're
बहुत प्यारा
gonna
खेला
struggle.
इस मैच में.
Well, I don't even think they needed the loot. That's the problem. Is I
Mid-range
think they
देखो
could have
कैसे मारे
pushed
भाई.
that building and secured a spot much
अबे
earlier,
इधर
but you could just see
No
that
Fear
the
दो बंदों को उतारा
hesitation
था.
that they had, right? They were second guessing themselves because they had a team. I think it was DRX that was behind them, and they just
BTR कब
refused to
जीतेगा?
push until it was
I
way
don't know,
too late.
brother. जीतना
and they
तो
got
बहुत दूर की
punished for
बात
it.
है.
So, I mean,
Qualify हो
Inco,
जाए
at
grand
this
finals के लिए
level,
वो
if you hesitate
वो
even
बड़ी
for a
बात है.
second, you're gonna get punished. So I mean, I'm not surprised to see that
back
happen.
in the day,
I mean,
BTR used to be
look at
like-
this is the top team in
like
the
the
world.
top
Alpha
tier
7.
team.
Revel got knocked.
But अब-
We saw McGrellin try to save him,
अब बाकी
and he got
teams-
taken out in the meantime trying to do that as
इतना
well.
upgrade हो
Good
गया
hold.
अब
Good bridge
BTR
hold
top
here
tier
from
team नहीं
DRX,
है
right? I think we were looking a lot at
They're
MSG at the
good,
start, but DRX here, this is
but
really
not
a little bit of a
like
comeback on the second day on this first match. Jason.
international
Like the
top
big
tier
eliminations they
team.
got, clearing teams like Alpha 7. Sure, they don't get the win,
Oh,
they get
this
second
push.
place, but such a good engagement.
Vampire
from
का
DRX.
था
They were
ये
just
chicken.
completely controlling the southern side of the map.
अरे ये
So,
fight
yeah,
निकालना था
DRX here, a
Vampire
little
को.
bit back on
This
form,
fight
like we
against
saw back at the start of
DRX,
PMGC, so I'm happy to see them.
वो
get a
निकालना
good
था.
game here.
Yeah, and I think that's also, I'm so happy you guys actually
उसके बाद
brought
of
them up
course
because at
MP
the
के
start of the
fight
day I did
निकालना
want to
है for the
discuss when
winners.
it comes to Korean, the teams D+, like those are the
MP
two
is
names
too
you
good,
have
bhai.
to be familiar with.
Insanok, too good.
And Sejong were performing better in the first day. So it's great to see DRX. They do have what it takes to get themselves the 13 eliminations, 19 points
That's
in
huge.
total here. But again, Xavier, Vampire, we've already seen them towards the top of the table in overalls, and they're continuing to push that top of the table.
Alpha 7
I
का
wanted to see a
choke
bit more from Loops.
Sanok
actually,
choke
you know
ही हो रहा है
what?
भाई
Some
Alpha
5
7
points,
का.
so it's still a little bit silent here, but I think Loops, I wanted to see a little bit of a resurgence from this team because they
Feeling
never
bad for
really
Paraguay.
reached top 3.
It's okay.
And they didn't do it here either, right? But I would like to see
चलता
them
है.
breach top 3, actually get to the late game and have a
TNBA
strong
कौन सी
position,
group
but
में
they
है?
are
Red.
struggling so far to do so. But as
This
we
is
go
day
down,
2.
unfortunately,
Twisted
do
Minds.
have to
और
bring it
3
up
दिन के बाद
Twisted
उसमें दिखेगा.
Minds. Like,
Twisted Minds, Bigatron.
TNBA.
yeah,
dude.
That push,
What? Come on. I mean, yeah, you said that you want to see more from Loops. I wanted to see more from BTR because that was their circle. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Whenever you see a team
MPCS
land
से
on
बहुत
that
मुश्किल से
northwestern
qualify
island,
हुई थी.
they're hoping they get that zone.
भाई
And
कैसे भी
you're
हुआ
supposed
उधर
to
तो
win.
मचा रहे
You're
ये लोग.
supposed to win or at least get double-digit elimination points. They didn't do that. And Twisted
Kazakhstan से है
Minds,
MP.
they recognize like,
अरे,
hey,
but
this is a
players की
great
बात कर रहा हूँ
spot.
मैं.
Let's take out
अरे
BTR.
और
But
कजाकिस्तान की हो सकती
you
है.
mentioned it earlier, Max.
But समझ रहे हो?
It's got to be a lack of an IGL
इससे
at this
पहले
point, because
रशिया
they
के
look
players
like
थे
4
इसके अंदर.
solo players trying to engage it, right? Each one trying to do their
अच्छा
own
team
thing,
बनाते हैं भाई
but
ये.
they're not working as a team,
Major pride.
and they just got obliterated by BTR.
भाई,
It was a terrible push.
chip
I feel like
preparation
the
छोड़ के
communications on
ये
that
देख
push are
रहा
just,
हो.
let's push this
जेई
team
preparation
and
छोड़कर
nothing
ये देख
else,
रहा हो.
and
अरे
then
भाई
everyone does
stream
what they
private
want.
नहीं
Like,
रहेगा.
yeah, some players
That's
selling it
exactly
तुम
easy,
आराम
the
से
buzz,
पढ़ो.
some players playing the
जब
reach, which
तुम
I think was a good approach.
बोर
to
हो
play the
जाओगे
reach.
पढ़ाई से
I don't
break
care what
break के
play
टाइम पे
you
देख
do
लेना.
to some extent.
कोई
Hodges,
दिक्कत
it could be a
नहीं.
good
All
or
the
bad
best
play.
bro.
That to some extent I can
ये साल
forgive.
पूरा
What I
PMGC
can't
के
forgive is when
साथ
players
end
do their
होगा.
own thing and they don't work together
Yes,
as a squad.
December
Like, if you do a bad play
8
together,
तक
guess
चलेगा
what? Your chances of
PMGC.
success are way higher
Yeah.
than if you send it
November
one by one in different locations.
is the
Like,
best
you are
month
gonna
of the
struggle,
year for me.
especially against BTR that's shown willingness this
इतना
tournament
लंबा
to be
format.
aggressive. So we need to see more direction from Twisted Minds because
मजा आएगा.
it's not looking like a team that
Which
has that
group do you
synergy yet.
think
You hear that,
is
DK?
the group of death?
I know
Everyone
I'm
is
pointing at
saying
you right
it's
now
the
as Max
group
said. You know,
yellow.
you can't just push out by yourself.
But
you can't just go one
for
by
me, it
one.
is
You gotta
group
go
red for
together
some
with
reason.
the plan. I did actually want to go back to BTR really quickly, but
But
for
everyone
now
are
we'll take a look at
saying
it overall.
it's
So you can see
group yellow,
Major
the
Pride
group which we are
continuing to
watching
build
right now.
up this lead right
Overall
now.
standings
84
हमारे
points,
सामने
getting
है.
very close to being 30 points ahead of our
84
second place team.
MP
And then of
बहुत
course we
अच्छा
saw,
खासा
you know,
lead ले लिया
Vampire
भाई.
in the last game have a decent result. You can see
क्या लगता है,
Xavier have
24
been
matches
able
के
to
बाद
push
क्या
up here 5.
क्या स्कोर रहेगा?
At least
कट
able
ऑफ
to
क्या
push
रहेगा?
up here into our
Top
top
3
7.
का.
Good. We're seeing Korea back on board. Hot
I
Korea
think
doing well.
130, 130, 140
I think it's
रहेगा.
time
Cut
we
off
get
top 3
a
का.
Korean team like
24
just
matches
pop
के
in
बाद.
here.
Yeah.
Like, it is
नहीं, और
about
ज़्यादा
time
रहेगा.
that region gets maybe a champion around the board. But here you go, second
ज़्यादा
page
रहेगा.
of our leaderboards, and
I think 180 रह
you know
सकता
what?
है.
I
180 to
want
100.
to see a little bit more from Zeus in particular.
After
They
24
got
matches.
a lot of, I think it was damage yesterday. Unfortunately, really
Only
struggling
kill
to get
points
that
Chinese
conversion rate
team
done.
are
I liked
best.
their gatekeeping. We had Northeast
भाई
Hot Jukes. I don't know how
kill
much
लो
you saw that,
position
but,
लो
like, they were
फर्क
trying
नहीं
to hold
पड़ता, top पे
teams,
बैठो
play a
भाई.
lot of space in that circle. I appreciate it.
Kill
but
के
when
साथ
it comes to
position
taking
लेना बहुत
fights,
जरूरी
like,
है.
head on, I do think they struggle a little bit.
Yeah,
That is
and
why
it's just
TNBA
showing on
couldn't
the
win
leaderboards
the
right here.
PM,
They need a big game because
PMWC.
honestly, all the teams that are on this second page, if they want to be able to make it to that top 3, they got to perform here now.
The
And
balance
it's
is
not
very
a good
important.
sign in Sandhawk. I mean, yeah, you know, Sandhawk is Sandhawk. I think that's how you got to kind of have to look at it. But we're
170
about to go
plus.
into Aaron Gale, and
Yeah,
I
170
mean,
plus.
just seeing these kind of struggles early on, it hurts to
Speaking
watch.
of struggles, just seeing my boy
ये
there.
कहाँ हो रहा है?
having to
किसी
look
को
back
पता
to
है
his
क्या ये
chairs, got some
qualifiers का हो
crutches
रहा है?
behind him as well, playing
I mean,
like
ये
an
league
ankle
stage का हो
injury,
रहा है
it looks
ये?
like. I mean, hey, I would rather have an ankle injury
Location.
than like a wrist injury right now now when you're trying to play in the most competitive
this
event
also
of
in
the
London?
year. But Major Pride, man, more like Major Pain, to be honest. we had to use that one, Hot Jukes. It was perfect. I didn't steal it.
Major
I
Pride,
borrowed
more
it
like Major
as they're
Pain.
continuing to put the pain on the lobby. And I mean, okay, it's Sandhawk.
Good
I'm not
job,
gonna
bro.
jump to
Good job.
conclusions
Badhiya खेल रहे हो
just
तुम
yet,
लोग,
but
बस
it does give
consistency
me a
रखो
little
इसी.
bit of a sigh of relief that what they were able to do in day one was not a fluke, Max, and they're able to carry it on to day two. Obviously, you need to see that out of Erangel now coming into this for them, but this is a very good sign for a team who is surprising
Malaysia.
almost everyone out there.
Yeah, for
Thailand
sure.
में.
They've definitely got that confidence.
Pakistan.
And what I was happy to see compared to yesterday,
Malaysia
what makes me happy with
majority of
this
the
match
load.
in particular,
Okay.
is that they were at the late game ready to push out of their compound to make sure they were securing that win. It was not just, oh, Circle was pushing teams
तो
that way,
grand
which is what
final,
I saw a
मतलब
lot yesterday.
इसके बाद survival stage और last chance भी मलेशिया में ही होगा या लंदन में
to the
होगा.
late game, knowing we need
Is
to leave
London
this
only
position
for
if
grand
we want to
finals?
get the game, if we want to get all those eliminations. Like now, I really feel like they are comfortable in this lobby, and they're just going to keep fragging out. So yeah,
Would
I'm
like to
sold
see
now
इनको come back.
on the way they played this match.
इनको का तो भाई
Dude, absolutely.
अभी तक
I mean,
engine
that
start नहीं हुआ
rotation was
उनका.
gorgeous. I mean,
Starting
they
problem चल
recognized,
रहा
like,
है.
hey, of course we got to get to this island sooner than later. They had like 2 or 3 teams ahead of them. I think Marie Sejan was one of them in front of them, and they just drove right past them, got on that bridge, and was able to make it. And
Grand finals in
once
London.
they
अरे वो तो
secured that
पता है,
compound,
but
yeah, they did get zone blessed towards there.
सिर्फ grand
but to
finals ही
even
होगा
get
क्या
to that
लंदन में?
compound, right? It's so crazy. So I mean, bigs ups for them, and for them to finish out the way they did. I mean, these guys are looking.
MP
They're
कहाँ
looking
की टीम
too
है?
good.
चैट
here,
बोला ना
Jason.
कजाकिस्तान का.
I kind of want to maybe turn our attention towards our
Mix of
teams to focus,
Kazakhstan
because
and
we're just a
Russia,
couple
bro.
times. We'll do the start of the show for you guys to kind of get an idea of who we're looking at throughout the day. And then we'll do it one more time here where we talk about the teams we're looking for Erangel. And of course, later on, before we
This
get
is
into
DRX
Miramar, we'll do
from
it
Korea.
another time. So going into this one, I feel like BTR Inco for me is already 2 teams I have to put in there.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
कमेंट्री कास्टर्स की आवाज काफी लो है या आप कास्ट करो.
If you're a team that's still hot dropping today,
दो
like,
का है
I
भाई,
feel like
इतना
you'll
ज्यादा रखा
deserve
मैंने, और कितना
to
रखूं?
make it to the grand finals. Like I know you
That's
discussed it
true.
before, Hot Jukes, I believe yesterday, but it's like
कम
you
है क्या
can't be
उनका
doing at
आवाज?
this level of play. You cannot be
भाई
going
भाई
into
फाइनल
the
में
match
जाओ
already
लाइव
handicapped,
देखने.
even if you
अरे
win the fight.
if NV got qualified,
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, because your goal is top 3, right?
NV
That's-
said,
at the
they
end
would
of the day, that's
sponsor
what
me,
you got to go for. And a hot
the
drop,
entire
yeah,
trip
it's-
to London.
The
but वो
odds
qualify
to
नहीं
be
हुए, क्या
fight
करें
with all 4 players up is ridiculously
They tried
low,
their best.
right? And even if you do win that fight, with
RSG
all
की
4
जगह पे
players
नोवा
up,
होता,
it puts you
अगर
so
day 3
far
सही चलता.
behind in Erangel, you know, and so you just get
It's okay.
punished for
It's
it.
fine.
So. At the end of the day, a lot of these big cities, they're so big, you could split
Team
loot
Liquid
them,
in
right? You can
PMSL,
just go ahead and be like, hey, you guys
Team
take that
Liquid,
side of the map.
Global-
You know, I'll take this side of Pachiki.
Liquid
Don't
का
even
भी
worry
उतना
about it, and we'll
कभी
fight later on.
perform नहीं
And that's
किया.
what you gotta do. But Inco's stubborn, dude. I mean, 7 talked to them themselves. These guys don't care. They're like, we're dropping here, and if we see you, we're taking you out.
India
We're gonna try.
Look,
नहीं compete
I'm going to
करे
ask
क्या
you a
बोला
question
इसने?
right now, Jason Hodrix. Like, you can jump in if you want.
इंडिया
Which
compete
global
नहीं कर
tournament,
पाएगा
even local
international
tournaments, have we
में. अरे,
seen a
मौका
team
तो
that
दो.
constantly hot
मौका
dropped,
तो
like
दो.
on the big maps, not just San
ऐसा
Alpha, I'm talking
statement कैसे
Rank
ले
1,
सकते
talking
हो?
Miramar, that actually won that tournament?
Only
Right.
one. Only one.
Which one?
It was Team Reject. It was Team Reject
Bro, are you
in PMGO.
really from Team Noah?
PMGO, Brazil.
Yes, bro.
They
yes.
got away from it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that's the point.
Yeah, they got away from it.
The
But I mean,
sound
just a
कम
team to
करो,
even
तुम्हारी
do it and win
commentaries
is crazy.
सुननी है.
And I do believe that was a one-off scenario, guys. You know
I
what I'm
like
saying?
So, bro,
They were
what
like,
do you
"Thank you, Hot
think
Jukes, for just
if there
proving
were
my
Indian
point."
teams, if they dominate like
I
Ice
mean,
Soul and Team
wait a minute.
Spark?
Like,
Dominate का तो
wow.
पता
Wow,
नहीं.
you would have thought.
But the best teams to
Well, beyond the
represent
hot
India are
dropping,
those teams.
one thing when it comes to Erangel that we always have to talk about is Vampire.
Dominate
And
तो
looking
भाई,
back
it's
to
too much
yesterday,
of an
Vampire's
ask.
performance in Erangel was a
उतना easy
massive
नहीं है.
boon for them in the leaderboard. But similar for Alpha 7 when it came to Miramar
But
here. So
सीखेंगे
Mike, I want
जरूर.
you to quickly maybe talk about Vampire
उसके
here
बाद सीखने के
and
बाद
their kind of
dominate का बात
success
करेंगे.
when it comes to the most played map in the pool.
Yeah, the best map in the pool also. I think that when we're looking at their
Guys,
success,
1K likes के लिए
some
सिर्फ
people- I've seen some
200
comments,
likes की
I've seen
जरूरत
guys
है.
in the
कर
chat
दो
where
सारे
they're
के
saying,
सारे
"Be
like.
careful," saying, "Oh, but they dropped Promos because they got a Quarry Circle."
और
because they
Falcons
won."
playing
No,
today.
they
No,
are
no.
that good at
Falcons group
rotating,
red
okay?
में
I'm
है.
telling you,
वो
they can have
Yeah.
circles
दो दिन
goes,
के
like,
बाद. This
towards
is day 2.
Stolber area, go on
Day 5
Military
दिखेगा तुम्हें,
Island,
Falcons.
and they are going to be able to perform. They will make that rotate. They will
Your top
suffocate
3
teams
predictions in
outside
this
of the circle,
group.
which is like a specialty at this
मैंने already
point.
बता दिया ना.
And they will
मैंने
do
already
well.
बता
So,
दिया. My top 3
no,
predictions
wait for bad
day
circles.
1 से
Well,
पहले
let
ही
me get a
बताया
good
मैंने.
point on board, but
Alpha 7,
sure, when you get a good
RSG,
circle, Jason, it does
and
create
क्या
a
बोला
little
मैंने?
bit of an advantage
BTR
for you,
बोला, I
but
think शायद.
that was not the only reason they won, because they are
क्या बोला था
willing
guys
to
मैंने
make
कल?
these aggressive rotations to just
Alpha
carve
7,
space in the circle
RSG,
to make sure
and
they
कोई तो
can
team का
confirm
नाम
those.
बोला
We
मैंने.
saw it against Quarry twice, and I'm
I
sure
think
they're
it's
willing to do it
BTR
again.
maybe.
Well, hey, I'm happy to see
याद नहीं आ
Vampire
रहा.
proving they can play at
But
not
yeah.
just an invitational here, as they've had a pretty damn good year, to be honest. But as we're about to approach our first Erangel of 3 of the day, the question becomes, can they stop the pain that
Hello,
Major
match
Prod
2
is
is
put
about
out
to begin.
here? Well, we're going to find out as we jump into Erangel for the first time with John Allen and Blake.
Major like
BTR बोला ना
major
मैंने, हाँ,
points
BTR
right
बोला।
now, top of the tables by head and shoulders. They are definitely into the lead. Good see one of these top. Playing first, Erangel today from over by Novo up towards Georgia Pole.
His Paraboy playing PMGC. No, brother.
It's an
Paraboy
interesting play
team
here
did
down
not
from that
qualify
south
for
side
the
towards
PMGC. They are
northwest.
not playing.
Again, these teams have been catching themselves down towards the southwest side of the map quite a few times. Major Pride, yeah, my brain's telling me no, but the leaderboards, they're telling me yes right now, and I don't really know what to think about it, honestly. I mean, fair play to them. They are absolutely owning the lobby.
Good casting bhai ye.
Hopefully, you can continue.
उनको मजा आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है मुझे
because,
नहीं पता,
again,
but I like this
it's
kind
a
of
weird
casting.
map on Sandmark because
बहुत
as Matt said on the
casual,
desk,
chill.
you know, they instantly make that rotate towards the northwest side. And it was
Vibing
filled with plenty of good
with his
decisions.
fellow
The circle
casters.
still blesses them though. I want to see a good Major Pride game where the circle is not on their side. I don't know, man. I feel
दुआ
like
खेल रहा है
I've
भाई
been
मत
a
याद
hater
करो यार
right
शरण
now,
नहीं खेल रहा है bro.
but
Couldn't
I
qualify.
gotta listen to the brain, but you know, right now my heart is happy for Major Pride.
That is true. I think that's going to be the general opinion. Other than
Boring
if you're
casting.
a diehard Major Pride fan. in
मतलब
which
आप
case they did
मालिक
nothing
भाई
wrong
आपके सबसे
and absolutely deserved every single one of the points.
अच्छा casting क्या
To
होता
be
है?
fair, they do, kind of.
चिल्लाना.
Oh, look at this. Another Southwest Circle. Goodness me.
Energetic shouting.
Are we going to Quarry again? Let's see. Can
मुझे थोड़ा
Novi stay
इस टाइप का
alive?
casting पसंद है जिसमें
Yeah,
और
it's
रे
really
चिपका
good.
दिया nice one.
Ooh, nice one from
Major Pride से ले
Boss
लिया
starting
gunfight.
off.
Wait,
Instantly
that's
takes
Major
up the shotgun. And that is Major Pride. Right, losing a player. I mean, they
Chal
dropped similar
BTR.
locations, and this time I think BTR wants to get
बताओ
themselves
इनको.
into a spot where they could more easily rotate down towards the southwest side. This is likely more of a quick decision.
भाई
made
अकेला
by
क्यों
them.
आया इधर?
Yeah, and they're not
Huh?
going to be hot dropping with Inko, which is generally what you kind of see. Although
yeah.
Inko and Aura may be in a little bit of trouble with one another, close by on the east side
पता
of
नहीं.
Rostock in the meantime. Yeah, they're just dropping over the way. Okay, a little bit further away than I
मार,
thought.
मार, मार, मार.
Active. Might be quite far away, but you got a 4x, and all of a sudden it's a little bit easier. Not
मारना
gonna
था
be
क्या
able
मजा
to
था.
hit any of those shots though, and gonna allow him to descend, touch the floor, grass, touched, and now Aura.
Alpha
एंट्री
7 की
अच्छी है
rotation
लेकिन
interesting
बैटरी
होगी
का
इस बार.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
He's
कैजुअल
going
है
for a fight, but they are
Rotation-
far enough apart where it's not.
इरांगल में
necessary to
कैसा होता पता बड़ी?
I will say my dude had
Alpha
great
7 का.
posture. He was
कल का
all
एग्जांपल
up
तेरे को
right
बताता हूँ.
Yeah.
in his seat.
ये लोग एक जगह ले लिए.
It's gotta be
उसके
done. It's gotta
आसपास
be
ही
done,
end
especially
zone बना
in-
पता.
I would say it's even more
इरांगल Alpha 7 का
for a
prediction
factor
अच्छा होता है.
in mobile esports.
बट एंड में कन्वर्ट करना तो भाई
posture.
सिचुएशन के हिसाब से होता है.
Considering you are looking down at your phone.
तो
a lot of
देखते हैं
times,
कल
so
not the
you guys
best.
at home, make sure you take
But let's hope for the best today.
PUBG Mobile.
कल
We
not
know
the
it's a
best.
great game.
Still Alpha 7 is at hashtag
I
3.
feel like
Qualify तो पक्का होगा
the
bro.
claw
Alpha
should be
7
in the
directly
hands,
grand
not in
finals
the
को.
spine.
100%
You
होगा.
don't want to be clawing the
I
spine.
don't want to be shrimping up. No one wants to shrimp. Don't be
They
shrimping.
had a
up.
bad day yesterday and they're still in top 3.
That's what all the kids are doing on block these days. They're all shrimping.
I would not be surprised आज अगर Alpha
Those
7 hashtag
rock
1 पे
kids,
finish करेगा तो.
They're all shrimping. Oh. Hate those guys.
I used to shrimp.
But now
I
you
used to
lobster.
curly fry.
Oh.
Don't do it no more.
Good time.
भाई
Maybe a
फेस
little
कैम का
bit.
कुछ कर यार. क्या हुआ
shrimp
फेस
face.
कैम का क्या हुआ?
Yeah. To catch myself.
सही तो है.
It's all in the
Back-
chair.
I'm back to the
Good
past.
chair. Great investment, I think.
Yeah, I do have a nice little Herman Miller, but I think it's too small for me.
Or are
Like
you too
I'm-
big for it?
Yeah, I think the fault's on me. The
Hashtag
chair
3
is
and
nice.
hashtag 6
Yeah,
have
I think
only
the
2
fault,
point
it
difference.
does lie with my
That is how it is
genetics,
always
personally.
in
Yeah,
global and
you
PEL.
specifically grew too big.
मतलब
And that's-
टीम्स
that's
का
what went wrong there.
टीम्स का
I
स्ट्रेंथ
ate
पे
too many
उतना
green
डिफरेंस
beans
नहीं है तुम
and
लोग को जितना
drank
लगता
way
है.
too much milk.
ऑलमोस्ट सारे टीम्स अच्छे हैं.
Oh dear.
The skill difference is not
Yeah,
that
sometimes
major.
that's just-
तो तब
that's just
यही
how it
होता
is.
है
Alpha 7.
कि बहुत
They
क्लोज
were
रहता है
not drinking their
पॉइंट्स.
milk last match. They got cut out by
Difference.
DRX. Oh, Mafioso carving his name into the wall there with a knife throw. Gets it back though.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, it wasn't necessarily
ऊपर
a bad
सेंटर में लगा
rotate
दो.
from them. I think they were
कैमरा.
quite far over on the
अरे मेरे को
eastern
लगता है
side, and
मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द पीपल
because
लाइक
there was a huge
दिस
amount of
पोजीशन
teams that
ओनली.
actually
इधर ही
headed
पसंद है.
for the southeast
मैंने
side of the
सारे
map.
ट्राई कर चुका हूँ मैं.
It
अगर
was a
लेफ्ट
difficult
में
push for
ऊपर
them,
रखूंगा ना तो किल फीड का
realistically.
दिक्कत होगा.
So I don't mind
ऊपर
too
रखूंगा
much that they
तो
went out early in that game.
फेस कैम
I think
उतना
there's definitely
कंफर्टेबली देख नहीं
potential to
पाएंगे.
get some better nades over towards that bridge area. But again, it was so late in the circle.
Spike
and
भाई
decided to
कल
rotate
भी
in
सेम
that
टी
there
शर्ट
wasn't too much
पहने थे.
opportunity to get too
नहीं
much
कल
done.
ये नहीं
So
पहना मैंने.
immediately out of the vehicle, a good trade.
कल मैंने कुर्ता
Really
पहना
good
था भाई.
trade. I think you got to stand your ground in those moments, honestly.
भाई एमपी को टारगेट कर रहे हैं क्या लोग?
Seiwu pops
हो
out,
जाएगा ये,
gets
हो जाएगा।
away. Elementrix trying to go back on in. The DP doesn't actually take shots. They're more concerned with staying alive as 3. They don't want to overexpose. They don't know where the rest of MSJ are, although they are far up in the north. The regroup hasn't come
इंडिया भी
through for
होती
them
तो
just
मजा
yet.
आता भाई,
It's
इंडिया
a
होती तो
dangerous
भाई
game to go for the spray downs.
अलग
You don't
level।
know where that backup could come from. You could immediately get taken down, and then all
कोई
of a
बात
sudden
नहीं,
it's just
अगला साल
Becca left for
का
Major
वेट
Prize,
करते हैं।
because they are only 3 players after that early pick from BTR.
Yeah, still 84 points, man. Incredible point scoring so far. Like, very much ahead of everyone else. 25 points ahead of second.
Jellyfish, अरे
Yeah, I
यार,
would
it's
be
been
too
long
unhappy,
months.
actually, if
I
this was
haven't
just
seen
our
you
confirmed
streaming.
top 3 at this point in time.
Welcome back, bro.
With Team Spirit, Major
I've been
Prize,
streaming
Alpha
for
7 going through
very
on that
consistently.
direct
I
invite.
have streamed PL also.
I do think if you're Team
But
Spirit,
कोई बात
then
नहीं
you
आप
have to
और
worry
उतार
about
दिया
dropping out of
भाई,
top 3 because
AKM
they
से
do
मारा क्या
not
उसने?
fare well in survival stages. Mafioso getting taken down on a rotate downwards. Second time Seiru's popped off this game.
Coops knock
Yes.
finish. Kitsune
Team
knock.
Spirit, they've managed to take a fight.
Effect
Kitsune
भी
finds
knock.
Coops, gets the flush, but Effect is knocked. So is Kitsune. The smoke was just about there.
Matic
so it may
and
be
Nomi are
difficult
the
to
last men
burn that
standing.
Flush. However, it looks like Team Spirit are just getting pulled apart here in the valley. Is everybody seemingly going all the way over to Primorsk? I mean, the circle isn't that far southwest, but everybody wants to group up around the northwest side of Quarry. They want to get ahead of that, and that is forcing teams together in a way that feels a little bit unnatural for a stage 1 circle.
I personally think that Team Spirit need to rethink their strategy right now. I know that they're saying sticking to the plan at the moment, but the plan's not working. And the reason it's not working is because we have a real heavy central lobby at the moment. I think we've seen central lobbies in the past.
एक गोली का है वो.
You should do in the future. I reckon it's not too many more shots
Yeah.
you'll need onto Robs here.
Twisted
Actually,
Minds.
finish it onto Twisted Minds. But yeah,
Consistency
we
तो
have
है
seen
भाई
central
इनका.
lobbies in the past, but nothing quite as much as this. And especially over towards Quarry as well. I think so many people were confirming over towards this position earlier.
ये
When you
लोग का
play
fight
towards
हो रहा
farm,
है तो सब एक
on
साथ हो
Team
रहा,
Spirit,
unlike BGMI
I get
जैसा
that they
end
want to
तक
try and
लेके
get some
जाते हैं.
big points from
भाई,
taking a central position. It's just not
Still not
possible
finished.
from that angle, sadly. You got to play something more along the lines of what
इधर का
Lucian
flow
and
ऐसा
Matt
ही
is
है.
doing, which is coming in much later.
गन उठाओ और
or
जाओ
even
कोई टीम
DXAV,
पे
I think
लड़ने.
I'd like DXAV's approach on these circles so far on the southwest. Is just playing up towards Gatka. Basically,
और third parties बहुत कम ही देखने को मिलता है
in the
इधर.
early game, and then
जिस
playing
तरीके
in
से
from
इधर
that
होता
northern
है.
side. Now,
हमारे
it
यहाँ
hasn't got
third,
them
fourth,
a
fifth party
huge
एक ही
amount of
जगह पे
points
होता है.
towards the end games of Wrangles, but it's kept them in the conversation.
और ये nice spray bro, एक गोली का है वो.
एंट्री अच्छी है,
Judas
लेकिन
भाई
बैठने
कब
का
खेलेगा
तरीका अभी
BGMI?
बड़ा कैजुअल है.
जब उसकी मर्जी में कुछ force नहीं करने वाला
Major
उसके ऊपर.
Pride trying to claw some
He'll be more
points
into
back
outdoor
on this
sports, that I
game
can promise.
After losing one of their players early, they managed to get all 3 of the engagement with MSJ. West continues to just pack in so minute. We're down to 54 players pretty early on. From Matt.
He zone left, middle, center circle.
Pace. I would love a shift up, George.
बोला मैंने.
But it's not going to happen. The teams were right to move down to this southwest side this time around, as the circle does give them what they asked for.
Yeah, West Coast is a big feature.
भाई मेरे को ले लो यार, कोई टीम ले लो, एनालिस्ट कुछ भी पोजी में ले लो मेरे को.
Compound that sits on the coast, likely going to be your best bet going forward in this game. I think that they're concerned about teams.
गेम फॉर पीस अलग गेम है, PUBG से तो
instead of trying to push down
चाइना को इनवाइट मिलता है, इंडिया को क्यों नहीं मिलता?
two
प्लीज रिप्लाई
quite
डोंट इग्नोर.
instantaneously, despite having
I'm
that
not
Primor's
ignoring
drop at the start of the game.
It has to do with
It
has to do with Crafton.
And as Jason was saying,
They have
Angle
to
yesterday, huge boon. in terms of
implement this.
numbers they were able
Oi!
to put up.
Nice trade.
Getting 2 chicken dinners on this map yesterday alone.
इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर क्राफ्टन नहीं दे सकता है, अभी तक कुछ आंसर नहीं दिया, तो मैं क्या दे सकता हूँ बताओ?
Just yeah, he's going to turn
I
around.
don't know.
Not going to go for that fight. Too much danger for his liking. Just wants to get away with it. Gives up the point. Although Rig is not down just yet fully. They could potentially go for a rescue mission if they can find a knock. And there's the spray down onto Eugene de Muerte. They've moved forward to try and deal with it. And out goes the roll-up. Potential for already
run out.
enacting this res as well. As across they go. They know that that sight line was only 2 players. That's going to force both of those players not to have the angle. And up they go. In for the backup. Going straight into the back lines. Yappy goes down first. Unfortunately, they get the spray down. The
Nice
push is
one,
there.
Pusher.
Looks for the shots over towards it and holds his line against Harame, bro. And that will be 3 points picked up. A nice little turn for Harame Bro, but they couldn't find the shots. It looked like it was open season on Demuerte, but they managed to make it
भाई
work.
पंप का क्या सीन है भाई सारे पंप यूज कर रहे हैं
though. He played pretty far back there.
pump को थोड़ा overpower कर दिया क्या pump को?
I don't think Harame Bro had any idea.
Majority of the
existing.
people are
So
using
when they made
pump.
that full pelt push
Some
over
people are
towards,
using DBS.
Demuerte,
No,
they were
almost
just
no one
taking
are
tons
using
of shots towards that
S12K.
back line. Still awesome that they were able to get that res off in time, and he stood his ground even with the low HP he had. And even more spectacular is the fact that they get out.
Is
this fight
pump
with
greater
4
than
players,
S12K?
which is a true test of resilience for a team like Demuerte down towards his south side.
ये जरा बात करनी पड़ेगी मुझे.
And they were coming in from the far east, John.
They've made a long rotate around
भाई
to
भाई
this
तुम्हारे हिसाब से
location.
इंडिया के
Has
कौन
have a
सी
lot
टीम
of
ये
other
लॉबी
teams. I mean,
में
Vampire
टक्कर
all
दे
the brunt of
पाएगी?
it. I mean, it's kind of
भाई
the same
टक्कर तो पता
idea
नहीं, but the best
as what
teams to
happened to Team
represent
Spirit
India
back at
are the
Sandbox,
ones who
right?
are
It's
most
just a lot
consistent
of teams moving
in
into
all the
your
big
immediate
tournaments.
rotational
Team
paths,
X-Park,
and you just lose so
Ico
much
Soul,
because of it. Fortunately, it's not a river crossing. It's not as exposed
Team
as Vampire,
Versatile,
which means that they're able to hide away
ये
with
सोमराज की टीम
2.
है.
But it's that same sort of punishment. As they try and leave Primos,
Yeah.
they just get scooped out, and there's 2 of their players now left standing, and they're surrounded by Major Pride, by Demuerte, and RSG across the road.
It's a strange circle in terms of the landmass that's still here. You have a lot of open space off towards that eastern side, but you have the fielded area that kind of cuts through. You can see it here with the circle
Damage
heading
is
up
same
towards that
S12K
north.
and
You've got
pump.
fielded area that cuts through.
But
on
fire
that
rate
western
ज़्यादा है ना
side.
S12K
You've
का.
got this plateau
why are
on
people
towards the
not-
north, and you've got the swamps down towards the south.
S12K
So
spawn
a lot
कम
of really
है.
odd area
अच्छा.
to play, a lot of flat
But still,
ground.
so far in the tournament,
एंट्री
not
अच्छी है
once.
लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Accuracy के हिसाब से pump is way better.
That
That I agree, buddy.
Really
मैं
is
वो नहीं
quite
बता
tough
रहा
to
हूँ मैं.
play. Mirren St. John going for an aggressive push out towards the east here.
क्या बात है, लग गई. Team Spirit
Spray
बाहर.
down, Federalis last
I
player
go
to
back
fall,
to back.
takes down Team Spirit, Major Pride, hot on their tail.
अबे
Goes
एक
a
गोली.
little bit
Nice
more
one, nice
aggression
one,
as
nice
well.
one.
Becca in danger, gets pulled out. The reload can come through from Federalis, and now Evo station up for the fight. The nade's cooking. There's shots from a third party as well. The angle's cutting across, and Federalis has the nade. It looks good, but it just goes a little bit
क्या
long.
बात है
Doesn't
भाई,
take the
Federalis.
damage
Nice
from
one,
it.
nice
Steps
one.
out, and the shotgun lands. That's Major Pride down and out. Our top 2
तो मैं क्या बता रहा
teams
था?
swept aside, but
जो
who can
जिस
take
लेवल
that
पे ये
place?
प्लेयर्स और अरे ये क्या एंट्री मार दी भाई MSJ.
Whoa. And that was last moment.
On Alpha 7 that too.
Crashing over towards Alpha 7.
उसके मार दिए
They
एक
know
को.
they damaged this team earlier.
Carrillo is the last man
Follow
standing
up
for
onto
Alpha 7.
What is a very diminished team here on Alpha 7 with just
एक
one
तो दे
player
दिया
left
Carrillo ने.
remaining. Carrillo though, no slouch, not a player to be trifled
चल
with.
bro चल.
And Erin, the third party from Zeus. Alpha 7
Zeus
now in a
alone
1v2 for Carrillo on the inside. Jae-Suk tentative, so is Final. They don't want to go in for this one anymore. They know the third party exists from Zeus across the way, out to that eastern edge. But Carrillo wants
Push
to
क्यों
fight
किया
himself.
Carrillo, मेरे को
It's
समझ नहीं आया.
probably not the right decision though. Turns the corner into 2 sides.
Alpha 7 बाहर at hashtag 13. भाई क्या एंट्री मार दी भाई,
Hasn't
गाड़ी
been
का
some kind of
पार्किंग
play,
देखो.
sitting there forever. Sad that they lose Sabu on
Danger
the
parking.
sidelines there from an off angle.
तो मैं क्या बोल रहा था S12 के बारे में. It's not about the accuracy. जिस लेवल पे सारे प्लेयर्स हैं ना, accuracy तो S12 से भी मेंटेन कर लेंगे. बड़ी बात नहीं है. But I have not seen any player using S12 so far in this tournament. कुछ तो होगा. देखो ये भी पंप यूज कर रहा है. कुछ तो होगा बात. कुछ तो होगा.
Very, very nice position to play. It is a spot that you can lose quite quickly, though. But this is not going to be likely a position that's challenged out until much later in the game.
भाई मेरे को Alpha 7
But smokes will
I don't
be
want to use this
essential.
word.
So the
अभी
teams are
फिलहाल
going to
weak
slow
लग
things
रहा है.
down a lot, understanding the lay of the land.
जिस तरीके से मार खा
And
रही
if
हो वो देख
that
के.
compound that Zeus currently controls stays within that circle, they will need to hold on to a lot of utility and try not to
I
take
hope
too
they
many
come
fights
back
early.
on track.
A lot of the east side of that circle as well is being controlled by DX Xavier. They're currently on a 2-2 split, and they are stopping anybody from really rotating around that way. That's where Demuerte wanted
Jonathan,
to go for a while.
#1 player
That's where
of the
BTR are
world.
potentially going to look to rotate across,
Parvez
but
Khan
instead
bhai.
it's going to force a north to south line
क्यों बता रहे हो
of
इधर वो?
teams into this next
समझ नहीं आ रहा
circle.
मुझे.
You can see there DX
Bullet
Xavier
spread
holding out
S12K
that
need
east side.
attachments.
They are sticking everyone down here.
एक ही तो attachment लगेगी
forcing
उसके
BTR
लिए.
to look for the fight
Duck bill
against
लगाओ.
Cora. That is a big shift away from
बस,
this east side
वो तो
though.
मिल ही जाएगा.
DX Xavier may have to relinquish that control. The south side looking still ever more
पंप के लिए भी
treacherous.
लगता है bro.
Yeah, for DX
Attachment.
there's likely a crash in their
It's
future.
not an attachment
I mean, they could play
free
over towards that
shotgun.
roadside
Attachment
potentially.
free तो एक ही gun है,
That's
वो है
likely the
DBS.
only thing that they'll be able to pick up going forward. Federalis, once again, the action is coming towards his way. I mean, that Shack did provide a lot of good control. He does find a pick off over towards Final. They stop short. He has done unbelievable work at holding down this position as a
फेडeralis
solo
हरामी ब्रो का
pro Harame.
अकेला बंदा बचा है
I mean,
और
3 limbs off the
मचा रहा
back
है
of
बे तब
that,
से
and I
वो
mean, fighting off versus
3 kill मार दिया अकेले ने तब
Major
से
Pride that moves in that way, as did Team Spirit. He wasn't able to grab as many eliminations that I think he would quite have liked, but still, it has been a phenomenal game from him on that side.
टॉप 3 टीम्स बाहर वैम्पायर
I think
Xavier
from RSJ's position,
और
they've got
BTR.
sidelines up towards Federalis'
मौका है उनके पास
position,
क्लाइम करने के लिए
which means that
चिकन इक्वल टू
it's really
हैशटैग
quite difficult to
4 5
approach
6
it. I
टीम्स के
think
लिए
Zeus is just covered off by the high ground that sits to Federalis's east, but these approaches
Pump
towards
is now
his
favorite
position,
for esports
most teams
players,
are
okay?
looking at the hilltop that sits out to his east
क्या
and not really committing to
WYY
that track. I
अभी
think
भी
as soon as
टॉप
a team,
एक्शन
maybe
के
Aura,
लेवल का गन
just
पावर
decides
कैरी
to go for
करता
that
है
crash, things
No
change
doubt.
a little bit, but
WYY
as it stands, he is fairly safe.
is
even
one of
just
the
as a
most
solo,
hardworking
to
guys
get in towards those top 7,
in
top
China
6
region.
maybe.
Yeah, it's the reason why Team Spirit
That is the
sent so
reason
quickly over towards that
he's
shack
still
as
one
well,
of the top
because it's
assaulters
one
of
of
the
the few
country.
shacks in the game that actually has that cover on either side, and then it's fairly empty ground down towards the south and the north, so it does make it
भाई
actually
लक्सी
quite
जक्सी है
easy
क्या
to hold
लक्सी
your
नहीं है
northern
जक्सी है
edge. Like you
BDR
say, RSG do have sightlines looking up that way, but he never has to expose himself. As long as he's got smokes, which he should do, there's a fair few death crates around that position. He can always smoke off his south side and then just play off the back towards the north. So we'll see what happens going into the future, but I imagine
ये
there
कहाँ
will be
सोया
more
देख इसको
crashes to come over towards that. People are very, very aware of that position.
नाइस
And over
कुछ इन्फो
by
नहीं है उसका
Quarry, teams are looking to dig
ये भारी पड़
themselves
सकता
out
है
of their
DMR के लिए
positions here. Loops is the most northern team of this glut, but Demuerte have found themselves sort of paralyzed into this position. It's really unfavorable. They've been rotating around left, west, everywhere.
लग गई
And it seems like now they're looking for this fight. And lovely off angle from DRX, though, makes it a little bit easier.
सारे गोली मिस
Zara
किया है
gets taken down almost immediately. The mini 14 next.
ऑलमोस्ट सारे गोली मिस
Demuerte
किया इसने
have another opportunity to make something work here. 3 of their players alive, and Eugene is resable here for Tresley. The nade's going to come through for Loops, but not going to quite connect.
Pretty much for Loops at the moment, it's time-based. It's time-based for them because as long as they can hold out
Pump
for the
gun
next
से
couple of
pump हो
minutes,
जाता player
the
इसलिए
blue's likely going to be the thing that actually takes down Demuerte.
Beautiful
I
explanation,
think that
bro.
these
मुझे तो
nades
पता ही
right
नहीं
now
था
are maybe somewhat unnecessary from
पंप
Loops.
गन से पंप हो जाता है player
It's
सही है बात
not likely you're going to find the shot. And even taking this push was crazy from Nino. Do not like that at all. You just have to wait a little bit. Honestly, that's it. Just some patience. Look at them now. They're scared. Sat inside the warehouse. They're like, well, we may have over-egged the pudding there.
That is an unfortunate turn for Loops. But Demuerte, I mean, they're showing some real
Federalist
class
पे
in this
zone बनी।
match, I think. Their rotations, I mean, maybe
किस्मत तो
sure they
है।
were stymied out over on that east side. That's maybe the one fault I'd give them right now. But they are being dynamic with these
BTR
rotations,
versus
and they
Xavier.
are finding those opportunities, navigating them well. So hopefully they can transition away from this south side. BTR, though, on the north, they have pushed in ahead of DX Xavier, actually, cutting in in front of them in the queue. Not too polite, but BTR will take the points if they can get them. Satar goes down, however, and DX Xavier will not go out without a fight.
Yeah, DX Xavier currently pushed up against the blue. That is the main assistance right now that BTR has. Unfortunately, they are downhill. Ernest Jong finds Nenevete. That is along the way, and will find the flush as well, which is big. In the meantime, it's Luke versus Demuerte. It's a 4v2. It's a tough fight.
BTR गया क्या?
He goes, not
Yeah,
gonna
BTR.
quite find the connection there. BTR having a real tough time. I think DX Xavier may have just swept that fight over on the northeast
BTR
side.
बाहर hashtag
Indeed,
12.
down go BTR.
Oi,
Very
HP.
nice approach for DX Xavier. That blue zone not being a factor. Tresley on the off angle as we hop back over to this fight between Demuerte
चलो,
and
Loops.
Loops on the south side.
Loops का भी time आ चुका है।
Steps in, gets one, the shutdown is
DMR
there,
घुस-घुस के
and
मार
Loops
रहा है।
are just being taken down one by one. The death march of Demuerte.
Loops बाहर
Able to
And
do a
hashtag
lot
11.
of damage, and it will be the end of
6
Loops.
finishes 4-man strong DMR
That will, and there'll be no symbiosis in this location with our Venom little event going on in game. Check out the movie as well.
if PUBG returns will India get international swords why first of all PUBG is not returning let's not
You'd love
talk
to see
about
it.
it
Literally. Inko on the southeast side. Can push past Jae-Suk. Last player for MSJ. This mid game not as successful as they have had in the past. But not much more than that. Losing players to that Zeus off angle. And the nades go through. Inko still struggling. It's a solo who is very exposed from this western edge. I'm surprised
भाई
that
RSG
Kid Ben
कुछ
and DRX
दिखाओ
have
यार.
not taken shots out this way. They may not have sightlines just down
कुछ
towards
बढ़िया
them,
game
but
दिखाओ.
here come DXavier. They're sailing straight for Hyun Bin's position.
मार खा
DRX,
रही
their
RSG.
duo, may be under pressure now, and immediately they're just going to get rolled on in.
Yeah, DRX getting torn to bits there. DXavier making quite a
DRX
bold push, actually. With DRX going out, they will take control of that spot. Very central position as well. And this is an interesting spot to finish things up with that high ground that kind of slopes up throughout the center of this circle. I think DXavier have a great chance in this game, and it's one thing that DXavier has always been very good at is controlling large amount of spaces, open spaces at that. Their compound play is good, but I would say their open land play is even better.
Zeus still taking shots though. It's traded.
Oh,
back
S12
and
के
forth.
S12
Maniac
के
move
S12 के.
forwards. He is isolated from the rest of Zeus. Jaesuk solo going up against Inko. Let's see if he can get the job done here as he's up to the wall of the shack. Has a little bit of cover to play around. Both of these players
घुस के
not
दे दिया
quite
भाई, घुस
stepping
के दे
out
दिया. Nice
fast
one.
enough, but out he goes and
And with that
just about able to get the
MSJ.
second shot to connect.
बाहर.
One show stays alive for Inko, and they will play on this 3 on the southeast
Inko.
side.
Yeah, that's fairly sad.
Three-man
Some of the
strong.
nurse going through to the shotguns overall. Tags him in the
भाई
ribcage.
SL के भी
and
use
he's
कर रहे
not
लोग.
full on.
The
registered
reason
hit. Won't get
pump
the
से
insta-kip on that.
1-2%
That's sad. I mean,
है
Jason
कि
definitely has
enemy
impressed me
knock
as one of the best
ना
fraggers
हो.
on side.
78,
for
I mean
Viren Sejon.
99% chance है
Yeah,
enemy
this is a
knock
full reset
होगा.
for DXavier.
Only
luckily.
level 1 2 3 कोई सा भी एक गोली में
And the circle does
enemy
go
knock.
down their way.
Really
You meant to
strong
say the
movement
damage is
here,
high.
and they have actually pushed up ahead of
Shotgun
Alpha
का.
7
I mean,
into the top
pump
3
shotgun
now,
का.
Blank, and looking at Team Spirit with hunger in their
मैं
eyes.
टेस्ट करूंगा रुक जा मैं
Very, very
मैं कल
close.
बताऊंगा तुम लोग को मैं
Trying
टेस्ट करूंगा
to
मेरे पास
take-
PUBG मोबाइल पड़ा है मेरे मोबाइल में मैं
Already
टेस्ट
dead.
करूंगा
Good
उसका
shots.
बताऊंगा
I
तुम
mean,
लोग
Zeus is not a bad team.
Damage
I
का तो
think they've
कुछ
been finding their
ना-
footing
I think
inside
stability
this
का ही
lobby.
होगा कुछ.
They came from
Damage का I don't
PMSL
think
EMEA
कुछ-
is a
कुछ
relative
करेंगे वो.
unknown,
बढ़ाना
right?
वैसा.
And
It's more of a
did
stability
put
thing.
to shame quite a few veteran squads in terms of the skill
And
the
availability
performance that
यार
they
बहुत
were
easily
able
मिल
to
जाता है pump
provide,
shotgun तुम्हें.
in those
Spawn-
finals.
Spawn
But it's a whole different beast to
बहुत
tackle
easy
coming
है
over
उसका.
towards an international tournament. And
पर
I think
मेरे
we need to
हिसाब
get
से
used to the
इंडियन
fact that there
टीम
really
अगर
isn't any
ये
feeder teams to go
lobby
off the back
खेलेगी
of.
तो
And it's
जहाँ
not
heal
always going to
battle
be just
नहीं होता है
positioning
ना
based.
वहाँ
If they
heal
have that
battle
position,
शुरू
they
हो
can fight other teams.
जाएगा.
I think the
शुरू
lucky
हो
thing, I
जाने के लिए
always say this, and
Not-
if you've
first of
listened
all, not
to
possible,
mine
bro.
and John's commentary for a long
Heal battle
time, you
possible
know
नहीं है
that I always say that mechanical skill
ये
is
settings
much
में.
harder to teach than tactical.
भाई vampire का consistency तो है भाई. End zone तक almost आ रहे हो.
Aaron, he's really able to through a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Convert नहीं हो रहा उनका.
been great to see his ascendancy last season. He's a rookie running through and actually give it a really good go here in Group Yellow. I think
Damage
it's
and
very,
stability
very
is better
impressive,
in pump.
even though
This
right now
makes
they're
sense. Yeah,
forced-
मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है.
tables are still it takes is one big game up and back in that conversation pretty quickly. See if they can find a little juice out of this game.
चल हो रहा. I'm going with Hora this match.
Players that they do
हो रहा.
push side, but
करके दिखाओ इस बार.
for them as Aura crest.
Let's go.
The big
Bottom पे चल रहा है बे हो
it's
रहा.
4 match days.
एक अच्छा
right?
match and
It's
they'll
not
be in
it was only
top 8.
3 though. A little spread. Yes, some mistakes in those first couple to bring it back around, but you
Oi.
don't averages up. So today is very important.
Zeus Rita.
It's not in terms of trying to get towards the top side of the lobby, but a middling position would be fantastic for them.
Absolutely. Alright, bro, are finally fully eliminated. Federales can go no further. They did get spotted there. A little bit of damage done.
क्या लगता है
though to
boys?
Aura as
Can
they now
Hora
own 3 players.
get a winner chicken
Losing
dinner
Malik.
in this match?
Side angle.
Or
So
no?
3v3 Zeus versus Aura on that north side. DXavier still on 4 players alive and into the top 7 now. The placement points will start to rack up as we climb up these tables. No fear. Trying to get that information.
Bottom 5 teams
Back
eliminate
on
हो
this
जाएंगे.
team. DXavier
Just so you guys know.
roadblock for these north side teams.
And Hora चल रहा है bottom से
Pretty much,
second.
there was that instance where they went over towards that ditch, and that was the most dangerous portion
DX
of the
chicken.
game.
Okay.
Xavier, and there was just Zeus, the only one to see them.
RSG
on that angle,
lightning
and they
knock.
could take that full-on brawl, kind of a 1v1.
No fear
But
knock.
now so many more angles
Lightning
have been
finish.
opened up around the map. It's
Tony
not as
के
easy for
S12
Zeus
के
to
चला
take
रहा
these
है.
shots without those
Tony
sightlines
के
being seen.
S12 के.
Vampires have been going on with Zeus
Rhyme
for
तो है
quite a
भाई.
while, John, and they've been doing honestly quite good work with it. They've taken down more and more
RSG
players.
DD
and
is the
now
last
got
man
this
standing.
Final play here for RSG. If they can flush him out and the circle does not head down towards that southwest side, unfortunately for them, but this is still a good position to play off the back of.
Zeus have just made a really bold play. They tried to rotate ahead of Aura based on the knock that they were able to achieve, but they've lost their forward scout. Darkin is
मेरे को
down.
भी Xavier ही लग रहा है,
Very
ये
much
match.
in nade range here. This is a very difficult fight for Zeus to be able to control with
Xavier.
Aura on that flank, able to get this res off as well. Sure, they're ahead, but they've lost
But
that
I'm going to
outpost,
stick
and it's
with
gonna make
Hora
things
only.
so
मैं
hard for
चाहता
the
हूँ कि Hora
backline
निकाले ये match.
of Zeus, sorry, and DXavier can just continue to put nades down.
It depends how much they have
RSG
left.
choking a
I
lot.
think
I know.
they weren't able to get through too many fights in terms of the death crates. Vampires.
Is this the first time RSG playing global lobby?
Because it's getting tough dealing with these angles on the
I
side,
think so, right?
as well as trying to deal with a player who is within the mix.
DD versus Tony
so
K
they're gonna go
and
for a
Schwabs.
2v1 push, fully stimming up.
नेड आ रहा है, नेड आ रहा है, नेड आ रहा है. सही टाइम पे हट गया.
Steps in for the stunner. God turns the corner. Doesn't
वो
get
एक को knock
the
किया है,
shotgun,
हाँ?
and
नहीं
looks
किया,
for
नहीं
another
किया.
chance, but his
Tony के दे
ankles
दिया.
just a little bit too exposed there. Tony
And with
K
that, RSG
sweeps the
बाहर
leg.
and Vampire Esports
Vampire
4
do
finishes
manage
2
to
men
get the
strong.
first stage of their task done. Now, can they transition with 2?
Inco, sightlines over towards Muerte. Not so much over towards Vampires at the moment. Pusher last left alive, but really, where's he go at this point in time, right? There's not many
No,
opportunities
third
for him
time.
to make a step
Second
up
time.
here.
First PMWI.
Even
same
for
team थी क्या?
Vampires, I mean, heading over towards that northern side to try and
Was
break
it-
their way in.
Is it the same
There
team?
is open season.
Uh-oh.
Also for these squads. Good shots from Inco, though. Inactive finding Lamborghini.
A really important pickup as well. Paragin is down. DXavier, they're on 2 players now, and they are splitting their focus. Eren stepping wide, but
By
back into a
need पे
nade
need आ
goes
रहा है
down. It's up to
Xavier पे.
Rita now for DXavier, but there is an opportunity. 2 players for DXavier. Eren is down, and the blue zone is pushing, but I think behind that tree, he may have some cover. Inco is
Nice
such a
one.
major factor
Art
in this
finishes
position, as Levi's picked
for
up another
Xavier
player,
Esports.
and it's Zeus going to start to crumble here. DXavier trying to stand the test, but Inco may have just been able to find the opening they were looking for.
Tony
A
cannot-
spray down across
Schwabs
the
is
way.
the last man.
Aura
नहीं,
are
नहीं,
suffering
गया,
as
गया,
well.
Vampire गया
Inco
बाहर.
have command here.
Yeah, Inco has been playing a slow
Hora
game
Esports,
on this
3 man
southeast
strong.
coast. They're doing a good job of it. Honestly, they've had a lot of positions to take command of. and
3v,
keep
3v,
under
1v3
control.
situation.
Vitali picking himself a refresh on level 3s as well, which is really big for
इसके
the
बाद
end
death
game.
circle है 30
Nate
seconds
sent
में.
across Paragin
I mean
down
26 seconds में
again.
death circle है.
And it's tough now. You're really wondering when they're going to make a full commit.
Rita
over towards
बची
this
है भाई.
position. I think they're still
जब
really
तक
worried
Rita
about
है,
these off angles. Levi
तब तक
knows
Zeus है.
there's a player behind. Again, it has just been slow here from Inco. I mean, they have had.
क्या बात है, nice one bro, nice one.
When is that push going to come through? And they keep exposed themselves to this angle.
अभी नेपाल के ऑडियंस
Now
पूरा
it's just
पंप होंगे पता,
Vitali. The
पूरा पंप
nade's
होंगे
gonna
अभी.
go over, but there's no players left behind that tree. They've already been picked up by No Fear. As Aura turned things around, they were a little bit up against it, but they
बस
managed
उनको
to
Xavier को मारना
restabilize,
है
and
बस.
now the nades come through. DXavier
बारिश,
cut down to
बारिश,
2.
red
Can
zone
we
बना
just
दी.
stay safe from these Aura angles here. Nadetsi and Paragin, 2 players.
1v,
for
1v,
Leeds. He's
2v3
dropping that
situation.
backpack, keeping his profile
Hora has the
low,
upper hand.
knows that every single second that he can stay undetected is value, and more points added to the Zeus tally.
It's a miracle no one's really tried to assault DXavier's position. Everyone's kind of relying on grenades.
ओए
here.
ये
I
knock
think
होना था,
Inco
मजा
certainly
आता.
had an opportunity just to send
रीटा आ
over
गया
the
पीछे
top.
से.
Up goes Rita. Adeti with the drop. That is real unfortunate. He knows he's forced to
They are
this fight.
Rita.
Aura's going to be coming over
ये
the
भी
top
kill Hora
side
को मिला.
and will pick up that
9
elimination for
finishes
themselves.
for Xavier Esports.
It is horrid timing on that prone.
Beautiful lead पे Paragin, beautiful lead. चलो proper 3v2 fight.
Covered
Hora
by
versus Xavier.
Venom the last
10
dance
finishes
on
for
the
Xavier
banner there,
Esports.
but the nade did connect
I
for
think Hora
Paragin.
निकालने
It's
वाला है.
now a
Hora
2
का
versus
पहला
3.
winner winner chicken
DXavier
dinner.
up to 10 elimination.
It's happening.
They're already into
Let's
second
go.
place. They have pushed ahead of Team Spirit, and now it's only Major Pride that sit before them. They've guaranteed another 6 points at least. There's Nadeti and Paragin try to stand tall against the assault from Aura. Playing as 3, a nade over from the back lines. Looks pretty good there, does some damage, but doesn't get the knock. However, the health bars are a lot lower. Another one to follow it up. That might
कर दिया,
be
कुचल
good,
दिया, क्या
but
बात
again,
है?
doesn't quite
Paragin
bite.
is the last
Buggy
man
rolls down
standing.
for 1. Paragin now in a 1v3. Tries
With
to stay
that,
up behind the buggy.
Hora का पहला
Get it
winner
done.
winner
It's
chicken dinner.
Aura to
मैंने
keep
बोला था
things
यार,
going. The
prediction
northeast
OP कर
side
दो.
works out
हाँ,
well
कसम.
for them. They're fending off
मैंने
fight
बोला था,
after
I felt
fight,
it.
and they make their way
I
through.
felt it.
Xavier still put up a fair
Good job.
many points in that game.
Hora is back in the game.
Realistically, it kind of
With
felt like
this-
towards the end game that no one wanted to fight that team at
They
all.
can breathe now. They can
Everyone was
breathe.
just willing to sort of pinch the points from the sidelines. Xavier technically come out
GG.
far ahead from anyone else just because they made that
Vampire
aggressive
Alpha
play.
से कितने points है?
I
They are
think
doing
they played that
decent.
game very well.
4th, 5th में
Some
चल रहा है
very
वो.
neat maneuvers and a good fortress essentially set up by them over towards that.
Spike
ditch.
भाई
They
वीडियो
couldn't
आएगा ना?
no
आएगा
left
वीडियो
play
आएगा.
off the back of it.
रात को आएगा वीडियो.
A lot of moving
रात
parts
को
that
अगर
game
रात को नहीं हुआ
towards
तो
that
कल
end
सुबह
game,
आएगा
but it
वीडियो.
really just was just catching players off guard here and there and teams unwilling
Spike
to make that push. I think if Inco, after those couple knocks
No DRS
towards,
भी है.
Xavier made the
Group
push, knowing
green
that
में
there
है
is
शायद.
cover in that ditch, maybe it's a different story ahead of them.
Xavier couldn't quite hold their nerve. Zeus
All smiles.
not allowed to get the value from the position that perhaps they deserved, and it will be a victory
कितने point
coming
मिला
through
कितने kills
from Aura
मिले
as
इनको?
we head back over to the desk.
आठ finishes.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी
भाई
बड़ा
भाई
कैजुअल
पहली
है।
बार पनौती नहीं लगी आपकी. चुप हो जा बर्डी. हमेशा सही बोलता हूँ मैं. चुप चुप.
And a desperately needed considering they were in 14th
देखो
place,
prediction
they were
win rate
considered
100 कभी
to be
नहीं होता
out
किसी
of
का.
the group and having to go back
मेरा
home
win rate है
to
ना
end
somewhere
things off
around
before this match.
70 है.
But this is a big win, honestly.
और
They need, I
30% of
think,
the time
just for
तुम
the
लोग
mentality
पनौती
state of
बोलते
the
हो.
team as
70%
well.
of the
Kind of
time.
get some nerves shaken
समझ
out of
सच
Modric.
सही होता है मेरा.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean
The reason they use
you can see those
pump
nerves
because
were
of high
definitely out,
stability
because
and
I
that
think I
thing
saw them throw about
officially
like
mentioned on
30
PUBG
nades,
Mobile
30
website.
smokes.
भाई
Just to move up,
website में पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है भाई, मैंने बहुत चला.
30 smokes just to
It's
move
stable.
up like 5 feet. That was pretty crazy, you know.
But
But hey,
S12K
it
is also
worked,
stable.
and
It is not
it's a game like this that could definitely
unstable.
kind of boost your confidence for sure.
For our non-North American.
4NV
or
का
American
team कहाँ है?
viewers,
वो group
might be
green में है.
more like
This is group yellow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, somewhere on there.
Nepal
like,
team is
what?
better than Indian
How
team.
far-
In fact,
I was like, how
भाई compare
long-
क्यों
I don't
करना है
know.
भाई? Zedu
Yeah, so
aesthetics भाई
It's
compare क्यों
mine.
करना है?
It's miles.
But their rotation, of course, they drop in Yasnaya Poliana. They got all of the loot over there, so that explains why they had like so many damn smokes to begin with. Is because they looted all of Yasnaya on their own. They don't have to fight with A1 like they would do back in CSA, so they're enjoying that right now. Free looting time, and very slow rotates. And a lot of the teams, because of how the circle.
चलो धीरे-धीरे नीचे वाले teams ही ऊपर आ रहा है.
Game were fighting
Day
each
3,
other.
Day 4 में
Just allow them
competition
to play
तगड़ा होगा,
through
मजा
at
आएगा,
the
चल.
edge and wait for that opportunity
यही
to
चाहिए.
send it
One side
at the end
domination
for
नहीं
that
चाहिए
win.
भाई.
So it's not like a big elimination.
One
game,
side
it's just
domination is
passive
not
game.
good
Sometimes you've got
good for
circle
the
that comes
viewers.
away and you can use that to your advantage. Leverage that circle to get the win. Though, I do have to say, Hotrix, taking the conversation over to another team, Inco. I think this could have been Inco's game, and I don't know how you feel about it. It could have been an Inco win.
Yeah, it could have been. I'm surprised they didn't make that push later on in the game, right? They had the knocks, they had the opportunity, but they just held back. And I think that's what is like literally holding Inco back in general is indecision. You know, like that lack of just
Bye bye, I think
immediate
Indian lobby
execution.
can
Because if you look
play
at a team
decent here and can
like
go
Alpha
to
7
semi-finals or
and some of
finals.
these other squads, I
They
mean,
can
even
dominate
Major
also.
Pride, they look to be like
Also
whenever
IG.
the decision's obvious, they all move instantaneously. And Inco, I just
कहाँ
don't
से
think
आ
they
जाता
really
है
got that
IG?
yet.
I think just like Blanco was talking at the end of that game, once they got the initial knocks onto Xavier, I thought, oh, that's like the prime time to send it in that position.
Yeah, just
Unfortunately,
go.
as you said, indecision, right, Hot Jukes, and then they didn't go for it. But I hope they can look back on this game in particular, be like, we should have been more aggressive, and that's going to be the the big kind of.
What is
click
going
they
on with
needed to
Alpha
try and
7,
start
yeah?
performing there. So yeah, Inco definitely some good moves, but just a little bit of a
This is
fumble at the end
unlike.
when
This
they
is
could
so
have
unlike
maybe got the game.
them.
I mean, what about Xavier though, right? They didn't have necessarily the easiest path to get into where they
are they
eventually
experimenting something?
because they had to fight Bigatron, then they crashed onto DRX, completely overwhelming them. and
कितने
set
finger
themselves up
खेलते हो
nicely for
Spike
some
भाई? मैं
points.
3 finger
And
खेलता हूँ.
considering the top three teams were already out by that point,
IG
it was a
equal to
great
I guess.
catch-up
Okay,
game for
okay,
them
okay.
to
अरे
kind
भाई
of,
IG
take away from that
IG
lead,
का
potentially
मतलब
push themselves into top
Ignite
three,
Gaming है
which is,
भाई.
again, if you
इसलिए
guys
मैं
aren't familiar,
IG
top
वही
three
पढ़ता हूँ
from
मैं.
the group stage here goes directly
Instagram
to
भी
the
नहीं.
grand final.
Ignite Gaming हो गया वो इतना वायरल हो गया कि
Sure,
IG.
indeed. I mean, yeah, CG
समझ रहे हो?
they were like hold that little ridge line so beautifully, enable position.
God board
right?
को
But they were
भेजो
still able
lobby
to just
finish
hold
कर देगा.
on and get some straight up eliminations. That nade from right there on the Inco, was
17
just
points.
perfectly placed. Look at that, 16 points for them. But of course, you gotta give other flowers.
17.
7 points.
कितना
We'll
jump
take
मारा
that all day
होगा?
long.
Yeah, no, really good match here from Horror. I'm so surprised, actually, Jason, we saw Xavier get to that central position against DRX without losing a single player. I
Yeah.
think you brought it up at one point in that game.
Make a step up.
Hora was at 23. Sorry, 22. 17. 32 plus 7, 39. So they will be around top 10 में आ गए. they'll be at 9th position. Loops के ऊपर. Okay.
And just send it, and got a little bit lucky on the circle that ended
Ninth
up going
position
their
में आ
way,
गया.
and we're definitely
15th
happy that Inco were not willing to fully push them. But yeah, a risky push that ended up being super worthwhile for them. So good for Xavier on this match.
We've got to talk about loops though. Towards Corey, they had a fight up against Muerte, and then I believe another team eventually came in to finish everything off. Getting
Muerte, yeah.
0 eliminations from that position felt like a horrible result.
Where is
for them,
Falcon?
considering I feel like they
Group
had,
red.
they had the zone position, they had the positional advantage completely against them, and yet they couldn't hit the shots when it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, look at the leaderboard.
Overall standings.
Of course, Major Pro
Alpha
still gonna
7
be up there,
5th.
but looking at that
PTR
point, right, you
6th.
bring it up, Jason,
Vampire 4th.
I don't really want to focus too much on like Loops fumbling that one. I more want to focus on Muerte and how good they played that position, which is they sent Tresley to a wide angle to the eastern side, and all Muerte had as free real estate in that position were 2 warehouses, which, as we know, very nadeable
विराट
positions.
कोहली
You don't
रन
have
आउट.
too many
अरे अभी तो
strong
कोई तो
angles
बोल
you
रहा
can
था.
peek from with third-person perspective.
देख लेते
And
क्या चल रहा है क्रिकेट
Muerte
में.
knew that, so they went for these wide angles and just kind of suffocating all of Loops in
84
that
for 4.
warehouse, and then they just had no escape route. They had no angles to be aggressive with, and Muerte just completely obliterated them, and then were able to initiate a
Run out,
rotation in
okay,
the
okay,
southern
okay.
side of the circle. So yeah, I think Muerte had a really good fight there, but Loops, we're still waiting to see something from this team, right, Jason? So they are
Shubman Gill.
definitely
Yeah.
silent now.
Not
Mir
out.
and Sejong, I got to
Baki
give
sab
them
out
credit
kya?
as well. I mean, for a team who is coming into this basically qualifying as one of the last teams, for them to send it into Alpha 7 and
Sorry,
win
sorry,
the fight,
86
I
for
guess,
4, okay,
relatively cleanly, I think kind of
Shubman
shows
Gill,
that
Rishabh
they
Pant.
don't
ये-
over-respect anyone.
ये
And
partnership,
they're
I
willing to
think,
take fights that
चलेगा.
maybe some other teams wouldn't, or they're willing to take like
ये
proper
partnership
fights. And
चलना
I really
चाहिए.
want to give them credit for that because they did win out on that one.
इसके बाद next
Obviously
कौन
not
आएगा?
having like the greatest finish
सरफराज
at the end of
खान.
things, but it's a good sign
जडेजा
for
भी
the
है ना.
team in general,
अरे
and the mentality
chill
they're
भाई,
bringing
chill.
into
अभी
these matches.
अभी कुछ
I
नहीं.
really
अभी
want to
chill
use
है.
that fight, Jason, as like the definition.
अभी ये
of
partnership
a
थोड़ा
crush. Like they just
150,
full sent in
160
the building, and they
तक
even had
खींचना
cars on the
पड़ेगा.
roof in the swamp area. It was,
Wicket
it was
नहीं गिरना
absolutely
चाहिए अभी.
massive. But no, I feel like they're willing to.
I'm
take
not
some really
much of a
important
cricket
fights.
guy,
They
but
were maybe a little bit unsure
मुझे
on
लग रहा है
day
मैं
one,
बता रहा हूँ.
but day one is always a little bit, all over the place. Day 2 is the true day 1, as we said
D
yesterday.
place किया भी अच्छा
They're very
खेलती है.
comfortable now.
But
Still,
वो
I want
global
to
में
see a
क्यों
win
नहीं
from this team.
place
That's where they struggled a bit back in
लेते?
PMPS.
Explain.
It will happen
DK का
eventually,
मतलब
I
D place
believe,
किया है ना?
but they need to get over
Correct
that
me if I'm
hurdle
wrong
of
before I
actually
say anything.
getting that chicken dinner.
Falcons will
But at
be
least with the
lifting
way they're
PMGC
playing at the
24.
moment,
Mark my words.
They're set to
I hope so,
qualify.
brother.
I should
I
say it a
hope
different
so.
way. They're set to make it into this,
Yes.
which is a more
LM
reps they
and
get, the
tricks.
better they're going to become.
Yeah,
Because,
elimination में
as
top
we
पे.
talked about before, only Hoxie really, in
भाई
terms of their
कितना
starting
bright
roster,
है
has
बे ये
played
jersey.
at this kind of level before.
कितना bright
at
है ये.
PMGC last year. So for this team to already be playing this well with such little experience, I think is a really good sign for them, and I'm curious to see where they'll get to at the end
brightest
of this whole
jersey
shebang.
color
But as we transition
goes to Alpha
talking
7.
about maybe Vampire a little bit, because we did talk about them coming into Erangels as being one of their better maps, you have to kind of give them a little bit credit for them lasting so long, and I kind of wanted you to go into that, Max, because it was Schweppes and Tony K as the last 2 surviving.
Yeah, you need to have a big change of mindset, Jason, when you lose players early. Like, it happens to every team, even the best team in the world. Sometimes it happens. You lose a player, lose 2 players, like, oh, rip, that wasn't quite what we wanted.
One
Let's
of the
try and adapt.
oldest
And here,
players
Vampire,
है ये
like,
बंदा.
you know what? We got 2 players. We don't want to fight. We're just going to stick to the western side of the
Matic.
circle, which we know because of the
पता
point path and how
कब
the
से
circle
है
is
ये?
shifting. There's not
This
too
guy
many
falls
teams to
under
the
that
west. Teams are gonna be
Paraboy
on the
era.
southern, the eastern, or the northern side of
एकदम
the map. The western
XQF
coast
वाली.
is going to be relatively
उस time से
free
है
for
ये.
the mid to late game section.
Navi में
They
था.
just hold on to the west.
Navi, Old
avoid
Boy,
fight after
Matic,
fight, and they
Kitsune.
get like so far in the match. I don't remember how many placement points they got in that match. I didn't
D
check it
place
out,
किया
but
कि.
they got so
D
far
place
when
किया.
really any other team I think would have
International
tried
में
to go for
उतना
the strong
अच्छा क्यों नहीं
position
कर
would have
पाते?
died doing so. Vampire know they have to be
Because
respectful.
उनको टक्कर देने वाली teams
they maybe would
ज़्यादा
not
है
have gotten
global में
if they were
इसलिए.
getting too aggressive. So I love the mindset
They get
change of
outplayed.
Vampire during this game. And just shown again that they respect the lobby, they know
Bas
what
simple.
they can do, and they know when
Dog
they
खेल
can't
रहा है.
do
Yes bro.
some
Group
big
green
plays.
में
They
है.
just gotta play a
RMB.
bit more silent.
And just give credit again, like 3 points. We said so many times
Navi
like
team
this
का
last
member है,
year
yes,
that
yes,
1
yes.
point can make the difference. They are 1 point
Some
right
players
now
got
from
Red Bull
getting through
logo
into
and
the grand
some
finals directly,
don't
where
like
Team Spirit's
it.
currently sit on 61 and Vampire on 60.
In
So
the
every
same
single
team.
point is going to matter, and that's why I was kind of surprised to not see more snakes. But speaking of
हो
snakes,
सकता है कि
Jaesuk from Mir and Sejong, he did a
Godlike में भी वही सीन है ना.
phenomenal job
Johnny
surviving as long
के
as he
ऊपर
did.
तुम्हें
It
दिखेगा
almost even
Red
pulled
Bull
off
का.
the
बाकी
1v3
players पे
against
नहीं.
Inco.
Because he's
Yeah,
Red
he
Bull
wanted to see
sponsored.
snakes, Jason. So he was like, you know what?
ऐसा ही
Just for
कुछ
you,
होगा.
Just for you, Jason. We're
Well,
gonna snake it up.
We had a discussion, right? We're watching the game. It's like we haven't really seen too many snakes happen as of
Bro,
day 1
video
and day
editing
2.
ఎలా
And I
నేర్చుకోవాలి?
think the
ఏ
general
సాఫ్ట్వేర్
vibe
తో
I got back
స్టార్ట్
from you and
చేస్తే
Hotchkiss was
బాగుంటది?
that
Any
teams
advice
are kind of
or
realizing we have to go
resources?
all in for these fights.
Because you're in
even if we're
content
going to lose it. We
that's why
kind of
I
have to
asking.
commit to it.
If you want to start your
Is
editing,
Juke's back? I heard him say
if
yeah.
you have a
Oh,
PC or if you have a
back.
laptop, Premiere Pro, bro. That's the standard. Don't waste your time learning some other software. Start Premiere Pro. You'll find plenty of videos
So
online.
just you and me, Max. What
To get
Hawk was
started.
saying was he really loves Max and I.
It is
I
very
think feels like we've been
user-friendly
doing
also.
A fantastic job here.
I started
says
my
the server
editing in
raised
mobile only.
And, yeah, it's appreciated, Hot Jukes. But we are about to
in
head
iPhone.
into our second Aaron here with 30
I
seconds
purchased a
left.
software called
Bigatron Inco, man.
LumaFusion.
I mean, well, even ignoring Bigatron
वो भी
Inco,
बहुत
can we
easy है,
stop
मतलब
getting
when you're
zones towards
interested,
Corey? Like,
when you
there's
have
other
interest
parts of Aaron Guild to be played out, guys. Like,
towards
come on,
editing,
RNG, give us a different zone.
you'll naturally learn.
But I want to see if
So
Bigatron
अगर
Inco
आपको
are
interest है
gonna
तो
be-
भाई,
well, I guess
I would
Inco more so
suggest
going to be hard-headed yet again, and
if
we
you have a
might see
laptop,
Clash happen.
go for
I
Adobe
actually
Premiere
did
Pro.
not hate what was happening here because
If you don't
they're
have a
being lot more
laptop,
respectful.
if
You're
you have a
seeing
mobile,
Rozok being
then
taken by
try
BTR
any.
and Garden
I'm
of
pretty
Rozok,
sure a lot
who's
of
the
people
Rozok
use
in, like,
CapCut
area of school apartment being taken
for
over by
editing
Inco.
now,
That
but
is
back
fine.
in the
If
day,
you wanna have
CapCut
the
नहीं था,
same
मैं
kind of
LumaFusion
drop
use
area,
करता
but you
था.
just don't clash. That is
कोई भी
completely
software ले
okay.
लो.
So like for me,
It's
two
easy
thumbs
यार,
up, Jason.
आजकल
You
तो
can't
भाई
see
बहुत
the camera.
सारे
Two thumbs up, Jason. For what's happening
transitions,
between Inco and BTR. So yeah, like
shortcuts
one for
आगे
both teams. Yeah.
mobile
Yeah,
apps
no,
के अंदर.
I got
You can start from there.
If you said 3, I'd be a
But
little
if
bit
you have a
worried,
laptop, I highly
but obviously,
suggest
as we are
Premiere
about to
Pro.
head into the Aaron Go, I mean, Alpha
After
7,
that,
they're kind
next
of
step
waiting
is
for
After
their moment to
Effects.
strike, as they did go down to Mir and Sejong before. But
Nova
obviously,
होनी चाहिए
Miramar's
थी,
their big
OG
playground
वाली
yesterday,
bro.
where they had their massive comeback.
भाई competition बहुत
But
तगड़ा है
all in
बे.
all, you know, with day one kind
सारे
of already
OG
being 2
teams मार
matches
खा
in,
रहे हैं
we've seen
आजकल.
Horror already be able to step up, where they've been extremely quiet. I still want to be kind of critical of them, even though they did win the last match, because the passive style they've been playing is not going to work. The sweeping edge, it's not going to work out well for them. But hey, they got the
Chalo.
win nonetheless. Maybe they get some
The
weight
match
off of their
3
shoulders.
has begun.
We're about to head into that second Aaron Gill, our third of the day, with John Allen and Blake.
That is right. We are back once again as we go into match number 9.
Bro, I'm
of our
new to
24 match
esports. Does
set for Group
India
Yellow.
compete
This time the plane
internationally?
path from the northwest
India does
side
compete
going over
internationally,
Georgia
but
Pole
not in
down
this
towards
game.
the military base. Blank.
India
we just
competes
cannot get
internationally
away
in
from the
CODM.
southwest side of this map.
और कौन सा
Yeah,
है?
it's becoming a bit of
FIFA.
a problem now for a lot of our teams. I think they've played a
eFootball.
smaller map than Sandhawk at this point.
और कौन सा है?
Literally just around Gakko and Quarry. So
और
hopefully
कौन
we
सा
get something a
तुम
little
लोग
bit
बताओ chat
different.
में, मेरे को याद नहीं
Though
आ रहा
players
है.
may be getting quite practiced at this as part of the game, honestly. And it's nice to see DXAV get so far into that last game,
Valo.
you know, after we talked about how we quite like their northern approach this one, where they leapfrog DRX's positioning Gakko
होगा
and
और
play down
Tekken
from that north side.
बाकी
I
भी
think it
होगा.
gives them a lot of options because they are always in the best of positions to pick up a
Yesterday,
south
Hora
spot
2
in
players
Quarry.
had glitch and
But
they
we'll wait
asked
this
for
first
rematch
circle
due
to hit on our screens and see exactly
due
where
management
our
denied,
teams are
so
going. Alpha 7
Malik
not
Hora,
having very good
Molly
day at
himself
all.
due to glitch.
Not showing up where we'd expect
Love
them
from
to.
Nepal, Spike
I
Bye.
mean, you
Thank
can
you,
still see
brother.
the gun
अरे यार
skill
कल मैंने
is
पढ़ा था
there,
ये.
but some of their
Yesterday
rotates just aren't
in
quite
one match,
working
yes,
out.
he
And I mean,
volleyed
fair
himself.
enough,
I
they
saw
are probably
he got
one
no
of
finish from
the
his
furthest
own
away
volley.
from that southwest side, playing up in North Georgia, and have to rotate through a lot of teams to
Bro,
get there.
rehosting yesterday
I
काफी
will
बार
throw
हो
in the
गया.
caveat that, of course,
तो
it's
भीती
only
था
been
management की side से भी.
it's only been 2 matches, right, so far today.
It's
and
league
kind of
stage,
what sort of
so
started
it should
yesterday,
not be a big
and
deal.
They ended up in the top 3.
I'm pretty sure
Same
Hora
team
will
spirit.
qualify either
These
way.
2 teams seemingly in the
But
same
ये finals
boat
में होगा तो
when it
भाई
comes
BT है.
to definite potential, but right now not realizing it at the start of this day. BTR not
PMGC
going
1K
to find
watching
a pick
why?
just yet on towards Major Pride. I'll never say never, but
Regional
right
में
now,
देखना ज़्यादा होगा.
they have not been able to find anything.
Like,
and it seems
different
like Inter
languages
aren't gonna
देखना.
hot drop them either.
Watch
So
Brazil
teams have
language.
figured out this drop, and I mean
It'll be
that's the
better
advantage
watching.
of having such a frequent
English में
return
कम
to this
देखते हैं.
location, is that you get to know exactly what's going to happen. You get to know the pace, and it's very likely that you see more teams get through unscathed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with some of these teams tightening up those rotations, tightening up those positions on the map where they assume players might be coming through, yeah, it's getting more and more difficult as time goes on. But we don't go down towards the southwest
Volume
side,
low,
John.
please.
We head
Volume
up
और low
towards
करूँ
the
क्या?
north here, with Alpha
कि
7
ज़्यादा
maybe
करूँ?
having a better run of
समझ
it
नहीं आ रहा
in
है.
North Georgia to start things
Low
off.
or
They get a ton
increase?
of loot on board with Creo, even
बताओ.
split looting over towards that north side. There is a knockout
Everyone
flush
watches on
coming
their
through from
own language.
Vampires over
Of course, right?
towards Zeus
जब हम
right
VGMI
now.
देखते हैं, हम English में थोड़ी देखते हैं, हम हिंदी में देखते हैं
pick
ना.
up that one. Close encounter, I would say, with how low he's got.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to wrap a couple of the bandies around the quarry position. Oh, I thought
Many
quarry was
streamers
just in
doing
the
watch
circle, but no,
parties,
we're
so
not going to
viewers
go back
getting
to quarry this
distributed
time
too.
around.
Yeah,
Maxman
that makes sense too.
celebrating over on the analyst desk. about that one, but we're just about cutting it out this time. We're going up to the northwest side instead.
With a lot of teams here, it's going to be interesting because we haven't seen a lot of these northern rotates over towards Severny, which is going to be the difference maker, I would say, for a lot of our squads in terms of showing off some of their skills when it comes to those rotates. Because they just haven't seen how a lot of our other teams perform. Marine St. John finding an initial pickoff over towards Major Pride, and again, it's Evo station to go down first. Tough luck for Major Pride of these last couple of games on Arangel, and I think both times it has been Mirren Sejong to deal that first blow.
I mean, they lost. Yeah, they lost one of their players, one of the Major Pride players to BTR last match.
नहीं है sponsor. Infinix है, नीचे दिख रहा ना तुम लोग को.
A real tough time for them. Unfortunate.
उसी मोबाइल में खेल रहे.
But for DX Xavier, it's been pretty nice. They're on 69 points, and they are looking to keep
China has
going
highest watching
further.
in
They're currently
millions
dropping
watching.
in Pachinki.
कहाँ दिख रहा है?
Look to transition away. There's not too many players near the start of their rotation where they can get the speed to be able to figure out where they want to go next. The rotations
CR7
around
Hora
Everest
is
in
owner.
general can be quite tricky. But if you transition up towards Ruins or one of the
Oi,
top
utar!
towns in the foothills of Everest, maybe even the top of Everest itself, which could be prime real estate, it is a big opportunity to leverage that into the rest of the game. However, the top of Everest generally quite contested.
Ultimate Royal League बता Spike भाई.
Always is.
BGMI
Major
में बता
Pride,
नहीं
they're going to try and pick up box compound. A little bit more awkward when you're playing as just 3 because you can't hold on to all 4 of the buildings, which just means there's a crash point available for them. That was that replay, and it was definitely a close encounter indeed down towards that side of the map. I think Darkin actually just dropping over towards the north side of Quarry. And it's an interesting pickup there.
Why your sound is low, bhai? Arey mera sound low nahi hai.
That is a full-on
game
drop
sound
towards the west side and
zyada.
So likely a little bit of a change there from Schweppes. He's feeling himself. He was confident from yesterday, getting, I think it was 6 elims in one match.
Sound low hai
He was
kya?
the
Bhai
only
batao.
guy getting the elims
If
on
it
the
is
team
low, I
of
can
Vampires.
increase.
So
It's
he
not a
saw
big
the
deal.
parachute and decided he
But I
wanted to
think
take
my
this
sound
fight
is not
solo.
low. It's just the game sound is
Yeah, for now,
more.
stays alive. So Vampires already off to a better start than their last game, and even then, they were able to do pretty successfully into our top 3 now. And
just go watch
it is
Urdu
still
stream if you
very,
don't
very hotly
understand
contested
English.
for these top spots, right? You've got
भाई थोड़ा-थोड़ा मेरे को
69,
समझ में आता है
Major
English.
Pride
English ही
currently
देख
the only
लेता
team
हूँ
that I don't want to say safe, but
भाई
is
जियो
very
मोबाइल में
likely to
खेल
top out in the next 2
रहे हैं
matches,
जियो मोबाइल में
of this top 3. However,
नहीं
you
bro
can see
जियो
that
मोबाइल में नहीं खेल
with a
रहे
big game, anyone down to maybe even 8th place, right, can find that jump up. So it is a really, really tight table still as we go through to our halfway mark on day 2.
Yeah, it's been frustrating for some of our teams towards that top side, like Vampires, Team Spirit, Alpha 7, purely because of their not so great matches at the start.
DRS or Hura. Why not both,
A lot of our
Why
teams
not
to kind of
both?
catch up a little bit over towards the middle side of the
I'm not
table,
gonna
where
choose
it
one.
is just that one game away.
Prediction,
like
bro.
say.
अरे मैं fourth
They had that
circle के
buffer
बात
there
करूँगा
before, and if
It's
they've
too
been able
early to
get
do any
even just like
prediction.
5 points per game on those last couple, it might be a different story. So kind of tough. But this does mean the
But
competition
देख रहे हो
is
guys, Xavier Esports छुप
firing
छुप के
back
top
up
2 में आ
again.
गया. They have 69 points.
BTR, they've moved up to the north side, close by Soora. Not too close as to start to worry about it. You can see the oversight they've got down to the south coast. This is a little bit of a gamble that it's going to go to the north side, because if it does, they've got great angles and a great hold to position for the shooting range hills towards North George. There's a lot of transition options, but getting back
Osal
down
playing,
south
yes.
could be a
Replace
lot
Kia
more
team से
troublesome
खेलेगा
for
वो.
them. I wouldn't be too surprised to see BTR leave a player back towards the river and retreat if there's a team that encroaches from the south side, so that they have that information, that potential route to go back down to the south.
Yeah, there's a chance they do that. I don't think this is a horrible spot to play if you are BTR.
भाई दिसंबर में कुछ तो हो रहा है बोल के
on this northern side. I mean, you have
थोड़ा
the
चल
rotate
रहा है
down
under
towards Box
talk.
compound. You can even cross
Like just
back
like
over
India
Russell
versus
Bridge.
Korea.
There is potential to move.
अगर
It's a
हो
question
रहा
of
है
how hot it gets, because even Sunken is potentially a place that
तो
they could go
किसके
in the
against होगा?
future.
I know the
this is what
most
makes it
hot-
quite nice
I mean,
with
most
teams taking more
popular,
advantage over multiple positions
league
of the
is
map.
India versus
It
Mongolia,
has
but
been odd for me though.
let's be honest.
There's been a real
India versus
focus,
Mongolia तो
almost
नहीं होगा मेरे हिसाब से.
determination from these teams to play on
India
the
versus
south side of
CS
the
से हो
map, which
सकता है.
we're getting a lot of clumps of squads all sat fairly close together.
पता नहीं तुम लोग बताओ अपने
uncomfortably so
thoughts
at this point in
इसके बारे
time.
में. I would love to see India versus CS
The
to
way
be
things
honest,
are shifting,
more than Mongolia,
Harajin, he's got so much loot set around him.
because CSA में पाकिस्तान भी आएगा
He's already
और
decked out. He's got the goodies. DX Xavier,
What?
taking a ruined split right now. And
ये
peeking
क्या
in
split
with
खेल रहे
the advice
भाई?
towards the compounds in the
Xavier
foothills
वाले
of
क्या
Everest.
split खेल रहे? Nice.
Currently, the top of Everest, I mean, it's a lot less contested than I thought it might be, but Team
India
Spirit
versus
potentially
Brazil.
looking to change
अरे
that.
भाई साहब,
Looks like
I
they are
hope
headed
that does not
direction.
happen.
Yeah,
क्या
certainly,
zone
I mean,
बनी
with
है?
this circle up towards the northwest side, it does make life very
Danger
difficult.
circle, guys. Georgia
as we
circle.
move out towards the ocean, getting a lot of water involved here. I think a lot more
PMSL,
teams would want to
CSA
confirm
top
over
8 teams
towards that
versus
northern
India.
side of the map, which means there's going to
मजा
be
आएगा
a
bro.
lot
I
of
hope
these
that
eastern
happens.
rotates, these wide rotates.
Waiting for
I
TJP and
personally
TNY
think that we're going to
domination.
see a lot of teams getting caught
2
up
दिन वेट करना पड़ेगा
एंट्री
स्पाइक
अच्छी
भाई
है
कल
लेकिन
मैं फ्री
बैटरी
हूँ
का तरीका अभी
डिस्कॉर्ड
बड़ा
पे ड्रैग
कैजुअल
in these
कर सकते हैं अभी आ
coming
जाओ ना
moments.
बड़ी आजा अभी आजा
It's not going to be easy. It's really not going to be easy because we just cut out a whole lot of landmass in stage
मिरामार
2.
नहीं होता है
I
क्या होता है
think
ब्रो
that
मिरामार
it's probably not unwise for a team like Aura, maybe even BTR to head all the way out to the Zaki side of this circle, try and get out of it. But we've seen a lot of times where the whole lobby has kind of read that same approach,
उछल दिया.
and it's forced out a full shift for everybody to go out to that side. As Doran,
So far, RSG की तरफ से कुछ boom bam देखने को नहीं मिला,
RSG's
but
roll up on the south side.
hopefully
They still have to go for
आने
the
वाले
cross.
दिन
This crossing though is
दिखाएंगे ये बहुत
really
slow
where
start करते
a
हैं
lot of metal is going to be tested, Blank, and we're going to see who's
CSA
gonna-
टॉप 8 टीम्स में कौन कौन आएगा 4MV
Yeah, because this game is
Falcons
hammering away. And these swords will
ये
not
side
be
भी आएगा
forced
ना?
easily. And some will break
और कौन कौन है
in stage 2. Let's see.
Vampire.
Sharper.
वैम्पायर CSA में आता है क्या
The DRX currently up against
थाईलैंड होता है क्या CSA में
Vampires as they do
I don't think so
taken down. Couple down to just 2 players now on there.
IHC आएगा
Position Loop's taking a wide rotate on that northern side
और
of the
कौन
map
है?
past Severny. I think you're BTR as
your
well.
top
as
player from
Ori,
CSA
You're more than likely just going to hold
Top,
these
bro.
positions though.
Top.
I think
for me
you
top
want to be in a strong spot as opposed to pushing out towards Zaki. You can
Top
hold
or
these
dock.
positions. You can actually keep people fairly away from these spots as well. Purely because there's going to be a lot of angles coming down from that south side who want to take shots towards these teams. Team Spirit though rotating in very close to Harami, bro.
IHC wasn't top 8
swinging around on a
Okay.
wide back rotate.
तो
away
DRS
from
आएगा
Everest position.
नेपाल की टीम्स
Now
जो
coming in
आएंगे
the back of the queue on the
मंगोलिया
east
की
side.
टीम्स
Loops moving up
3
along
हो
the
जाएंगे
north coast,
3 या
potentially
2
one of the more secure teams
फिर
now
पाकिस्तान का
in this
टीम एक
location. I like what DRX were doing. They're forcing teams to go into that east side. They know that Alpha 7
मजा आएगा
is
bro
on the
that
east
would be
side
like
of North
so
George.
good
They sent someone to scout out over the bridge. MSJ might hold them out, and it might be
मजा
very
आएगा
difficult for them to get that next rotate. But I think they're going to trim down the lobby by virtue of just being this blockade in the way
Pakistan
of
versus
that
India.
West George bridge.
भाई कोई कर दो यार ये
The water instead.
मजा आएगा बता
And they
I think
might
I think
be
there
able
will
to
be
get
more
the ball spread
watching
across here because not many teams breaking
in
out full
Pakistan
west
versus
side.
India than India
Yeah,
versus
if you're
CSA
John, you're more than likely going to just be picking up the
Just because of
apartments, right,
that-
and just playing a safe
that
game
एकदम
from this position.
it's rooted in
I think a lot of
everyone's
teams would assume that Alpha 7
blood.
is not going to take a wide
सब
split
आके
over
देखेंगे
towards
जो
North
गेम भी
Georgia,
नहीं खेलते वो भी
rather
आके
than hold
देखेंगे
over
क्या
towards
हुआ
that
बोल
eastern
के
edge, which actually has options towards the end game. That's the difficulty for Marin Sejong right now, is that
I think-
options are a little bit limited when it comes to rotating.
Good
out.
publicity for the
best
game.
thing they could probably do is leapfrog
वो
through
करना
this urban environment over towards where Alpha 7 is playing.
but I doubt it
And just
but I doubt it
not
होगा।
team up, but essentially play off the back of one another to get a higher placement in this game. Luke's made
तो इंडिया
a
में
smart
कौन-कौन सी
choice.
टीम होगी?
I think it's reasonable.
पता
You
नहीं।
take this northern compound.
BMPS
just
के
the
top 8
Isazaki
teams हो
is a
सकता है।
strong spot to play that
नहीं
has
तो
good sight lines over the
BMPS के
field
top
on
4
the
teams
south side.
और
With a
BGIS
shift
के
on
top
the
4
circle,
teams
it's likely going to
ऐसा
have
भी
to
हो
be a
सकता
push
है।
over down towards
ऐसा होगा तो
North
both Ico
George
Soul and
or to one of the shacks that
Godlike
sit
will be there
on the north side of this forested area in shooting range.
I mean, you could potentially transition
ये
up
पूरा
towards
Crafton ही decide
the
करता है तो
bunker on the north, on
समझ
the
रहे हो कुछ
southeast
भी हो
of where
सकता है
loops sit right now. Currently, Aura occupy the divot that sits on the southwest of that hill, but the hill itself actually fairly uncontested. I think loops are going to head over there now.
Security issue
CTR,
बोल के नहीं
Zeus
होगा
currently in the
yeah.
saddle that sits. You can see just on the minimap there,
लफड़ा
Loops
होगा लफड़ा तो
encroaching on
होगा
the
ही भाई
northwest side,
क्यों नहीं होगा
Zeus on
लफड़ा
the east side of it, and BTR
ऑडियंस तो
trying to stay
भाई
alive in
माँ
between
कसम
the
अगर
two
ऑडियंस
high
वाले लैंड
grounds
करेंगे
there.
ना वो
But that east side is so much more dangerous. Muerte are there, Team Spirit are there, Inco
That's
as well.
right,
a little
एंट्री
bit
disturbance
अच्छी है
होगा,
लेकिन
कल
बैटरी का
track
तरीका अभी
करेंगे।
बड़ा
Okay, no
कैजुअल
problem.
है
आ जाना कभी भी आ जाना कोई दिक्कत नहीं
It is a really tough stage 3. I mean, going down from the southwest side in Quarry up to here, I don't think it's really got that much easier for a lot of our squads. There is that ridge side that you can play over towards the eastern edge of North George, which currently DX Avi is currently holding in. Great sightlines from that position, but you do have to hold towards the north and the south. Can get a little bit tricky. Zeus though making a
ये
mad
मैच
dash
बहुत
out there
इंटेंस होगा
too
गाइस.
towards something
ये मैच
playable
बहुत
at
इंटेंस
least
होगा देखना.
alongside RSG.
I mean, they lose one on the rotation, but maybe give themselves a
एकदम
little bit more leg
5th
room in the
6th
match
सर्किल
as a
तक
whole. There's
10 के
still
ऊपर
16
टीम्स
teams
बचेंगे.
remaining, and we are still in stage 3.
सब कुछ जगह मिल जाएगा.
Only
कंपाउंड के अंदर
13 and a
घुस
half
जाओ,
minutes
बैठ
have
जाओ.
elapsed so far, but this circle forcing everyone to go for dangerous crossings, crunching
Again, MP
everyone
center.
together. Again, just cutting
MP is
down
not
on
doing well.
numbers
Apart from
prematurely,
that Sandhawk,
potentially
they're
here,
not doing
but
well.
a lot of teams have found a little bit of sanctuary, and you can see RSG, they can't really go for this fight. They know if they do, Alpha
Why
7
Spirit दे दिए,
just wipes them
slam.
down immediately. Team Spirit need to go
2v4.
for a crash. The Xavier will bear the brunt of it. 2 players on the inside. Paragin immediately going in for
Oi,
that. Off
nice
for
nade.
that.
Effect
And
knock.
there's the nade downstairs.
Oi,
Goes
दे
down
दिया
first,
Levi
Levi's
knock.
hops out. They know they've got the high ground. Lamborghini, Paragin.
Nade
Lamborghini goes
is
down
the
to
last
Duarte
person
on that
standing.
further north side. Team Spirit, they're in, but Effectic is the next to get knocked.
भाई क्या कर रहा है नोमी?
I mean, Xavier responded insanely quickly. Adeti is in. They have to jump off the res here. In assistance from the stairway.
What?
Kitsune just confirming the flush, and Adeti goes down.
कहीं और से पड़ रहा है गोली इनको.
So they've
अबे 2v4 फाइट था. 2 बंदे, एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश हो गया. दूसरा बंदा नॉक हो गया.
Shifting out
अरे
to
आ
this
गया और एक टीम आ गया ना.
side as well.
DMR.
Such a bot for teams looking to move in, that they have to be thinking that they are in a lot of danger right now.
Foopsman
The
आ गया
nades
मजे
come
लेने.
through. Demuerte keep Foopsman right around the wing, but Paragin has to turn tail. Slink away. The last player for DXavier. Team Spirit want that second place spot back.
I think the real question right now for Duarte is how long can they stand to be out here? Foosman does send off because he needs to go assist the rest of the team with BTRs coming in from that northern side. Xavier respond really quickly over towards this position, but I think because they were holding that wide split.
भाई ये मैच प्रेडिक्शन बहुत मुश्किल है पता. कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Couple of knocks. That was
कुछ भी हो सकता है इस मैच में.
Make work, and so DXavier actually gets pushed down in that situation. I think Team Spirit pretty happy with what they've been able to achieve here. Still assuming there's a player inside this building, and not sure if he's actually pushed off or not. Wasting maybe a little bit of utility on that.
Only losing effect on this crash, I think, is could be classified.
India's CSA is just like Asia Cup of cricket.
Loops and BTR, meanwhile, on the northern side, Loops have been slowly moving their way in. BTR a little bit tangled up there in the buggies, and Loops don't want any part
Loops
of it.
versus BTR.
Confused about the knots that BTR are tying themselves in. They actually try and dip back through, but will be turned away. A little Vol Nino takes a blow, and Aura down the hill now.
Vampire बाहर. But दोनों जोन से गए. दो ही बंदे थे.
Is going to be Loops crashing down. TR not going to try and third part.
Loops से दो बंदे गए.
Transition further into this circle.
और एक गया Loops का.
That is a bad time all round as Aura picking up a decent chunk of points for it.
Yeah, and this is the difference
nice
between
one,
BTR as well as Aura here, is that they both selected positions that they could actually have more options down towards the south side of the map, and Loops was left with not the greatest of position, but one that will work for the time being. But if it moved far down south like this, they were always going to find themselves in a really difficult position. Now, BTR coming up against Duarte, and Team Spirit have already had some impact in towards this fight. It's a question of whether they want to third-party this or not, and they do desperately need to maintain their position towards the top side of the lobby.
Last man standing BTR का.
I've been switched on so
nice
far
nade.
today. I've been enjoying watching their gameplay, but it may just draw short here in this match. Lepar, though, the last to stand for BTR. The roll-up not
wow,
going to plan.
what
Team
a
Spirit
nade, bro.
maybe
Gaya
now
BTR.
look to flex out, but BTR
14.
are fully down. Team Spirit, can they
Good
have an
defense
impact?
from DMR.
Foodman is down, and they may look to transition, take control of this hillside. In the meantime, on the north edge, Oro have tried to move down south, and Mirin Sejong has started to put the thumb screws on as the knocks come on through. 2 players down. They've lost Seiwu, but there's still 3 players active.
It's not bad. It's not bad from at all. There's a shot from Matic over towards Foosman. Good stuff. They needed some impact on that fight. There was already a knock that went through, and they desperately don't want to they get rid of them worth it. They got a whole bunch of space to play on this eastern side.
A lot of space. There's major pride. They're still on North George, but trying to find the last player of Loops. evading their sight lines for now and actually dropping a nade, dropping some damage. 2 players for Major Pride still alive. The circle goes slap bang on
Alpha
top of
7
Paragin, the last player for DXavian, and there's no one near him.
25
He's
seconds.
taking shots. He's taking shots out to try and third party the fight over on the east side.
गया होरा esports बाहर by MSJ.
MSJ conclude the fight with Aura.
MSJ तो पीछे ही पड़ गया था भाई होरा esports के.
So now Paragin's going to start to have to worry.
Pump से मारा last
Hillside on the
मालिक को.
southeast flank right now though. I
South
think it's going to
finishes
be a
3-man
pivotal
strong.
location. Inco currently control it, but Team Spirit could transition down there as well.
Yeah, it always is a nice spot to play in. I think with it being slightly far down towards that south side, it's going to have a little bit less impact. Realistically, looking at teams just tying up their loose ends over towards the edges of this circle.
Nice one, nice one, nice one.
Another.
कारिलो ने रोड की उस तरफ बैठ के ना तुम लोग इधर स्लैम दो मैं दूंगा बोल के मैं देखूंगा बोल के उसने बोला सही है इधर सेंटर वेंटर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है एज खेलो बस आराम से
Major Pride still haven't been able to find him.
कारिलो को रोड क्रॉस करना है.
Cheeky, hiding on these angles. Becca. And the nade there, and Alpha 7 continue to march in. If they can keep loops on the ground floor, that means that they're going to have to face Alpha 7 first. Or, well, he is rather is going to have to face Alpha 7 first.
गया नाइस नेड पे
maintain the top floor, that's all they need to do, but that is a good nade.
MP मार खाने वाली है.
Now Major Pride need to take care of Alpha 7. 4 versus 2, and immediately they're just getting out of there, but spotted by Mafioso, not quite able to get enough damage to find a knock, but will put the fear in them as he advances. With that auto shotty, the Mini 14, not quite good for the spray down in the open yard. The burn on that door frame as well. Going to slow the approach for Alpha 7, but the nades keep on putting pressure against Major Pride.
Nice
burn
one.
down will slow down soon, and there's the nade, there's the burn. Alpha 7 are able to take down Major Pride as well. So, 3 eliminations on the game, and they will continue from North George.
Yeah, there's really no more spots left for Major Pride to play in.
RSG versus Zeus, Rita last man standing.
Floor. I think what they were hoping is the teams down towards the south side would maybe have a little bit more impact over towards that northern edge, but in the meantime, RSG has been very much on fights here. As Alpha 7 now think about what their next plan is. Wow. That is
गलत हो गया भाई, गलत हो गया RSG के साथ.
From Robs and Coops.
पूरा ADS खोल के बैठे.
Twisted Minds managing to get into a decent oversight position on the
Good for Rita.
of North George. They are probably the team that should, by rights, outlast this west side engagement, which means that Inco is going to be the major threat to them moving forwards. Team Spirit as well. They've been a little bit slow. I feel like they could have transitioned down south a little bit earlier, taken on Inco on that ridgeline that I've been talking about, but it's a difficult rotate to make. In RSG Go, to try and get the remnants of Zeus dealt with, but there's 2 players. Is it going to be a match? Maybe not, as he goes in, steps through, and has a little bit of danger sent his way, but finally Rita is eliminated. RSG can look to get the res. Alpha 7 though, going to continue to put pressure on from that northwest side.
As Circle pops over towards Paragin. Team Spirit, Inco, Alpha 7.
कौन निकालने वाला है guys? Winner करने वाले मैच. मेरे को लग रहा है Alpha 7.
Very nice ridge lines play off the back of.
This has to be an Alpha 7 game.
Multiple angles to be helped because they can move over towards the north side of that ridge.
If this is not, I don't know what
is. The south. I don't think they realize exactly how much space they currently hold. Nomi on one hell of a scouting mission. Does get up towards this ridge side on the south. You wonder if Inco's probably heard him in the vehicle.
Inco moving out this way, I think it's a bit too bold, and look at that, immediately Team Spirit. They transition down, Nomi does get knocked, but that's Resable. Only one player from Inco in position to try and get there. Matic a little bit late on the regroup here, but Kitsune can hold it down for the time being. A 1 versus 1, that's in his wheelhouse, and now Matic is here for the backup. Needs to be careful on a split approach, and Inco cannot move in to back up their player here. Vitali is on his own against 2 players from Team Spirit, and Matic sprays him down. Kitsune holds the line, they can get this res. This is the transition I wanted from Team Spirit. I think Inco leave
Twisted Minds
much
का Lord is
in
the last
wings.
man standing. By the way, ये Lord वही Lord है. NGX
sure, they
Lord.
might get a couple of points, but they may have thrown away the game.
I mean, they had to hold someone on that back line. I think they'll
regroup
my teammates and let them know.
But they got owned in this
close
range fight.
As opposed to thinking that he could potentially 1v3 there.
But yeah, RSG घर.
Team Spirit.
Alpha 7 भी आ गया.
Slow and effective. Confers.
मार देगा सबको मार देगा Alpha 7.
One Matic. There.
अरे थोड़ा रह गया नेड. उधर
And then back.
Bounce hota na udhar.
So
Nice nade. Carrillo, nice one.
Where's that nade come from then? Carrillo on the off angle there finds it and actually nades outdoor, but not quite in time to connect. 3 players from Alpha 7, 2 on the back lines for Inco. They still need some healing.
No me knock from Mafioso.
But he's
Hill
more
pe.
preoccupied with leads in. The ordnance goes back and forth.
Boom, bam, be आखिरी बंदा इनको का.
Nice high bounce there. That should see.
घुस जाएगा.
Gonna find the knock. Continuing to move forwards. Carrillo onto the inside. They're scouting from the top rope, but it's not really going to matter too much. He goes and spots them feeding back to the back lines, and they know what's up.
Boom.
The nades should find the mark there.
कैसे बचा वो nade से?
The corner just goes far. Revo
ना
breaks out.
क्या connection है भाई? क्या connection है Revo? Beautiful.
Still have oversight on this south
Art
side.
finishes 4-man strong.
yeah,
There is no stopping Alpha 7
incredible
now.
impact during that fight.
There is no
where he
stopping
was able
Alpha
to get
7 now.
One shot and a knock over towards Team
क्या
Spirit,
clear किए हुए
in
इधर?
which case they were forced down to just one gun on that.
सबसे
ridge
पहले
side. They couldn't really afford to
RSG
take another
आया,
knock
third
there
party
for
करने.
fear of Alpha 7 immediately
And एक
following
jet
up,
के
but
लिए fourth
they could
party
go
करने Alpha 7 आके
help
सबको
on
clear
that
कर
fight
दिया.
on that southern compound without worry of any of these off angles coming through
भाई
from
pump
that ridge side. So
range पे भी
Mafioso
अच्छा चिपक
wasn't
रहा है
in
बे.
that position. He wasn't able
Distance
to
में
get
भी
that
अच्छा
knock.
चिपक रहा है.
Might have been a different story where they opened themselves up to some shots coming through from Team Spirit, but again, a good thing that Mafioso still played.
Now it's a
on that line.
3v4 situation. 3v 4v1.
To
एक solo बंदा है.
counterpose ridges, and the shift goes up to the north
Parajin.
side. They're in Sejong. This is good news. Team Spirit on that south ridge did have
Zone
a lot of
MSG
oversight.
का.
Parajin, by the way, has been surviving for so long for DXavier. Really looking to hold on to that second place spot to keep Team Spirit at bay, but the race is on. A lot of these teams are towards the top of the tables, Blank, so there is big potential for a big shakeup, right, at the top of the tables based on these placements, and these eliminations still yet to come.
अब देखना guys, अब Alpha 7 किस तरीके से push करने वाला है.
Feels like maybe a
देखना.
fourth place here for them because they are on the fast
I think
side of
सबसे
the
पहले वो कहाँ
circle.
जाएंगे बता?
Alpha 7 can move back up towards their anchor point with Mafioso and play
ये Parajin के left में जो ridge होता है ना,
and
उस
just
ridge पे
kind of
जाएंगे.
wait Team Spirit out.
वो भी last minute पे जाएंगे, देखना.
to get a strong push over towards
उस ridge में आके MSJ से लड़ेंगे, I think.
Parajin, but he's been waiting.
But it's
He
not gonna be
knows he
easy.
needs to pop a really fantastic nade.
Yep.
It's a question of who moves
Yep.
first here. And again, Alpha 7's got so many vehicles still in play.
Yep.
Head back over towards the Wizard Tower.
अरे बाप रे बाप,
It's a
सब
pretty
के सब
open
Alpha 7
road.
को
Team
मार रहे
Spirit
हैं.
have a broadside. They're going to take so much damage if they don't find some cover soon. You can see they
Zone
have
के
to
अंदर
draw
जाओ
short.
भाई.
Sure, they've moved up further onto the west, but they are really pressured in now.
देख MSJ मार रहा है.
Mirren
Mafioso
Sejong has
knock.
such great angles too.
Up there,
Mafioso
response.
goes down first. Hoxie able to layer that, and with Alpha 7 drawing the attention of MSJ, now's the time
Mafioso
for Team
गया.
Spirit
Finish.
to try and make their approach.
भाई
Hoxie
सबसे
gets
पहले
a response
Mafioso
over towards as
गलत
well,
ही knock
gets
खा के
that
finish हो
flush
जाता है
coming
वो.
on through. Team Spirit mounting up, and they go for this crash. The nades out. They are trying to snake past them all and get across the roadside. Matic taking a little bit of damage. Nomi up to the ridgeline, but Alpha 7 not going to have a say so.
As long
on
as
this
Alpha
rotate
7 is in the
either,
lobby,
with them already
they are a
being
threat.
backed off.
ये देखना,
There's
ये
the
देखना,
Molotov.
क्या
Parajin
मौली
doing
है
a
भाई.
lot of work here. Matic needs
अच्छा
to be
नेट
very
था but
careful.
क्या
It's getting
dodge किया Parajin.
I mean, it's a good Molotov. Keeps him at bay. Next one goes in from
Parajin.
Nomi, both sides. It's so
Dodging
close,
bullets,
but
bro.
they can take control of this compound. Actually, it's
So
not
गया
the
बाहर.
worst thing in the world,
बहुत
but they
सही.
do not know where he is.
बहुत सही.
Molotovs go up towards the front side of the building. Alpha 7 do a fantastic job to stay in line, but they need to get rid of this play, and I don't think they realize it's just a one.
MSJ का एक बंदा आ गया
backside.
इधर.
Hoxie might have some influence here, though. Should be able to see him on the backside of this building soon if he steps up.
To an extent, they
अगला
don't really
zone-
need to
अगला
fully
zone
commit
में
to
सिर्फ
this
एक ही
push
team नहीं
flank.
है.
They have a little bit of the
वो है
circle.
Alpha 7.
don't.
कुछ
If
करना
Alpha
पड़ेगा
7 make the
उनको.
move, MSJ's attention is turned. That's when they can go a little bit
They
more
need some
aggressive.
help.
We saw that
30
burst
seconds.
approach across the road, capitalizing on exactly that. But Alpha 7 hunkered down. They slowed their
Parajin
pace, which
देखो
means
भाई.
that the threat was a little bit lower, and MSJ had more
जानवर है.
influence to this
मर नहीं रहा है वो.
side. Now they're biding their
MSJ
time once
chicken.
more, but Alpha 7 gonna have to move first.
Could be, but
He's
I would say
curious
still
that
Alpha
Mirren
7.
Sejong
Let's
don't
see.
put more
Revo
pressure
knock.
over towards
भाई
that
Nomi.
western side. Good shot onto
हो जाएगा ना
Revo.
Rev?
Should be a confirmation. I mean, he's so incredibly low. They'd have to
हो
tag
जाएगा,
him
हो जाएगा,
immediately.
हो जाएगा.
With the blue pushing in, I just don't think it's possible to get him back up now.
Danger mid range है भाई इसका.
Until that
Nomi
pusher
का.
may be
Danger
able to
mid-range.
just get that res, but it's dangerous.
Mirren Sejong, they have played this game
Zone
out
has
very
begun.
well. Good understanding of the
What will Alpha 7 do?
terrain around this area, moving back up towards that north side again off the back of a good
The only
rotate
option they have is
towards
fight
North
against
George and those apartments,
MSJ.
and then slowly working their
That's the
way
only
back
option. Ah,
out
gaya,
again.
wo gaya.
They did slip through the net a fair few times. This is what I'm talking about in terms of the
Knock.
crash coming through. Jake's got a lot on his
Area pump
shoulders,
se.
but is able to
दो ही बंदे
weather
बचे
it.
Alpha 7
Very
से.
good work for him.
With Final down the hill, there's no way that crash works. McGrellan trying to cross open ground now with smoke cover as his only friend. That tree sure is there, but Final knows exactly where he is. It's going to be a nade trade. Who's going to find the knock? Steps out into the smoke, waits for the peak.
गया,
Alpha,
Marklin
then in
भी
the
गया.
meantime, as soon as
Carilo
that
is the last
attention
man
is drawn,
standing.
Team Spirit, they go
वो भी गया,
forwards.
Alpha
They
7
take
बाहर.
down Paragin. They don't
Now
take
it's
a knock
Team
in
Spirit
response,
versus
and now
MSJ,
Hoxie's under
3v3 fight.
pressure. We're down to 2 players. It's those north and that south
Well
wedge
played,
line
MSJ,
both
well
coming into
played.
play, and there is that first knock over towards Kitsune, but Nomi still
Just
has the off
finishes
angle. Final not going
for
to be slowed
MSJ.
down on the approach. Matic has to hold down for his teammate here as Jae-Suk turns his attention out towards Nomi on the
Kitsune
off.
knock.
Hoxie, nade on
Matic
in. There's
also
no
knock.
way you get that player back up.
Nomi
Matic
is the last
out on
man
the forward
standing
side.
for
Will not be able
Team
to get a
Spirit.
trade, and it's all up to Nomi in a 1v.
Well played MSJ. क्या खेले भाई.
I mean,
बहुत प्यारा खेले.
we've said multiple times that he's the greatest talent out.
ये जोन से मरेगा.
You, but yeah,
जोन से मरेगा.
push for him. One. Probably
And
gonna
with
try and
that,
confirm
it's
it. That's the best he can do
12
there.
finishes,
I
winner,
don't
winner,
know
chicken
if
dinner
he
for
quite got it
MSJ.
there, but many more
कोरिया का
eliminations
team
as
है.
possible is good news for them. But
Day one में भी हमने देखा है.
becoming so
Strong
close
team.
to a chicken dinner multiple times throughout these 2 days. Finally picked them.
That is what you want to see.
थोड़ा हंसो यार.
Have been
एकदम
able to
cold, एकदम
finally
cold
transition
piece दे
out
रहा है
of
वो.
that mid-game
एकदम cold
successfully
piece.
and play a strong
Congrats
endgame.
करो यार,
Control
congrats
they had
करो.
from that north side was
Amazing.
really well juggled. I feel like Team Spirit did the best they could have done from that location. They made some great rotations.
Team Spirit
but
इतना
they were hit
focus
to the
किया
post and Moon
Alpha
Sejong
7 पे.
take the chicken dinner away from them.
और MSJ को पूरा इग्नोर किया.
Well, I know one person who's going to be extremely happy about that, saying it was destined for them to eventually pick up a chicken dinner. But Max, did you expect them to do it here in our third match of day 2?
पनौती तो है भाई. बड़े पोजीशन कहाँ है? पनौती क्या?
He's not here yet.
उनका पोजीशन तो देखो Alpha 7 का इतना घटिया पोजी था. सारे के सारे उन्हीं को टारगेट कर रहे हैं. And how do you expect that team to get a dinner from that position?
I'm so happy, Jason, to see them.
They are human too. They are human too.
Back in PMPS, they struggle to wrap up the games.
They
could
tried
get
their
those
best, but
second, third
no,
place
you know,
finishes with a bunch of
situation ही खराब था
eliminations.
उनके
But an
लिए.
actual win here in PMGC, Hot Jukes, like I'm sold. Please, more of that. I am so happy to see MSJ finally get it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like, you know, the win we just saw the last game. You know, these guys weren't just big chilling. No, they got active the whole way.
But I
Look
heard
at a
North
dozen
Korea teams are
eliminations
entering
ready right
PUBG
here.
Mobile.
I mean,
Only
Nomi,
issue
great
is
job of him
that
just
they
to kinda,
don't
like,
have
shut
internet
down,
and mobile.
and deny that point. But still,
बिना
I mean,
internet,
MSJ,
बिना mobile कैसे
and
enter
what more
करेंगे
could you
भाई?
ask for here? 12 elimination chicken dinner? That's how you do it.
कैसे
How
करेंगे
you do
enter?
it.
It's a little
Yeah,
bit
4 for
scary,
4.
actually,
4 for 4.
because Hoxie, like we saw yesterday.
Someone
before
said India का
recording
match कब?
He likes to be
अगली
aggressive. He
अगला साल.
likes to flank teams.
फिर अगला साल same
And
question पूछना फिर बोलूँगा
I
अगला
mean, when it
साल.
works, it's great. When it fails, it's questionable.
It goes on and on and
It's like,
on.
oh, you're solo and you're dead. He just likes to get involved in fights. If he sees someone
Backstab
split, he's gonna
Goblin,
punish
King
it.
of the Bins.
That's me, okay? I'm king of the bins, okay? Don't get no, calm down.
That's his
But,
name.
we were talking about Northern Georgia right at some point, Jason, during that
चार
game,
में से
about
सात
how they had so many
MS
teams for the
पे
western
push
side, and we thought they would just get fed
देना
into
था
Alpha 7 like in
Alpha
a beast
7
grinder
को.
and just pick up easy eliminations. MSJ was a part of that group of teams.
देख
But
रहा
they were
क्या
super
tracing है
understanding
भाई.
that, okay, we got teams to the east, they're going to
MP
be
के
the main
players
threat to our game plan this match.
अच्छे
We're just going to
अच्छे.
wide rotate north, we're going to clear
Beka.
Fora, we're going to clear loops, we're going to clear
और
Harame
अभी
Bro. They
उसका
made
नाम क्या
so
है?
much space for themselves
MNM
in
ऐसा
this
कुछ नाम है
match. Like,
उसका.
as you said, Jukes, I think you perfectly like broken down that they were just so proactive this game. They were active from start to finish and doing work to get that win. So very well deserved chicken dinner for sure.
Absolutely. Look at that team spirit hanging on there towards the end. Beautifully done. One of the teams, though, that I got to talk about is the squad we're
ये सब
looking at
Android
right
में
now.
खेल रहे हैं. Yes.
Inco.
They are all playing on
This
Infinix.
is a game that I
Infinix Mobile.
Actually, they could have actually won this game. They did this one split, players over other teams, and it just all fell apart after that.
Yeah, it's inactive that's always super split from his team, and it
अबे
doesn't
इधर
really
recoil
give
देखना
too
उसका.
big of an advantage.
Look at
Initially,
his
it was in a
recoil.
compound north of every split from his team, and it doesn't really.
इधर इधर इसका red dot देखना अभी.
And it
इसका नहीं.
just all fell apart after that.
इसका red dot
Yes,
देखना.
inactive that's always super split from his team.
अच्छा,
and it
recoil
doesn't
तो
really
है ही
give
नहीं
too
भाई.
big of an advantage. Initially, he was in a compound north of Everest. A lot of was successful, but it was a lot of wasted time in my opinion. And then Mines juice, and then Hardy by Team Spirit.
स्मोक में मार दी क्या उसने हेडशॉट?
The Mines and the Mountain. Twice they
MSG के player 0 damage.
Just one
एक player ना,
mistake.
बाकी तीन तो 4-4-4
That's
मारे.
what it is, kind of just that one stake. You know, you go and you send Vitaly out there to by himself. You split up all that power and you get
22
punished for it.
points.
But man, Maurice Sajan, look at that. 22 points here, Jason. Let's go.
Alpha 7 13
Yeah,
points. Team Spirit 13.
massive
Inco
victory for
11.
them. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of victories with high
Xavier तो हर
eliminations,
match
but
में
for
minimum
Marin
5-6
Sajan
point
proving
निकाल के ही
again,
जाता
they
है.
can take these fights, they can win
Consistency.
these fights. They position themselves so well on top
काश
of that.
BGMI
There definitely seem to be
इतना
a
smooth
pretty
होता. I
complete
know,
team
right?
as they're trying to, I guess, surprise the world. If they somehow finish top 3 in
जैसे
this
ही guys ने
group,
PUBG Mobile में
go
120
straight into the
FPS है.
grand finals, I think they would have surprised
And वो
everyone
इतना
out there,
smooth
and
है,
it would be
इतना smooth है,
completely
क्या बोलूं मैं?
unexpected. To go back quickly to Inko on that push against Twisted Minds.
If you experience
I wonder
that,
if
फिर
Twisted
वापस
Minds would
कभी
have
नहीं
been able to
खोलेगा
hold on to
BGMI.
that fight and
उस
potentially
level
hold
का
on to the
smoothness
progress
है.
that happened thereafter if Lord didn't end up nading Coops.
Full
Rob.
screen कर दे. Full screen तो है. ओए.
You're not just nading anyone, Jason, right? You're nading Coops and Robs. Like, Coops in particular, like, that's the guy you want to nade the least jukes.
MSG
I'm
को
like,
बैंक वाले sponsor कर रहे
to
हैं.
you.
Dude, everything's going wrong for the squad right now.
कौन
It's
सा
so
rank
rough
है?
to see.
अरे उधर
Only
करते
2
यार.
points on the board. These guys are in last place. I mean, with how they performed so far, I mean, it's looking like, hey, just try to aim for
इधर time लगेगा.
top 11. Because, I mean, top
जब-
3 is going to
जब
be
gaming
it's
पूरा
gonna take
mainstream
a
हो जाएगा,
good few chicken
आएंगे
dinners,
सारे
I think,
brands.
here and now, if we want to have that conversation for Twisted Minds.
What about Peregrine? I did go back and check. He survived to 4th place. He was in that
BGMI
position
में 90
for about
FPS
13
नहीं चलता
minutes.
सही.
He
PUBG
was
में 40
alone when there was
FPS में
15
smooth खेल
teams
लेता
at least.
हूँ
I wasn't sure if it was
second
15 or
phone
16 teams
इतना
remaining.
ज़्यादा
And
difference
he
है.
gets himself a 4th place
Optimized-
finish. I thought that
optimized
was
है वो, ये
phenomenal. And
optimized
again,
नहीं है.
going back to what I said before when it
बहुत
came to
difference है,
overall,
बहुत
one
फर्क है
point
उसमें.
could be the decider between you getting to the grand finals, fight the stage, where
Bro, is smoothness directly proportional to optimization?
That's exactly.
Is it
Just
why
goes
PUBG
down to
Mobile
where
is
you have to
smoother than
you have to
BGMI? Yes,
scavenge
bro.
any little
Yes.
point that you can get here, and you know,
Simple,
that's what a
आसान भाषा में
PMGC is,
बताना है
like
तो
the
yes.
tiniest of tiny takes. Pick that's you get punished for instantly. Look at-
Reject
look
okay,
at
sponsored
that
by Sony,
finish.
yes.
700 damage. Great performance here. We got it coming up, Max, right? That you're looking at right now that
Like,
haven't
क्यों choke हो रहा है
performed,
इनका?
expect to kind
Mike.
of pull in the second half of today.
मैच स्टार्ट होने के बाद करते हैं इनका वॉइस का ठीक.
Keep building a little bit more confidence.
नोवा को फायर रीग्रुप करना पड़ेगा. समझा नहीं.
So, again, horror.
SBI की टीम कहाँ है? SBI की टीम? निखिल चौधरी क्या बात कर रहे हो?
that was really good to see, but also not only
Alpha
that,
769,
Morte had to fight
Xavier
from a real
75.
difficult position because they were sandwiched between Bigatron and Team Spirit, and they came out
This
ahead
is after
without Bigatron.
9
No
matches.
easy feat. But as we take a look at our overalls again, as I talk about like 1 point potential,
भाई 200 प्लस जाएगा.
you see there's only that 1 point.
Top 3 200 प्लस जाएगा guys.
7 hot on their heels as Mirren
No
Sanchez
doubt.
pushing up to 5th place here, surpassing Vampire.
Max, I mean minimum 190, 190.
Race for the top 3 here, Heltrix. And it could be
Max 210,
by the end
but I think
of
200 के
this
आसपास ही
on
जाएगा.
Sunday. This one really
197,
all over the
196
place.
top 3 के लिए.
MSJ, Vampire up there.
Top 3 teams grand finals directly qualified. Bottom 5 घर.
What you for Inko?
बाकी teams
Top 3.
survival stage.
Did he find out this info ahead of time?
Elimination.
अबे क्या
Game,
choke है भाई
baby.
Mike.
8 against the best team in the world, you know.
Zero recoil hack है, hack expose करो स्नेहिल भाई जल्दी से.
The fumbles, no doubt, they're all right. But the fact that they're I mean, Inko is in contention for top 3.
Who is best player in the world
It's
in
not
your
right
opinion?
now. You know what I'm saying?
अरे जो भी
So
ग्लोबल
let's just-
टूर्नामेंट में MVP बनेगा वही है बेस्ट प्लेयर और क्या.
Correct.
और कोई अलग
What do we say about that is like they are better.
अलग
than the
रूट
last
है
place
जिसमें
team.
प्रूव कर सकता है कोई बेस्ट प्लेयर इन द
I
वर्ल्ड.
mean,
He
that's
cooking.
why.
Currently the best player in the world is not playing this
Gator,
PMGC.
unfortunately, gonna be sitting in 12th
His
place.
name
Boots
is
have fallen now in
Regioko.
of being knocked out of the entire event and not advancing through to the survival stage as they currently sit in 13th place. Reagan's Gaming for me kind of a surprise, to be honest. Like, people always discuss and talk about how strong PEL teams are, but right now we're just not seeing out of Reagan's Gaming, and they're looking like they might be on a short trip back to China too.
I don't have really high expectations for RSG, to be completely honest. They got decent eliminations, like they are in the conversation when it comes to fragging potential. But I don't feel like they're taking fights.
Tony K is
that
coming for MVP again.
enables them to get to the late game. Like,
Dekhte.
they take fights, so
Yeah.
if a team
It's
crashes
too
or
early.
something like, oh, sure, we'll fight you, whatever. But I think
say
especially
anything.
not this Erangel, but the previous Erangel, I think something. you
अभी
brought up,
finals के लिए बहुत
was-
time है.
Oh no, Seven was here talking with us. Sorry.
Yeah.
And he brought up the fact that they could have pushed. They could have carved so much more space for themselves.
पाकिस्तान
in that
नेपाल की
second
कोई
half,
टीम
but
है?
they were just so
पाकिस्तान की टीम इसमें
like,
नहीं
it's
है.
almost nothing.
नेपाल का टीम है
So you
होरा
allow teams
स्पोर्ट्स.
to get even better positions in the circle, and then you just
Yeah.
kind of crumble apart. So I want to.
रेजियो को कौन है? रेजियो को रिजेक्ट टोक्यो का प्लेयर है.
That
That team is from
I
Japan.
want to see RSG throw like 30 smokes just to move up a few feet because
Put a
that
horror.
worked, right? That worked. Might as well just try anything at this point. Yeah, RSG. I haven't really seen anything from them that have like really made me just say, "Oh my gosh," you know what I'm saying? Like,
Love from Kerala. Thank you for visiting
yesterday
us.
We could have been like, "All right, let's."
अरे
see how
thank
they
you
can,
हेमंत. It
push
was fun
outside of
at
circles
NIT
in the
Calicut.
zone. They proved
It
it
was
to us
fun.
in Sandhawk, right? So that's something.
भाई मैंने
you know,
फोटोज
RSG
पूछा था, अभी
is one
तक
of those
फोटोज
teams
मेरे को
that I'm just
मेरे
still
को
kinda
दिए नहीं
eyeing
कॉलेज
to see
वाले.
them put themselves
जब
in
देंगे
that winning
तब
position.
पोस्ट करूंगा
And
मैं
it's gonna
इंस्टाग्राम
be a
पे.
lot more difficult now, especially as we're starting to get
कैसा
towards that second half of the
आप लोग में से कोई केरला से है क्या जो भी
Second
स्ट्रीम
half of
देख
the
रहे
day,
हैं?
because we still
Is-
do
is
have
anyone-
one more Erangel, but then it's Alpha 7's time with Miramar going to be coming up in back-to-back
अच्छा है भाई,
situations.
केरला is a
You can see here, and that's where they
good
shine
place.
very
मजा
heavily.
आया
But
मुझे.
look at this today. Major Pride, Hora, MSJ. Like,
स्वीडन से कोई
where's
टीम
TT
है?
here?
स्वीडन.
Where's Empire? Where's Alpha
Sweden.
7? Like, where's all the top dogs?
कोई तो
that I
player
had
था
in
यार
my
स्वीडन
top
से.
three, man? I'm
मैं
getting a
भूल
little
गया.
bit worried, but you know what? We are gonna be
I'm
taking
not
a
sure
short
टीम
break.
है
We'll get
कोई.
ready to go for
मतलब
our second half
टीम्स
of the
होंगे
day.
बट
So see you all
टॉप
later.
टीम्स कोई नहीं है स्वीडन से. बट प्लेयर तो मैंने देखा, एक इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर देखा मैंने जो जिधर वॉचिंग ज्यादा है उधर प्राइस पूल नहीं है, जिधर प्राइस पूल ज्यादा है उधर वॉचिंग नहीं है. Reject Tokyo did not qualify. No brother, they did not qualify. कब स्टार्ट होगा? 7 मिनट दिखा रहे ना ये काउंटडाउन राइट साइड में है. 6 मिनट में स्टार्ट होगा. नोमी स्पिरिट में है. यस, इससे पहले वो मेजर प्राइड में था. ये लॉर्ड इंजेक्स कब छोड़ दिया?
Halo guys, nama aku Satar dari tim Bigetron Night.
Nama aku Zuxi dari tim Bigetron Knights.
Hello, I'm Lord. I'm Coops from Twisted Minds. Salve galera, eu sou o Revo. E rapaziada, eu sou um mafioso.
Namaste saudaraलाई, मेरो नाम मल्लिका के हो.
म चाहिँ आकाश राई हो र म टिम स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हो.
र आज हामी ग्रुप एल्लोको 2024 PMGC प्रेडिक्सन गर्न जाँदैछौँ. Dimulai dari saya. Oh, dari saya. Bigetron. Gimana? Lewat. Nomor 1.
Hashtag one, of course,
Ininya
of
lagi
course.
Ya? Apa bintang lagi ya?
Ya udah kamu di atas. Udah jelas saya Bigetron, kenapa Bigetron?
Like we still have better teams.
भाई कैसे है ये फोन Infinix?
Você concorda, parceiro?
BGMI के लिए पूछ रहे हो कि PUBG Mobile के लिए?
6 months. I have
मुझे नहीं पता ब्रो, मैंने यूज नहीं किया.
D Xavier, they're underrated, but I don't think they're good enough to be top 3. So I'll put them as 4. Yeah.
कोई बात नहीं. They are not good enough to be top 3.
No.
फिर hashtag 4 में डाल दिया उसको.
Bigetron may be top 3.
If you are good enough to be in top 4, you are good enough to be in top 3 bro.
Vampire Esports. They're one of the best teams on the world, so I think I'll go for first.
Iya.
नहीं, first तो नहीं finish करने वाला है Vampire.
Segundo porque ele é bom.
Second डाल दी. Third.
2 times.
Respect भाई, respect for Vampire. हरामी bro, ये bottom 5 में डाल देंगे इसको.
I would go for third. Why? Better teams in our group, but I think we can manage to qualify to grand finals. Sexto? É, sexto é uma posição justa. Mas acho que briga também pelo top 3.
Tuh start main region MENA. Ya pokoknya tapi dia jago. Tapi nggak konsisten, selalu nggak konsisten di PMGC.
I have this phone and anyone want it for gaming, it's beast. अच्छा. Even BGMI.
Sekarang ini pun champion ini.
Interesting.
Top 3. Top 3.
Nah ini nih yang dulu segrup sama kita, tapi lu belum main.
Major Pride.
Ya, cuman rosternya ada beda nih.
Iya, rosternya beda.
Menurut gua sih di 10 sih.
10 ya.
Main play.
Oh, enggak mana ya.
Bro react to Zyrex break है अभी. अरे नहीं नहीं नहीं.
Hamle से
अभी कुछ reaction नहीं करने वाला हूँ. I'm in mood for PMGC. बस PMGC ही देखेंगे अपन.
I think they'll be going home early. Alright. Because não?
भाई होरा का पूरा bottom में रख दी भाई. सारे के सारे.
Tem lugar reservado. É. 14. Loops. Acho que eles têm chance de brigar pelo top 5 também. É, sobrou só o oitavo, hein? Não, acho que eu tiro a DX. Não, eu tiro a... Tira MP. Tira MP, coloca MP em 11º. Vou colocar em 11º. Colocar loops. Ai. Acho que esse time aqui...
Well, jokes on them. MP top पे चल रहा है.
E o campeão do grupo amarelo? No, for sure. A gente.
No BGMI, but global is excellent. अरे global is excellent in every phone bro.
Udah pastilah ini.
It's not a big deal.
Nggak bisa diragukan lagi.
Apa saya?
Tim yang
भाई नोवा है क्या? नहीं ब्रो, नोवा स्पोर्ट्स इज नॉट देयर, दे कुडंट क्वालिफाई. मेरे पास एक्सेस है स्पाइक बाय, इज इट गुड फॉर कॉम्पिटिटिव? आई डोंट थिंक सो ब्रदर. आई हैव 15 Pro Max. 15 Pro Max is lagging. पता नहीं. I heard 14 is the best. पता नहीं यार लैग के लिए क्या क्या करूँ फिक्स करने. You should take this advice from competitive players. भाई पाकिस्तान की टीम है ब्रो. नेक्स्ट ग्रुप में है शायद, इस ग्रुप में नहीं है. दस सेकेंड. वॉचिंग लेस है बस, इतना बड़ा प्राइस पूल कैसे करते? ब्रांडिंग भी उतना रीच नहीं होता ना. देन हाउ दे getting money? This is international. The IP PMGC is a very big IP.
League stage day 2. I'm here with the Xavier and Levi's.
Brands
Your team has had an
and it's an
amazing
international
day
tournament
so far. I mean, you guys
so the
have been able to
exposure
be in
the brand
top
is
four
getting
every
is
single match. Have you
internationally.
guys had to readjust at
तो
any
भाई
moment to be able
आ
to
जाते
achieve
भाई,
that kind
उतना
of
बड़ी बात
performance?
नहीं है.
ngày hôm nay thì các bạn
एंड कोई छोटा मोटा व्यूअरशिप नहीं है ब्रो. तुम्हें लग रहा है छोटा मोटा
mình
व्यूअरशिप
đã
है?
vào được top 4
तुम बस
trong
एक
tất cả
चैनल
các
पे
trận.
देख के तुम
Thì
बोल
không
रहे
biết là
हो.
các bạn đã có
Collectively,
những thay đổi gì hoặc
देखा
trong
जाएगा
những
तो
cách nào để đạt
I
được
think
cái
million
kết quả
watching तो
như vậy
रहेगा.
không?
You're just looking at YouTube.
Nhờ team bọn em di
This
chuyển
tournament
đi
gets
hợp
streamed
lý
on
và gây
Facebook
thông
also,
tin.
Twitch
Và
also.
nhờ sự may mắn nữa nên
एंड
bọn
चाइना
em
वाली
trong
व्यूअरशिप तो
tất cả
अलग
các
अलग से है, अलग ऐप में होता है
It's
उनका.
thanks to us having
तो collectively देखा जाएगा तो भाई
circle
the numbers
movement
are
and
in
also,
millions only
team
definitely.
call-out, and also
So,
thanks
yeah.
to luck that we got to top
ये
4
ब्रांड को दिखाएंगे, ये
every
सब
match.
दिखाएंगे ब्रांड को.
You gotta sprinkle a little bit of luck in there. You know what? Let's sprinkle a little
And
bit
it's
of
going
pressure
nowhere,
on you
यार.
guys'
$3
shoulders.
million तो
because
हर बार
you
का है.
guys are one of the favorite teams to at least finish in the top 3.
And it's an
out of
S-tier
Group
tournament,
Yellow.
right?
Does that put extra pressure
तो
on
होता
your
ही है.
shoulders knowing that?
Đội của các bạn
Bro,
là
China
đội
alone gets 1 million plus.
là
I
sẽ
know,
vào-
right?
vào
China
được top
China में
3
watching
trong,
ज़्यादा है.
bảng vàng. Vậy thì điều này có tạo nên áp lực cho các bạn hay không?
bọn em cũng không áp lực ạ, thoải mái bắn tiến tới final đấy ạ.
Actually, we don't feel much pressure.
Alpha
and
7
we,
will go to
play
last
with
chance,
a
I feel.
relaxed
No, I
attitude
don't think so.
So that we can get to the
The
grand
worst
finals.
that could happen to Alpha 7
Okay,
is
that's what champions usually
survival
end up
stage.
saying. Thank you so much for your time, by the way.
Last
Jason.
chance
I
तक
found
तो नहीं
people
जाएंगे
my
bro,
height.
Alpha
Back to you
7.
guys.
No way. TX नहीं है क्या? नहीं है ब्रो, कोई इंडियन टीम नहीं है. जॉर्डन का डैमेज चेक करो. फोन में चेक कर दो क्या मैं? आई कैन चेक. चलो अपन शॉटगन का डैमेज चेक करते हैं इतने में. विल चेक पंप शॉटगन का क्या है. रेंज पे मारे तो कितना डैमेज पड़ेगा. अरे मैं बीजीएमआई क्यों खोला? बीजीएमआई नहीं भाई, नॉट बीजीएमआई, इट्स पबजी टाइम. Difference between Android and iOS is just the touch response. Smoothness also, bro, not just a touch response. The smoothness, the rendering, there are multiple factors. रुको, मेरे को स्क्रीन शेयर करना है तो ये खोलना पड़ेगा. चलो एक सेकंड हेडफोन पहन लेता हूँ मैं। जैसे मैच चालू होगा ना तुम लोग बता देना, मैं ये दिखा देता हूँ इतने में। मोबाइल we can test shotgun in the meantime. Pump देख
is what I'm gonna say. There might be some talk
मैच चालू
happening in the background. We
चालू
don't
नहीं
know.
हो रहा मैच। We'll go training. This is PUBG KR by the way. This is not PUBG Mobile. KR same है, same game है, बस कोरियन वर्जन है। अपने को चाहिए शॉटगन। ये पूरा स्नाइपर है, तर नहीं है बे शॉटगन। शोड़ी क्या था S12 के पंप अटैचमेंट में डालेंगे। अपने को चाहिए रीलोड के लिए ये। अबे डकबिल का है, इधर है डकबिल, दोनों को वही लगाएंगे। चलिए है अटैचमेंट्स, ये इसको डाल दो। अब इधर टेस्ट कर सकते हैं अपन, लेवल 1 में कितना डैमेज है, लेवल 2 में कितना डैमेज है, लेवल 3 में कितना डैमेज है। नूमी फिर से वापस #1 पे आ गया डैमेज में। उसने अभी कितना रेंज पे मारा है? 83 डैमेज पड़ा इसको। कितना रेंज है ये यार? एक सेकंड, कितना रेंज है? 25 meters, 96, 126, 114। चलो समझ में आ गया, मिनिमम 85 तो डैमेज पड़ रहा है पंप से। ठीक है, अब इससे ट्राई करते हैं। भाई पंप का डैमेज ज्यादा है भाई। S12 के का स्प्रेड ज्यादा है ना, S12 का स्प्रेड ज्यादा है ना। सारे शेल्स नहीं लग रहे इतने रेंज में, बट पंप का सारे लग रहे हैं। आई मीन मेजॉरिटी लग रहे हैं। ब्रो दैट इज व्हाई एवरीवन इज यूजिंग, ब्रो दैट इज व्हाई एवरीवन इज यूजिंग। आ गया समझ में, आ गया मुझे, आ गया समझ में। तुम लोग को समझ में आ गया ना? चलो लेवल 1 में देख लिया हमने। बाप रे बाप, पंप इज ओपी। भाई पंप तो डेंजर है भाई, तो हल्के में लिया पंप को। Yeah bro, no wonder people are using pump. Yeah, bro. Pump is OP. Hence proved why everyone are using close range. Close range की जरूरत नहीं है. वो जो range पे मारा है ना अभी, वो इतना confidently इसलिए मारा क्योंकि भाई pump shotgun से damage बहुत ज़्यादा है. Even in ranged. And एकदम stability भी अच्छा है ना इसका. यही रेंज पे एस्टवेल का देखते हैं. स्टेबिलिटी बहुत कम है कंपेयर टू पंप एंड द डैमेज इज आल्सो लो इस रेंज में. लेट्स से और थोड़ा पीछे गया मैं. $150 डैमेज तक पड़ रहा है भाई, बिकॉज वेस्ट उतर गया था उस टाइम पे. 100, 10, 72, 70. वेस्ट गया. समझ में आ रहा ना तुम लोग को? स्क्रीन अबे क्या छोटा क्यों हो गया ये स्क्रीन? देखो वन लास्ट टाइम मैं दिखा रहा हूँ बिफोर आई गो. अभी ये रेंज कितना है? दिस रेंज इज 30 meters. पंप शॉटगन फर्स्ट ये दिखाते हैं. S12 के 44, 54, 60, 60, 46, 69, 82. ठीक है, 10 मार दी मैंने. अब पंप मारते. 163 मतलब वेस्ट उतर गया, कोई बात नहीं. 61, 89, 86, 120 वेस्ट उतर गया. 61, 47. पंप का डैमेज ज़्यादा है भाई, इवन इन रेंज. एंड स्टेबिलिटी मच बेटर है पंप का. That this is fully attached S12K versus pump. So yeah, that's why people are preferring pump. देखो एकदम शेक नहीं है इसका. कैसे भी मारो एकदम शेक नहीं है. S12K मारेगा थोड़ा रिकॉइल रहेगा, थोड़ा नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा. उतना भी डिफरेंस नहीं है, मारने वाले किसी से भी मार देते ब्रो. बट यार डैमेज तो ज़्यादा है पंप का. मैच स्टार्ट हो गया तो लेट्स जंप बैक इनटू द मैचेस.
He started with you this time around. He's changed the order. What's going on? I'm unsure. I like it though. It's kind of fresh. Going into our last angle of the day.
Check
we are
BGMI.
double digits on the match tally, and we are going across
BGMI
Erangel
check karna
once more. Primorsk up towards shooting range.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep it fresh considering, you know, we're on our third Erangel of the day. You got to do something to spice things up a little bit. And hopefully not a Western circle. But yeah, we're heading over from
military base circle, please.
Again, up towards
military base
range.
circle, please.
So we are still on that western side of the map as teams head their way over. But I'd like to see something more like a Yaz circle over on the eastern side. But I don't know if I'll be treated to it or not.
Maybe. Could be interesting. I mean, we were denied a military circle, so that could be fun on this game. I think it's a little bit past due now. I like to get them in early, like to get them in whilst the teams are still finding their feet. Can really shake things up, but we'll have to wait and see. Drops around. BTR and Inco could potentially once again come into conflict, but it looks like BTR are diverging somewhat from Inco's drop location.
Shooting range circle.
Closer towards Roshok.
देखते.
And Inco further
I hope
south.
it is military base, but I doubt it.
Finished on its path. Twisted Mind still on that west coast split drop.
Ah.
I mean, it's not fully
और तो
southwest.
नीचे आना था. कोई बात अभी भी जा सकता है military base. Just saying.
It's like leading.
Only Zaxi is playing, not Luxi. No, Luxi is not playing. इससे पहले लक्सी खेल रहा था, Zaxi नहीं खेल रहा था. अब Zaxi खेल रहा है, Luxi नहीं खेल रहा है.
That's where Team Spirit's heading right now towards farm. BTR have been switching this drop spot up quite frequently. I mean, they're in Rozo, they're in
Fire rate doesn't matter if you don't miss your first shot. Agree.
Quite certain on the spot. I mean,
Agree.
taking a Rozok, I mean, no one's in there right now, and I mean, the circle is pretty close to them. Not have to make a massive journey, so they don't have to head over towards Sunken early on. It's not the worst thing for them. Twisted Minds, oof,
but the preference
18 points.
the
Yeah, they are
preference
certainly struggling
of the
at the
players are pumped over
We took a moment to
S12K
talk to the
and
coach
DBS
of
it looks
Vampire
like.
Esports.
क्योंकि majority तो pump ही चला रहे हैं अब.
Managed to catch up with Satani, I believe.
जितना मैंने
We've got
देखा
a
है.
little interview to play as we oversee them down in.
Why only West Side Zone? RNG bro,
Let's
it's
see what they had to
it's
say.
RNG.
I mean, I've been told that the interview
Vampire का
was
same
about
coach है
the
भाई, कितने साल से same coach है.
Esports.
यही है.
Sir Tanny,
The
coach for Vampire. This has been the best form that you guys have been coming into an international event. What has been the key factor to that?
I think it's all good, I think. Yeah.
Scarel or
Nothing to
M4
say
for
more
close
because
range.
yeah, you know. our
I would
performance
choose
well,
M4 because मेरे को
what we
M4
can
से
do,
ज़्यादा
what we-
practice है.
What we're good at it, so yeah, I think.
But I
we
heard
go along with that.
AUG is
Hey,
much
well, I
better
like
in close
that.
range
Schweppes has
compared
been
to
absolutely destroying him.
compared to
Aaron
Scarel and
hopefully
M4
can
because
continue
fire
with
rate
that.
उसका बड़ा भी ना.
Maxman back at home. He wants to know what does it feel
So
like.
the
being a
answer
team
is
that's
not
currently
Scarel or
having to
M4,
play
it's
outside of the
AUG.
circle so much, with so many teams being focused towards that center play.
As you know, Vampires.
Show support to
Vampires
Hura.
are Vampire. We don't want to play
मैं
like
तो
anyone
support
else.
कर रहा हूँ Hura को.
Just kidding. Honestly, we drop on the too far of the map, so we cannot play the too fast.
PL
like,
में
other
तो
team do.
Bison का
So,
मेटा
yeah, we still
मेटा
play
था.
the thing that we
PL में
always
Victor
confident and
Vector
we
का
can
मेटा
do.
है bro.
Well, hey, I
Not
love it when
Bison.
you guys play confident. We know what you guys have been able to do in the past when you guys are confident. Talking about confidence, I actually want to know, has anything surprised you after the matches that we have played?
Which team will win this trophy? Prediction.
This tournament.
There are multiple multiple teams.
Yeah, some team I just
that I
watched
know
them and I don't
can
think
lift the trophy.
They were good at it, but
ऐसा
they come to
specifically
play
एक
on
team
this
का
group
नाम नहीं आ
level.
रहा दिमाग
Oh,
में.
so we cool
I want to
so
observe
that's why
closely.
I'm surprising that.
Some teams will
कैसे
definitely send that. We
कैसे
kind of
खेल
being a
रहे
little bit
teams.
broad there. I want you
तो
to tell
मैं
me
prediction
which team.
बताऊंगा after like
I agree with that.
after
I
survival
agree with that. Well,
stage.
Sir Tanny, thank you so much for your time.
survival
Back
stage
to
के
you
बाद ही
guys.
बता सकता हूँ मैं. तब तक थोड़ा observe करने दो teams
Thank
को.
you very much, Seven, for that insightful catch-up. with
फिलहाल
Satani. I
Alpha
mean, he
7 का
looked
भी उतना
very cool,
strong
very
नहीं
calm,
दिख रहा है.
collected, but Blank, there was one
Flow.
thing I noticed is that Satani's wrist.
Maybe they
was
are
very
not showing
bare.
it
It's
because
gonna be
it's not
watch.
it's
Let's
not
get
finals
Vampire
yet.
into those finals, earn that
So
money,
it's too early to
and,
do
adorn
the prediction
himself
thing.
once more.
Hey, I don't got no watch on. I'm chilling.
Top 3 from group
But
yellow.
I guess I do have a bracelet, so kind of makes up.
Alpha 7 तो रहेगा bro top 3 में.
My timepiece is not.
The way
there.
MP is playing वो
in
भी
the
नहीं हटने
meantime,
वाला
though,
लग रहा है.
In a time, we will be looking
But
back
my
at
prediction
this
already बताना
game.
तुम
I mean,
लोग को.
for-
It's
for
BTR, Alpha 7
Vampires,
and
yesterday was
KSG.
not bad in terms
KSG
of
बोल
getting
रहा
those
हूँ मैं,
chicken wings,
RSG.
but it did look hairy elsewhere, right? And I think they were playing a high
But
progressive
RSG हग
play
रहा है.
style over towards that edge clearing, which is interesting because not a lot of teams are taking up
Fourth है
that
फिर भी.
mantle right now, and it's kept
That's how
them in
strong
sixth
Alpha 7
place,
is, bro.
61 points. So by
Even
no
while
means
choking, they'll be in
a
top
bad
5.
couple of days for them at all. Yeah, DXJP once again nice and central over towards Pachinki. First time they've not had to go over towards someone else's drop spot and take up that position. They can happily go sit in that compound for the time being.
Who is your favorite player in PMGC?
That space,
There
see if they
are
can,
many players that I like in
just transition
PMGC.
into the next circle. Twisted Minds.
Revo,
Two of them in the same
QZ,
vehicle. I'm okay with that.
Top,
It's when you start to
Doc,
get 3 and 4 in the same vehicle, that's when I have a
Nomi.
problem with it. But to be honest, only 2 vehicles. I mean, at this stage of the game, for Twisted Minds, I feel
मेरे को
like
MP का बेका भी
wanna be
अभी
finding
पसंद आ रहा
more
है.
and
बहुत प्यारा खेल रहा है वो.
gathering those into the Armada so that they can
और
send
कौन
out
है?
as a fleet. Because
और
they do
DRX
start
में
to
भी एक
burn
player
away,
है.
right, as soon as you get into conflict
CY
with
ऐसा
vehicles,
कुछ नाम है
damage
उसका.
starts to pour in, you
वो भी
lose
क्या मार रहा है
fuel,
mid range में.
it's a little bit dangerous, so I think that they
और ब्रो हरामी ब्रो
maybe
में
get one or
फेडरालिस.
2 more. We'll see if they're able to do that because they've drawn a little bit
Coops
short, close
from
to
Twisted
RSG.
Minds. अरे
See,
बहुत
like
सारे
he's
players
got
है
his
भाई.
bike on
International
board as well.
players बहुत सारे होते हैं अच्छे.
Yeah, they're
I can't
definitely in the
just
thick of it
pick
right
one.
now. And I think that's the difficulty with
If
the
I have to
position
pick
on the
only
map,
one, that player is not in this
there is
PMGC.
Not a huge opportunity
It's
to get
Reggie
more
Oko.
vehicles from where they're playing. 'Cause
That
a
player
lot
is
of
a
them have
complete
already
player.
been taken up.
Major Pride getting up
From
top of the
Chinese team
hill.
favorite player QZ.
Players in
QZ
their
हुआ
vehicle
हुआ.
as well. Twisted Minds might just crash into this forward position. RSJ now, Lightning in danger with the bike roll up there. Feet off the pedals. Needs to burn the corner. Really nice Molotov there for Lightning to slow things down, allow his team to maybe give him some backup, but it's not going to work because Robs launches the nade out immediately with the pump
Right,
action.
Twisted
The
Ma-
first
Twisted.
blood goes the way of Twisted Minds. They've got 18 points.
इनको
They're
तो
ranked
हर
up
कोई
to
पेल के जा
19
रहे हैं
here.
भाई.
Is it time for them to step up a little bit further into this tournament? As Maxman would say, no. Could be something else though.
Sorry यही पेले इस बार RSG को.
Could be. Could definitely be. I think for a fair few of our squads down towards the bottom of the table, it is getting a little bit more distinct between 10th down to 16th place as we head towards the middle of the table. And I think for
Spike by, I am 15 and playing competitive from 3 years. I watch every tournament of BGMI and Global to learn
they do have that central spot
and
in the circle
implement,
towards the
develop
west of
my
Pachinki.
skills. Can you guide my
They have been
future?
getting
Action gaming.
quite deep in
You are
towards these
15 and
central
you've been
circles,
playing
not
since
exactly
3
being able to
years.
hold on to those positions, John.
Brother,
I think has been difficult.
what is this?
That has been the name of the game for a lot of teams, finding success and transitioning.
You have been playing
out of
since
that
3
middle
years.
Position hold to be
Then you
able
should
to do
know
so successfully and
कि भाई
do so whilst
minimum
maintaining
16 years
options to
के ऊपर
rotate.
होना जरूरी है to play competitive.
Really, really difficult.
तो अभी भी एक
task.
साल
We
है.
saw that MSJ able to do it in that last match.
तो
And
like
Fire looking to do it again.
कैसे get कर
Yeah,
सकते हो
pushing
if
for
you're
that
not
southwest
if you're
side.
not even
Luckily
eligible.
for them, the circle has not gone super far out to the west for
Your
the
age
first
is
time
not
in a long
eligible
time,
for
which
competitive.
means that they have had a little bit of runway.
How can I guide you, brother?
Gather speed, gather steam into the circle. They're gonna exhaust that over towards Major Pride, already taking a point.
Starts off well then for Vampire, picking that one up. I mean, he was super split off from the rest
What's
of
your
the team.
opinion on New State Mobile?
Able to get into position again. That is the difficulty.
I don't have any opinion on New State
John,
Mobile.
towards that dead central arena is sometimes some of your teams
एक टाइम मैंने भी खेला था वो,
Circle
but
seems
उतना
hell
पसंद
bent
नहीं
on
आया
moving this
मुझे
back over to
the
Quarry.
mechanics,
So that's exactly where
the
we'll
graphics.
head. For some of our teams down towards
एकदम
that
below
south side,
average
it's
लगा
not
मुझे वो
actually
game.
that big of a deal this time around because teams did shunt their way
इसलिए मैंने
over
खेलना
towards
छोड़
that
दिया.
eastern side, which gives more opportunity to some of these rotations for our teams who set themselves up over towards the east. It's not all happened instantaneously with a confirmed down towards the southwest, but yeah, a lot of teams are now on their bikes.
Getting a hoof onto the west side. I mean, it just doesn't stop going west. What is with these circles, man? We need to get some change up, but these teams, they're so familiar with this territory now. Little flip there. Oh, watch out.
Clash of Chaitu, bro.
Dodges that one.
I'm not
Inactive.
acting, bro.
He's back on the road
I'm just
again.
being myself.
I mean, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. It's all right. They're just passing through Headshot Hills. It's a little bit of a difficult terrain.
He's
to
the
pass
most
on,
deadliest
but
close range
they'll,
player
pick
of all
themselves
time.
up an airdrop on the
Of
way.
all time, I don't think
It's
there
not
can
all
be only
that
one
useful.
deadliest close range
Once
player
again
of
with
all
a
time.
very nice rotate over towards
But
the
in this
south side
PMGC,
deck.
there are
Yeah,
several, but I
that's
would go
all
with
we've done all
Revo.
day.
If
But
it's
when
close
you
range,
back
I'd go
around
with
this one,
Revo.
Just praise Mirror Sejong's rotations. It just feels like they're lacking in some other areas in terms of gameplay, but that last game
Revo from
definitely
Alpha
shored up
7.
some of those questions about the team in terms of the firepower. I mean, Hoxie,
भाई पटाखा चालू भाई घर के पास.
a veteran for the team, and basically solo held it down versus Team Spirit. It was a dangerous play, but it was the one that it was a gamble, but it gave them the most amount of success basically towards that late game. And I like the backstab he had over towards Team Spirit because he knew as soon as they cleared out that final player on D7,
Nice
they'd
one.
want to try and take control of that high ground.
Nice
It was
one.
just very well done.
Coops trying to challenge off Nomi on the angle. Nomi
He got owned, bro.
being a little bit bold.
Coops got owned.
It worked out this time. As
Coops को लगा कि भाई मैं
steps into a
reflex मारूंगा
hail of
crouch करके
pain.
एकदम.
That is a tough time, but they will be able
दे
to go
दिया
for these
Tochen
reses.
उसको
They've
Nomi
got
ने.
2-2 split for Team Spirit right now. Twisted Minds kind of in the middle of it with Zeus as well on that western edge. So surrounded, but very, very central. So safe for the time being.
Favorite gun combo.
Where they're positioned on the map right now,
Shorty
this is a
and
game
M4.
for them to get maybe at
Shorty
least
can be
something
anything.
done. Team Spirit
S12K,
on that high
DBS.
ground, not willing to let them get out too easily. It's a 2-2 split that's
Abhi,
they're currently playing, but they
pump-
have a lot of sight lines over that way.
pump shotgun.
So Twisted Minds are pretty much locked in towards this spot. We will be heading stage 3 pretty shortly, actually. 10 seconds to go.
Caster voice like
Most
CR7.
teams have found themselves decently central. I think it's only Vampires who are assuming that the circle cannot go any other way than Quarry. Luckily for us, it does head back up towards that north side. So very much a fielded finish, which is where we'll see actually quite a
Well,
few
the
teams
Chinese
start to
domination was
box and
only Noah,
brawl going into the next
and
5
it
minutes
was
of
an era
position.
that has ended. Yeah, it has ended a long time ago, bro.
RSG out on the east side.
MP versus
Players
BTR.
alive. DXO
Lapar
to the
knock.
north. That's
दो
not
बंदे
really
knock
what we
BTR
need,
के.
especially today. BTR.
सीधा slam
they
दे
try
दिया
and
इन
move
पे.
into Major Pride territory.
लग गई BTR की.
Buffed. Satar the last to stand. These
Last man standing,
chopsticks
etc.
Not going to work out for BTR this time around. Evo Station holds his nerve. Major Pride, they lost the player early.
Remember this guy's name,
rotate,
MP LM and Tricks. LM and Tricks. ये भी बहुत प्यारा खेल रहा है.
So they have been playing as 3 for a long time, and this hold looks pretty solid. I'm convinced.
I mean, quite a few of their wins have actually come through from 3-man situations. I think that almost puts them on the edge of their seat when they play just a little bit better with 3 players.
I think they'll push.
Have that 2-man split currently across the compound that sits down towards the south, as well as just having oversight towards BTR as well as Major Pride. There is a
Which gun skin you think is the best?
That is Inco.
नया M4 स्किन बहुत प्यारा है ग्लोबल में.
Their spot.
चल एक में से 2 बंदे नॉक. चल.
Could third party this as well. Remember, Satar could have an impact. The smoke is there. Puts the pin back in. Actually, just retreats here. And waits for them to push in through the smoke. I mean, moving back up along this chopstick isn't the worst idea. You get cover from these little stanchions on the side. And Mirren Sejong unlikely to push all the way in, given that they have the buildings up top. So a little bit of protection afforded to you. The difficulty is you're very vulnerable from that north edge push. So if Inco decide to move south, if Duarte try and move across, you're basically just done for.
Alpha 7 keeping things nice and calm.
Spirit push कर दी पे इधर.
Western edge.
इधर वो थी ना,
twisted थी. These smaller compounds as we head on through. Whilst having 2 players over towards the ridge side, getting some lay of the land up towards the east, where Duarte currently hold a large space in the fields with that compound.
अरे क्या बात है, effect बहुत प्यारा मारा.
Effect. What a
Effect been off from
coming
Coops.
through, nearly going down and will go down, in fact, to Coops on the off angle, but it may be Reservoir. However, in the meantime, Bay will start to move up. Matic needs to hold this down. They are still on this 2-2 split for Team Spirit, meaning that this is so important to make work. Twisted Minds taking shots in the meantime. Effect crawling back. The smokes are there. They are just folding back away. RSG can't put too much pressure out this way. They can't
backup चाहिए Matic को.
Here comes the backup. Team Spirit are juggling the aggro here, and it's looking pretty good for them. But look at that flex out on the off angle. A rotate comes in from the side. The nade comes through. The flush.
MP versus Alpha 7. Mafioso knock.
Loops have sent up to try and get
पहले knock होता है Mafioso. Finish भी हो गया.
It's a frustrating tag inside
By
the smoke
no
as
fear.
well. There are nades been sent through. I mean, Twisted Minds took a couple of knocks there. In comes Team Spirit. Try and collect the rest of their teammates. It was only a matter of time of how long they could actually hold this 2-2 split. Now they go for some more smokes. Matic doubles
Loops
back.
versus Zeus.
Should get this res through. They are right on
आखिरी
the
बंदा है
edge
Loops
of the
का.
circle now and have to move further
वो भी लो
forward.
गया
Vampires
Loops बाहर.
get a very lovely spot down towards the south side as Zeus will
पीछे
pick
से
the
Xavier
final
आ गया.
player of...
Spirit की लग गई.
Damn, that is rough for Matic.
Lamborghini moving forwards for DX.
माँ कसम bro, क्या timing रहता है teams का, क्या timing रहता है.
Taking shots out towards Team Spirit, but that is their first
No,
full
भी गया.
casualty. They have been.
अबे Lord ने दे दिया भाई.
Now, but they finally
टोचन दे दिया.
Oh wait, that was a second player to go down there. In fact,
RSG बाहर.
Now left as a duo. Bay falls, and that is RSG eliminated.
Spirit के
which
दो बंदे.
opens up a little bit more room for Team Spirit, but they are already down to 2, which is not where they wanted to be, especially with DX Xavier pushing in behind them, trying to contest for that second place on the overall standings.
You can understand why Nomi stayed behind to try and hold down that compound
Wow.
that he could move back towards. He was the anchor point.
Grenade से इतना low हो गया. Sorry,
And
grenade
it's
से
just
knock
so many
खाया.
teams
Grenade
come
से
through
knock
all at the same moment. I think they may have been better off just regrouping as a 4, or even just regrouping a little bit earlier. I think they were waiting for this stage 4 shift before they made that decision. Again, with the way the actual compounds were set up on the north and south side, it wasn't like they were going to get too much differential with the next circle. So yeah, the regroup.
क्या composure है भाई, मार दिया उसने first aid.
Vitali inside the blue, struggling versus DRX.
Nearly gets that first aid off, doesn't commit.
क्या बात है, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one.
Through the windows, the second round goes his way, and the bell will ring for DRX. Inco stay alive. Still one more player actually for DRX. Actually, with
zone से
on the southwest side, a little
लगा
bit
लगने वाली है
but
first aid
still in the blue. A knock over to Vitali comes
उसने एक
on
पट्टी
in.
मार के मार रहा था
Now it's
उसको
gonna be tough.
first aid.
Can't get this
तब
res
लग
out
जाता.
here, which means that Juancho moving on as a solo. Vampire caught up against it with Harame Bro. Newsy goes very low to the nade. Range flexing out wide here as Rig is also in this scrap. The nade bounces just a little bit short. Vampire look to commit to this res, but the nade takes him down. Newsy falls.
भाई
The shotgun
बहुत खतरनाक form में बता रहा हूँ मैं.
sweeping. And he will.
खतरनाक form में है.
Bro suffer under the boot. Vampire able to stamp down, but Newsy goes out.
Yeah, tough stuff. I mean, for Vampire, they'll stay as 3, which is honestly more than they have had throughout a lot of their games to date. And 5 eliminations, they'll be very pleased with that so far. That still sits them in with the runnings. Deep Savior, though, continue to perform well, but this crash is starting to get a little bit more rough. They're able to find an initial knock. In comes the rest of the players, and Effect has to hold strong as
Oh, nice try, Effect. Nice try.
Second place up for grabs.
Team Spirit bahar.
Xavier look to defend
Xavier,
it. Spirit
excellent.
Fall, and they will still
Push.
be in third. Alpha 7 potential to jump up into that third place qualification spot. MSJ as well, waiting around the corner. Who
MP
could
आ
be
गया.
able to take it from them. MSJ close by, and a roll up for DX Xavier. Major pride. Top dogs in the lobby. They see what's going on beneath them, and Twisted Minds
आखिरी
are
बंदा
here
है
to play as well.
गाय भी. ओए
DX
Twisted
Xavier
Minds आ
gonna
गया.
fall, but Major Pride as well.
दोनों को मार दिया.
Capitalism at the top of the tables. As
Xavier
Twisted
को भी मार
Minds
दिया.
go down for the
भाई
fight.
एक
but
घंटे से मार रहे इधर
MSJ to now
Twisted
take
तो.
them on. 4 versus 4 as the two teams crunching from either side.
4 kill मिले इनको.
In the Twisted Minds, probably the best game they've had all tournament so far. As Zeus finds Coops. It has been a horrendous amount of teams looking out this direction as we move further over towards that western side, and Zeus has got hell of a compound to work with, but could go either way with DRX currently holding that north side of the map, which is so open. Not a lot of teams can assault that.
Alpha 7
Coops,
chicken.
man,
let's see. एक बार मेरे को map देखना है.
for them.
बता दूंगा मैं कौन निकालने वाला है.
Twisted Minds, they definitely held this position really well for such a long
Yeah,
time.
Twisted बहुत प्यारा hold किया इस जगह पे. Without any casualty.
I think that res should go through though.
4 players active on
MSG
both
once
sides.
again.
This
Top
is
7.
the second
No
game
casualty.
now where Zeus have a good, strong compound.
But अब zone के
This
अंदर
is
जाना
the
है इनको.
time where they need to capitalize, right? We've been waiting for a big performance from this roster. This is the game to do it. They have a lot of control over the south side. The difficulty is that there's so much open ground to try and navigate. So we'll have to wait to see if they've got more left in the tank, because they've only got 3 eliminations so far. As we're back on with the fight, another knock over towards
Aura
Rob,
versus Vampire.
a nade
Stone
over
knock.
towards Doran, and Twisted Minds are
अबे
starting
एक ही
to
बंदा
fall
बचा है
under the
Vampire का.
pressure from
पिछले
Myriad
के दो बंदे knock.
Sejong. It's going well again.
क्या nade है
South
बे
Korean
Coops.
strategists. Final, however, takes that knock. That nade comes in from Coops, and Twisted
Love
Minds
Davis.
still looking to put in
Twisted
the
Minds
fight.
बाहर.
But the nade downhill forces
MSG.
Coops out, and Twisted Minds fall.
Pure
Myriad
4v4
Sejong
एक
stay
casualty
alive.
होगा शायद
Makes
mostly.
final
बिटा तो गाड़ी में.
minutes.
बिटा सकता है
The
गाड़ी
problem
में.
with the back of the buggy is really the only way they get him back in here. They can't afford to res him out here in the blue. Won't be able to get back up again. There's some long shots from Horror, and even longer shots
भाई
back over
थोड़ा
to
का डिनर
Zeus.
लग रहा है मेरे को ये
Wow,
मैच.
did not expect the clap back to come
थोड़ा
through.
esports का डिनर लग रहा है
Horror
मुझे ये
currently
मैच.
holding a really good position. Nice split on them as well, and Alpha 7 look to challenge it. And I mean, this is a spot that Alpha 7 has multiple times.
I'll go with
so
Hora.
several different international tournaments has had to deal with. It's a circle we get quite often.
Yeah, that open ground towards the Gatka fields, the compound and the hillside, both counterpoised oversight, but dangerous edge positions. Demoite here, I feel, probably have one of the stronger spots. I mean, that split on the north side, I like it.
भाई 20k का टूर्नामेंट जीते तो मैनेजमेंट हैकर बोलकर बाहर कर दी.
Yeah, honestly, if you're able to get that northern side, it's really strong, but it's absolutely necessary that you do hold over towards the west as well. So you have a bit of that high ground to support the rest of your team.
रीटा का स्प्रे तो है भाई.
Down, though. Finding that knockoff is really bad because I think Eugene will have to assist. Likely put himself out in the open. But equally, Myriad Sejong is not in the greatest of spots either.
Where can we get map stream spy करना?
Looks to be the one to go for the assist.
Map stream, I don't think there is there.
Have to reposition his position on the west.
If it is there, then you'll find it on this channel only.
So if you're moving one player, you might as well send them out there without a massive amount of pressure coming through from MSJ. As you said, not in a great spot here, but this is again their biggest hurdle.
Who do you think are the contenders for champions?
Transitioning out of the mid game, and we're into stage 6 now, which is exactly where they start to stumble more often than not. Last time it went well for them. Can they do it again?
Yeah, this is probably one of the cruelest circles in the game, actually. If you're Alpha 7, you really
चलो
want
Hora
to tie
versus
up
Alpha
this
7
fight
ये
now
decider
with
है.
Horror, because you want to set
ये
up
fight
the
decide
vehicle
करेगा.
compound over towards the western side of the ridge on the low ground, so you can take shots over towards other players inside the lobby. Alpha 7 understand just how influential this position is going to be in the future, so they start to just send a whole pile of nades over towards Horror. Sky, though, is kind of the this angle is going to be so important. It's a bit key for Horror here. If he's not able to find too much
एक
out
knock
of it,
सीधा
it's a
push कर
good
देंगे
Molotov
Alpha
through the
7.
window.
I don't think it's going to spread too far. That concrete floor restricting the impact that it's going to have. And allowing them to stay alive.
Pura is
despite it
sitting
looking
ducks, bro.
pretty infernus on the top floor there. Oh, they're stood outside the door. I thought they were inside there.
Smart.
But
Very
no.
smart.
Okay, that's what's protecting them. That Molotov was very good, but they're still there. They're covering themselves with smoke. Alpha 7 looking to
Alpha
press
7 को इधर
to
clear
crash.
करना ही
Sky,
पड़ेगा.
So important to get impact here. If you don't get the value on the roll up,
और
it's basically a dead
road की उस
position.
तरफ कर दी, push कर दी. Alpha 7 versus Hora.
Impact on the third party for Vampire on the south side. McGrellan leads the charge for Alpha 7. DBS in hand, 2 players on the
ओए
doorstep.
nice connection
Unleashes
बे.
2 shells, but not going to connect. It goes
मालिक,
down for a response.
क्या बात है Alpha 7 बाहर. एक झटके में. एक झटके में Alpha 7 बाहर. By Hora
What a way
Esports.
to hold out. Ora, stay alive, but is there a third party?
Sky Hora knock
Tony
from
K
Tony K.
looking for Sky,
Instant
and he
dabba.
finds the shot. Zeus doing a lot of work from the south side. They're flexing out in the meantime. Tony K now
क्या
drawing the
movement है भाई
attention of Aura,
Tony K का.
and he won't even take Sky out.
It is impressive.
7
what Tony
finishes,
was able to do there.
3 man
Touching
strong.
The bullets to begin
Hora.
with was kind of masterclass.
मुझे लगा ही था भाई Hora ही मारने वाला है इधर फाइट में. इसलिए मैंने Hora बोला.
Long, but just about enough to take down Hoxie. There's one nade sent back in response, but it's only one player, and I think Seiru sort of has to.
Alpha 7 is not looking in their
here.
best shape.
But we know Mir and Sejong, they're a team that likes to try and confirm the assists onto the teammates. I think at that point he should have just left.
He was trying.
I think
That
Hora
run
is
out,
gonna
those
take this
nades
one,
were
bro.
going long. It felt fairly intentional by Zeus.
Let's go.
because you
वो
know
casualty नहीं होना
that
था.
you're gonna
Tony के
tickling
danger
that
मार दिया.
damage in. You're investing 7 nades, 8 nades into that position.
No fear knock.
You throw them
From
further
pusher.
back. It cuts off that retreat whilst
Finish
also
हो जाएगा
just
fear.
slowly melting down the player. Meaning that if you step back, you go into the full blast of a nade. You go down. If you stay there, you get melted by those gradual
Finish नहीं हुआ
increments
अभी
of
तक.
damage. A really nice nade
अब हो गया
pressure from
finish.
Zeus to be able to close out that position on the east.
अरे भाई साहब.
Hora has set up that position. I was
भाई
talking
लग
about
गई
earlier with
Hora
the
की.
vehicles.
Last man standing है.
But Malik goes down, which is unfortunate, to say the least. And now with just 2 players remaining, I think Hora
one
just took a
more
little
nade
bit
and
too
he's
many
done.
casualties. It's so sad because Sky played a fantastic position on the sidelines, basically gave them all the information they required for when the push-up came through from Alpha 7. So they could be massively prepared for it. But Tony K is just that limiting factor where it delays them just enough that Muerte is able to get into this strong position.
Nice
on
try
that north
Hora.
side.
Nice try.
With 4 players, it's going to be difficult to beat them.
Certainly as this split has gone well. Unfortunate for Zeus that they lose Eren on the off angle, leaving it south, but they have now got a very central position with Maniac rotating into the middle. However, we have seen from Zeus getting into a too open position on this sort of a stretch out, on this sort of a flex, and paying the price for it. So if Maniac can stay alive, that's great, but we've seen this be a vulnerability for them before. This is the chance for Zeus to prove themselves. I really want them to get a strong game off the back, really get out of the blocks here.
दिख गया
This is a team
उसको.
that we've been watching over the course of the season, a big
I thought
rookie
दिख गया.
roster, and it's their time to shine, but will they seize that opportunity?
I mean, equally for Muerte, some really good players on site here who, you know, not all of them joined the scene super recently. But I mean,
Nice one, nice one.
Definitely one of the guys on the block recently that we have been talking a lot about. Otto finding one great
क्या बात है?
smoke as well. How long
उसका reload आ गया था उसी time पे.
knock. And
क्या बात है?
might have just been ruined there and then.
And look at this flex out from Zeus as well. If they can get rid of
डब्बा
Mr.
डब्बा
Borrow, they've taken
बस.
out
Let go.
so much danger in this lobby.
भाई
Mr.
पूरा
Borrow
पलट
picks
गया
up those
match.
points confirming he's
Zeus
not
का
going to go
match.
for the res onto Malik. That is going to go down. And Zeus with the flex out. 2
नहीं, Zeus
players
का भी एक
moving
बंदा
over
ऊपर है.
here. And Darkin stays out on the east side. But Fuchsman has his number. He knows exactly where he is. The crawl out. But he's spotted. He steps up, gets that third party peek from the back of the buggy. And
गया
Darkin
गया
does
Zeus के हाथ
so
में गया.
much damage to them, leaving the Muerte on just 1. Mr.
गया मार दिया
Borrow may
उसने.
have just won
पूरा
Zeus
बाहर.
this match.
At
It's
hashtag
8
3.
eliminations, 9
1v3
eliminations for
situation
Honor
है
as they fall
DMR का
down.
player के लिए.
This is a great way to close it down. Maniac is down
Wow.
and Retro is very low on the ops angle. So
Wow.
still more. And Aura nearly find a second pickup.
Reload के time पे वो मारा भाई.
Yeah,
कभी-कभी किस्मत भी साथ देना चाहिए,
Borrow,
पता?
he takes that even further. And I mean, the fight versus Alpha 7 was also incredible. I mean, the position from Sky, perfectly coordinated, and playing on the outside of the building, knowing that Alpha 7 was just going to send everything in the kitchen sink at them in that moment
1v1 है,
was the
1v3
smartest of
situation है.
choices. And you don't
Eugene,
have money sidelines to
3-6-2.
work with and know when they're pushing, which is why you have Sky on that.
गाड़ी से
lowdown.
कुचल
So
देंगे
I
इसको
think for
देखना.
Horror, that is a fantastic match and one hell of a stand up there coming through from Mr. Borrow right at the end.
Eugene, 1v3, outside of the circle. Unlikely. And with the scouting that they're doing for Zeus, they are going to know that they have pushed this player right up into the edge, and they are going to have to move first. Rita not getting too aggressive, just trying to fold back in. You can see the vehicle smoking. I mean, it's not unlikely that it goes up fully, but that would require a step up and a spray down, which you can convert on very, very quickly. This is wise from Zeus. I mean, they don't need to close it down right now.
No, they have a rough idea of where he is, absolutely. In come the shots, everyone misses on
कुचल ही दिया,
vehicle,
like I
but
said.
we'll
And
get a
with
quick
that,
swing around from Darkin.
it's a
And
winner
again,
winner
it's a
chicken
very
dinner for
obvious
Zeus
position. He's clearing all
Esports.
their angles first in
चलो,
terms
इनका
of
भी
where the
comeback
loot
हो गया.
crate was and what the next step was for Demuerte, which was to set up an angle
Nice.
on that loot crate using vehicles. And they probably could have done a
Nice.
huge amount of work with a V formation on that loot crate, creating some kind of a compound in the fields where they could step up. But yeah, for Zeus,
That could have been Hora's dinner.
They had a great starting towards a compound on that
अगर
southeast.
manpower
They did move
होता
away
तो.
from them, but they quickly cleared out the angles over towards the east, which I think was the most important part of this game for Zeus.
Yeah, rookies on the
Good match
rampage
overall.
for Zeus to be able to
अब
take
दो
that
matches
one
बचे
down from the southeast
आज
side.
के लिए.
They had a really strong compound to control so much of the circle earlier on. But to be able to convert that in the open field, really good stuff from them. The damage numbers now being borne out in the results. And the first chicken dinner for Zeus.
Not only the first chicken dinner for Zeus, but also being the only team in Group Yellow from Turkey. A good start here as they're looking to claw their way up the leaderboard. Sitting 14 plays before this match did finish off, and obviously top 11 is what they're going to be gunning for. If top 3 is just going to be out of reach. But Maxman, Hot Jukes joining me here on the desk once
day
again.
9.
And we're starting to see that this group, as we kind of coined the group of death, really anyone can take it, it feels like,
right?
Max.
Yeah, like the group of death, but not for the reasons we initially thought, which is going to be because of the big names, right? It's like, no, the underdog teams
in
are
which phone they are playing?
Like,
they are playing on Infinix
right now, I would have to say, Hot Juke. So I'm really happy to see them just giving it a hard time over to the top teams that we expected to do well in Group Yellow.
You're right. I mean, this was a perfect game for like teams on the second page. I mean, you got Zeus going in and putting up some points. This is a big chance for them to catch up. And I wonder just how far they're going to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. I'm not going to be surprised if it's quite a bit there. I mean, look at that performance. You got to be able to take advantage of it. And that's the one thing I love about this stage. Yeah, and you said it. I mean, Group Yellow has proven that they are the group of death because any team, if they get the right opportunity, they're going to win it.
This group is a group of death?
I mean, the question for them is, can they continue to do this throughout the rest of the day, or obviously the next 2 days to come? It can't just come down to that one match. It can't come down to that one day if you want to be able to get straight through into the grand finals.
4MV Dog, one of the best play. There are plenty of players who are capable of playing.
I mean, them
who are capable of spraying like Doc, but he's the one who stands out.
For I feel like a majority of these matches, whereas if you looked at like Horror
Trust me. There are plenty of players in this lobby who spray like that.
For Horror, it's been able to kind of.
But Doc is the one who got
able to get another top 4 finish here.
It's like
that famous
versus the hair. You know what I'm saying? And just like.
But Doc is not famous for his sprays, yeah. He's a complete player.
Away some points here,
IGL,
they got
Assaulter.
a chicken dinner already today. I mean,
he's a complete
who knows
player.
What could happen? That's what I love about PUBG Mobile esports. It's like there's so many different ways you can win. Yeah, we see metas and we see things that are just super successful, but there's different methods to the madness. And you know, all it takes is that one good zone, and you could, no matter how you play, you know, as long as you're able to hit your shots, you can put up some serious points.
Yeah, and especially because it's only 4 days for this group, right? One game, realistically, one game is a pretty decent portion size of your total matches, so it can be
TT China वाली मचाएगी. King ने 1v3 किया था Ruthless में Falcons को.
Get these big games every once in a while.
TT is also a very strong team.
Against Alpha 7, that was.
But RSG से ये expected नहीं था भाई कि ऐसा खेलेंगे वो. बहुत mediocre team दिख रहा है अभी के लिए तो. I mean, it's too early to say anything. But बहुत mediocre feel आ रही है RSG से इस lobby में.
Yeah, take it. We'll take that to the bank all day long.
I mean, that was also a
Where
3v3
is Chief,
too.
Mythic,
Obviously,
and Ayala?
They did
They are
have
in Team
fourth-place
Queso, I
guy
think.
who was playing a completely different position for them. I think it was like southeast of
They
them
are
by
in Team
himself.
Queso.
I'm not sure if he did apply much pressure.
Or
from that
are they in
angle,
loops?
But again, for
No,
Hora,
loops wala change
to be able to
हो
go
गया team.
head to head and
I think they are in
toe-to-toe
Team Queso.
with
पता
the
नहीं,
best team in the
देखते हैं.
world. Like you look at our power rankings, they're number one for a reason, and obviously the winners of PMWC. But we can see,
Bro, why
19
Indian
points for
players
Zeke
are
to make
not
their way
there?
down. Horan
Because
had
we are
14
not
picked up for
invited,
them.
brother.
Duarte,
We are not invited.
Duarte picking up 12 for themselves, and for these teams who were in 10th, 11th,
भाई
14th position,
नेक्स्ट बीजीएम
this is
में
a
कौन सा
good amount
टूर्नामेंट
of
अच्छा
buffer
अच्छा
for them to
टूर्नामेंट है
climb
जो
up the
मैं
leaderboards,
जो
maybe get
मैं
a
कवर
safer
करने का
going
वर्थ है
into the
मतलब
final
कवर
day.
करने का वर्थ है मतलब
It's gonna make things more
जो
challenging at the bottom. That's for sure. It's
टूर्नामेंट
gonna be
है
an absolute
जिसमें सारे
bloodbath
टीम
for
सीरियस
11th
खेलने
place
वाला है
here,
ऐसा
Max.
कौन सा टूर्नामेंट
Yeah,
आने
it's
वाला
going to
है
be an absolute bloodbath. I have to
क्योंकि
agree.
तुम लोग को
But
पता ही
actually
है थर्ड
talking
पार्टी
about the
टूर्नामेंट्स में
Muerte
उतना
also real quick,
सीरियसली नहीं खेलते
they were in
टीम्स
11th place before this
तो
game,
इसलिए
so
मैं
they were
कवर नहीं
just
करता
on
उतना
the cusp of maybe getting kicked in the
India
bottom
should
five,
get
which
a
of course
slot.
that
What
means
do you
would be
think?
directly eliminated
The complete
after the
India
group
agrees
stage.
with you,
So
bro, but
this is a very
agree
clutch
करने से
game
थोड़ी
for
मिल
Muerte.
जाएगा.
Got sure it's not quite the win, but it's still going to put them a bit more
एक
comfortable
Sky
position
Sports
in
का
the
11
rankings,
है.
though. At the bottom,
I'm not
we have
sure
BTR
उसमें भी
here, and I think
खेलेंगे
Hot
नहीं
Troops,
खेलेंगे पता नहीं
when it comes to
देखते
early
हैं
rotation,
ESL
one
Spike भाई
location I
ESL कब
don't
है
agree with going too early on is going to be Chopsticks. I think
ESL
the
कब है
mid to late game
टीम
positions
लिमरा
go
वो
into
थग
because you kind of
इनविटेशनल
locked it down in
मैं
that
सोचा
spot,
था करने के
even
लिए
fighting Major Pride, so
मेरे को परमिशन
kind of
मिला
odd
था
to me to
बट
send it so quickly there.
मेरे को नहीं लगा कि
Yeah,
इसमें
it's
टीम्स उतना
definitely one of those
सीरियसली खेला
locations
है
that in
एंड
end
बहुत सारे
game, if
टीम
you're
चेंजेस
forced
भी हो
to
रहे
like find a spot,
तो
take
इसलिए
it
मैंने
for
कवर
sure.
नहीं
But
किया
early on, ugh, it's so hard to leave.
Bro,
That's
I'm
the problem,
getting
'cause you're
bored.
just a
When will the
straight
new
flat land all the way
official
around, unless you
tournament
try to
coming?
go to that one little complex
नेक्स्ट
through
ऑफिशियल
that little
टूर्नामेंट तो
bowl
बीजीआईएस अरे
that's
साल
right
में
next
दो ही
to
बार
it,
होता है
but
भाई
still,
ऑफिशियल
yeah, tough
बीजीआईएस
decision,
एंड
but you know
बीएमपीएस
what? It's okay, right?
तो
It's okay.
BGIS
BTR,
तो
they're still in that
अगला साल ही
mid-range.
होगा
They could still
अभी नहीं
fight for top 3 as we look at the overall rankings here.
IHC special
7,
invite
I mean,
yes
I'm not
IHC
saying they're
special
a bad
invite
team, but they
ESL
didn't
next
really
year.
wow me in PMSL, Max, and they're in
One game.
7th right now.
Hey,
Bro,
one game
special
at
event
this
किसको
point, you
मिला
know, we're-
IHC Esports
We're just getting there, and one game
The
can
previous
help you jump up
PMGC
significantly in
champions.
your rankings. Again, just like we talked about some other teams like yesterday, Major Pride, are we going to see a continuation of that? Major
RSG
Pride
का
having
hack
yes at the
चाइना
start
में
of the
ही
day,
चलता है
Cora, sure, you had a
इधर
good start
ग्लोबल
today. Are we going to see that continue heading
उसको
into Miramar?
पेलने
That's the
वाले
big
बहुत
question right
बड़े
now, but
हैकर लोग हैं
again, group of underdogs maybe
भाई
right now.
हैकर
Yellow, it's looking good.
क्या क्या
Wow,
पढ़
so
रहा हूँ
This is
मैं
in it.
Yeah, and with Duarte, as we just talked about, being 11th place, needing that game to create a buffer, they actually don't really get out of the buffer. They were tied with
घंटे का
Ravens
टूर्नामेंट
at
डेली
11th
6
and
घंटे
12, and now they fall into
6
12
मैचेस
because of
होते
this
हैं उसमें
victory.
10
So
बार
for
रीहोस्ट
Duarte,
होता ही
the climb still
ऐसे
needs to
करोगे
happen.
टूर्नामेंट
I thought they were going to be more comfortable, but yeah, it was Zeus behind them that because they won actually overtook them.
Alpha 7 need 15 kill chicken
But
and
Zeus
to
like,
top the
no, no,
table
no, sit down.
अरे वो
You're
बड़ी
not
बात नहीं है
ranking
Alpha
up any
7
higher
के
right
लिए
now.
Taking a look at a head-to-head.
I think next two matches are Miramar, right?
Teams. I mean, Limbs. I never would have thought. I know I keep saying this, but it's just that amazing that Major Pride would be the top on eliminations, especially comparing to the likes of your Alpha 7s, your Vampire, your DXaviers, your Team Spirit. I could keep going on, but I'm not going to. But they are putting on a clinic here. Obviously, placements are starting to fall a little bit behind as DXavier is being a little bit more consistent as you definitely see the top 4 rate.
इनको तो
But
Brazilian
this has
team
been
थी why American flag
Interesting, very interesting. And again, going back to the
yeah
uncertainty
इनको is a
of who the
Brazilian
top
team
teams are
maybe
gonna
they
be,
got
who the winners
sponsored
of these events are going to
I'm
be.
not sure.
It's just filling right into that storyline.
I would say, Jukes, the top 50%, sorry, the top 50% of
ये
the
दोनों चल रहा है
top
top
that's
में
a really insane stat, right? Like in this lobby.
Major
that's
Pride
huge.
का LM and
Yeah,
Tricks
I mean, you wanna know
and
another crazy
Team
stat?
Spirit का Nomi
100% win
Assaulter.
rate on Sandhawk. How about that stat?
Fraggers list में top पे
What do you think about that? That's
Max
crazy.
will have more of that.
Okay, more of that, please.
We only play it once a day, and they've won both of
BGMI
them. That's so
tournament
crazy.
and
I mean, we're gonna go into
international
Miramar though
PMGC,
next,
huge
right?
different
So
gameplay.
I think
Of
we're
course.
gonna talk about that a little
Of
bit,
course.
boys. Right? Do you think
India
Alpha
में भी
7 is
heal
gonna
battle
kind of do
वाला
what
ही
they
है.
did yesterday, Jason? What do you think? What are the odds? What are the odds?
टाइम लगेगा catch up करने
That's a me
में
kind of reply. What?
Now that's 100%. That's
Yes,
what I like
and
to
I'll
hear.
have more of that.
Bro, do you think
And
PUBG
you're
Mobile
saying,
and
look here,
BGMI
though,
servers can be
Nomi, you
much
talked about
no
Mac being such
not
a
possible
dominant factor. He has 12% of the points contribution for his team, which means obviously the like Matic, Kitsune, and Effect are also playing really well here to allow Team Spirit to be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi has been so impressive. It's kind of interesting because he's dealing with
No,
three
top
players of Major
action
Pride for the
कौन
top
सी
fraggers. Like,
team से खेल
come over
रही
here,
है?
just 1v3 in the
Falcons.
stats board for Nomi. He's so impressive right now, but they are slowing down, and Nomi is creating a little bit more of a gap for himself. But
BTR 9th में यार भाई ये this is just day 2 यार.
win this game here.
This is day 2
But,
match
going
4
into Miramar, they
done.
got some really solid rotates on
अभी
that
भी
map. I really like what they were doing to the
बहुत matches
southern
बचे
western side of San
अभी
Martin,
6 12
yesterday
13
Miramar.
14
So,
14 matches बचे अभी.
more of that Zeus thing.
There is a lot to go.
Let's put it on a shirt and sell it at the
More
grand
of that,
finals.
more of that.
I went with Alpha 7 probably for the obvious, right? They did well in Miramar yesterday. Can they do it again? They're kind of going to need to if they want to breach top 3. But I also put Team Spirit and BTR here just because I feel like they've had a really kind of slow
कितने days है एक
day.
group पर? कितने days
And you
है
can't
एक
really
group
afford
पर?
to be slow.
Each
if
group
you
4
want to be
days.
top 3.
Yeah. And that's why I got twisted.
So it's technically not possible to play
because I mean
global
these guys
tournaments.
have
It
been
is
slow
not.
like crazy. Hopefully we can see them bust out something big. You know,
What are you
Inco's
thinking
gonna
on
stay there
Nepali
because,
team performance, including
I
Horizon
like the
Sports,
fact that we're
particularly in
seeing a
this
good
group?
performance from
They are
them,
doing good, बस
considering just
उनका
how rough their PMSL was. I like
उनका
to see,
chicken conversion
the
नहीं हो रहा,
underdog story
बस
for
वो
sure.
हो जाए.
And then I got
मौका नहीं मिल रहा भाई
because
उनको.
Sertan,
अभी इस मैच में
that's
उनका
why.
बन सकता था.
To be fair for Inco,
Tony K
it
ने एक
kind
को
of
मार
gives me
दिया.
some hope for Guild going into the grand finals because
फिर
Guild
No
was
Fear got picked
atrocious
off.
when it came to PMSL EMEA.
ऐसा
And be able to
end
see a team
में
like Inco
as a
in
team,
a
if they
very
get into the
strong
circle,
region be able
they
to
can
come back
convert.
into PMGC and a performance
They're
like
doing
this
they're doing
is
decent.
definitely possible.
अभी के
But
लिए.
if you do make your way here into Miramar, what are your expectations for some of these teams? Obviously, Alpha 7 is a big talking point. Maybe we'll throw it over to like Mirian Sejong. Obviously, as we talk about the group of underdogs, I know you were kind of critical, Max, of some of the rotations, or at least one
Next
of the rotations.
दो मैच में
yesterday.
Alpha 7 एक chicken निकालने
But
वाला
I
है.
feel like
Mark my
what we've
words.
seen, at least in Erangel, their scouting
Mark
has
my
been
words. Next दो
pretty
मैच में एक
damn
मैच
spot
निकालने
on.
वाला है
Either
Alpha
it's
7.
Jasook or it's Hoxie able to get information and be a pivot point for the team to rotate to.
Especially Jasook, I'm really happy you bring it up. He's been quintessential to how the team is rotating around the map a lot of the time. He's almost playing an RTS. He's playing a different game. He's on a high ground position, scouting and telling where his teammates to go. It's been working out great so far in some of the matches. But when it goes down to MSJ, they are so good when it comes down to terrain knowledge, I feel like Kodrix. No matter what kind of circle they get, sure, maybe they win fights, sometimes they lose fights, but they instantly know what is going to be a good position in this kind of terrain, in this type of circle. And that map knowledge, especially heading into a Miramar, for me, is so important. So MSJ, could be having more of that.
Yeah.
इस player का नाम क्या है भाई? बहुत cute
It's
है.
critical. I mean, what they were in 5th place before they're going into this Miramar match. So yeah, they definitely
DRX क्या है इसका
have been
नाम?
crushing it here. One good game. I mean, they could rocket launch themselves into that top 3 position. So I mean, it really is getting to that point of do or die because this is just these 2 matches left, Jason, and then we're halfway done with Group Yellow.
Yeah, we are going to be halfway done. That's kind of crazy with obviously Group Red to come up next week. If you're curious, go take a look at the teams that are participating there. But thinking back to our first Miramar of yesterday, we had a little something happen in a little place called Picati, or also known as Picado. We had a hot drop, Max, and Harami bro didn't work out too well for them.
Yeah, it happened once. So that was a positive. Harame Bro went for the trash loot, and Inco, just give it to Inco at this point. Don't fight them. I like what Harame Bro are doing. You're having the same rotation path as if you were dropping in Picado, while not dropping in Picado, and actually you have access to more cars technically because you drop next to the roads around Picado and you get all of the cars for yourself. So I like what Harame Bro are doing, Jukes. No dodge Inco, get decent loot, center of like the entire map of Miramar. I dig it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the right strategy. I mean, there is like this little itch in the back of my normal brain that's just like
this again.
Just
on.
thinking,
more of that,
just
please.
thinking, like you're in 15th place, Harami bro. So honestly, maybe getting active a little early could be a good thing, especially if you're able to win those fights. But honestly, like considering that, it's just too risky. Just play it safe, do what you're supposed to do.
There we go. Our top performers from Miramar. I actually love this. It's really nice to see. You can see Nomi, obviously, with his 9 eliminations and 1,800 damage done. When Team Spirit played this yesterday, they had a 2nd place with 14 eliminations and a 5th place with 8 eliminations, whereas Alpha 7 had a 2nd place with 4 and a 1st place with 13. So definitely 2 teams looking to do fairly well when it comes to Miramar here, Max.
Actually, one thing that's quite interesting looking at Alpha 7 in particular is I think we talk a lot about Alpha 7 here, Jason, saying, oh, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers. Carrier almost like an IGL can frag out, but this tournament, especially yesterday, Carrier was a standout, like not only on the IGLing front of things, but also stats-wise, like he was bringing the damage, bringing the knocks, bringing the eliminations too. So sure, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers, but Carrier, he's demanding respect at the start of this PMGC. He is up there. If you'd have not just 2 fraggers now, Jukes that are popping off, like now you have 3, dude. Alpha 7 on Miramar, they're going to be deadly.
Look, Carrillo's a fragger. All right, let's be real. All right, he really is. I mean, he could definitely pop off. I think he's definitely kind of positioned himself more in that kind of like support role recently. But I mean, when it comes down to it, in a 1v1 fight, it'd be hard not to put your money on Carrillo. That's for sure, Jason.
I mean, he hits his shots in game and out of game when he shoots them. But one other player who definitely needs some respect when it comes to Alpha 7, McGrellan. Like, obviously, Alpha 7 have not had a global title until PMWC. And the big change to that point was McGrellan being on the roster. And we were kind of curious, would he continue to play with the team? We know supposedly he's going to be on the out at some point. But I feel like he deserves a lot of respect within that roster to get them that first global title. And he's been able to adapt to what the teams needed coming in as their pivotal fourth player.
Yeah, just explain also on top of that, right? Because it's theorized, Jukes, that Squash might be coming back on the team. He's still part of the squad, but like he just hasn't played yet. So McGrellan is approaching that like thinking, I need to deserve my spot in the team. I want to stick around, so I'm going to just pop off. And he has been like so important in the entirety of the full season, it seems.
I mean, that's what you got to do. I mean, you won a championship with the rest of the squad. I mean, he signed the jersey that I got hung up here. That's just world champions. You know what I'm saying? So I think you definitely want to just
RNTX team
fix
expert.
what's not broken just yet. So I want to see McGrellan continue on the team because Senatexa, the player that left Alpha 7, he was with 9Z and they didn't perform that well. So it just goes to show like, hey, stick with that core squad. Just fix out those issues. I mean, Miramar's coming up, so I don't think Alpha 7 is too worried.
Yeah, and speaking of Senatex, actually, he's a free agent now.
Next 2 matches Miramar होने वाला है. The match is about to begin in 20 seconds.
Alpha 7 do
Spiky, why any tips for my first Conqueror batch? I'm currently 200 points behind. Without a 4-man lineup, it's becoming impossible. Anyways, love you, man. Himanshu Das bhai, if you have gone that far,
and someone
you are already a Conqueror, bro. अरे बड़ी बात नहीं है, ऐसी खेलो मस्ती में हो जाएगा, आराम से हो जाएगा, बस स्ट्रेस मत लेना. The second you take it as a stress, you won't enjoy it.
I need that for
मस्ती में खेलो,
हो जाएगा. Or for an Infinix GT20 Pro, you know, these are valuable things that I need to get. You can't have it.
Say something about ASI at Pakistan team.
Oh, that
जब उनका ग्रुप आएगा तब बोलूंगा मैं, अब नहीं बोलूंगा. Instinct भाई, thank you for the membership, bro. Means a lot. Thank you.
Well, yeah, so I need to get.
भाई कि एक ग्रुप से कितनी टीम्स क्वालिफाई करेंगे? ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए टॉप 3 टीम्स एंड बाकी 4th से लेकर 11th तक सर्वाइवल स्टेज के लिए क्वालिफाई होंगे. Bottom 5 teams बाहर.
We are going across the north side here. I wonder if Twisted Minds are going to swap out Robs, if he's just a sub for Miramar. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
so I have said this and I'll say it again. In this match and the next match, one of these two, Alpha 7 एक match ही के निकालेगा.
Last match, I don't know if they want to change too much, but I could absolutely be wrong here. I think that, is he in?
Yeah, I can see him. Look, in the middle of the map.
Yeah, okay, so probably momentum.
इतना strong lobbies में, I personally enjoy Miramar a lot.
Not a bad idea, and I think
like Miramar more than anything else.
Of like Rob's being
वही सर्कल देखो भाई,
fellow with free being able to mix him back with like this long range gameplay. We are
पूरा loss Leones. In Miramar the only circle I do not like
different from what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of northern gameplay
and ये बन गया,
which was mainly dominated by a lot of the high
Los Leones circles मेरे को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं.
Heading down towards that urban finish in Los Leones, which is certainly a possibility with this circle, but also that coastal area over towards the eastern side, which kind of cuts this circle up a little bit, where you can have all these engagements happening over on the western edge and
पूरा top 7 चल रहा है. Nice.
Fighting down towards the east.
Definitely gonna shake things up here.
Namaste bro, Black.
To go into Los Leones or move around the outside of it. A lot of treacherous terrain around that area, so it'll be interesting to see how this is.
Alpha 7 is underestimating Hura. They don't know
but for now, we're still in that loot phase. Still
I don't think Alpha 7 is underestimating anyone, bro. They know exactly the strength of every team.
Time to make those choices, but getting there early can be profitable. It seems like RSG
in this lobby, I don't think any team underestimates anyone.
To the north side of Los Leones, and will have.
They might say it verbally, but they'll not show it in game.
Yeah, I mean, for RSG, having complete control over the loot in Los Leones is a big
sound
deal.
I
think that you can get a huge amount of loot on board, and a lot of teams have already confirmed over towards that northern side of the map already in terms of their drop spots. So RSG will have a lot of time to get exactly what they need, the amount of utility they need, and also be able to set themselves up.
अबे ये स्कारल का वही स्किन है ना, ये कौन सा anniversary वाला?
To make that rotation if necessary, if it moves away from
Mythic.
For RSG, it's a
love from Canada dog. Thank you, bro.
In which case, you know, it could be that teams make their way down here early on. However, it's all worked out wonderfully because no one else fought to even try that.
They put Hora in last
it's
position in prediction in a video.
rotation
Yeah,
that,
मैंने देखा वो.
as you say, is just amplified by
मैंने देखा है
everyone
वो.
else doing it. Hey, blank, no hot drop.
Maybe they have
Let's not
not.
mention it again.
They have not seen the recent recent
I
spike
think that was because RSG was
performance
like,
of Hora.
this is really not worth our time.
Hora is doing
at
really
all.
well
And opted just to send away. It
currently.
has somewhat
Before PMGC.
crippled them on this map because it means you don't have your original drop spot. Some of your rotations are a little bit more wonky, but I think it was the right choice. Again, in the finals, there are some teams you don't opt to.
PMWC Grand Finals Day 3 Match 5 circle.
3. So I think for the fact that RSG
match 5 circle ये नहीं था ना?
like, this
यही
is
था
not
क्या?
worth our time. Let's go
Match 6 का तो मुझे पता है. वो
you know,
ऊपर
we
गया
lost the
इम्पाला
fight
की
pretty
तरफ.
firmly last time.
Match 5
So
का यही
it's
था
just-
क्या?
It's not worth it.
कोई match 5 का याद नहीं आ रहा.
Well, on the map. And I
Wait a
think
second.
that's something you have to do. Again, these adjustments have to come through quickly. Yes, I was saying earlier that 4 matches is a bit of a boon to these teams, especially in a group stage where you have slightly more time to figure things out.
पता नहीं यार.
Still need to get a move on.
बहुत बार बनता है ये
Taking the
लॉस
bench
लेना
here,
सर्कल.
bringing Hans in. So we'll be joining his twin in taking a step back from this BTR roster, but we'll be
IHC
back
chicken था.
until
Yes,
tomorrow.
yes, yes,
It
yes.
has been
IHC
decent,
chicken
but it
वाला
seems like
इम्पाला
Miramar,
सर्कल
they're
था
just
bro.
trying to get that
ये सर्कल नहीं
back
था.
on in for some experience. Ninth
थोड़ा
place on
ऊपर
the
था
overall
सर्कल.
tables,
इम्पाला की
fairly
तरफ था
close
सर्कल.
by, could still
Correct me if I'm
definitely
wrong.
jump on up there. So happy to see that. A little bit of a
जिसमें Alpha 7
double,
hashtag 2
it's just like,
आता है
no, I don't-
शायद.
that one's broken. I don't want that vehicle anymore.
Yeah.
It's no good.
Not sure on that one.
Maybe fuel.
Maybe.
मैं सोचने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ना. मेरे को PL के सारे मैचेस याद आ रहा है. क्योंकि इससे पहले मैं PL के देख रहा था.
I think it must have been
मेरे
fuel.
को सारे
It
PL
must
के
have
thoughts आ
been
रहे हैं.
fuel. Because if it really was the case, like, the wheel feels off.
Yeah.
Engine doesn't sound right.
Yeah, no, something's wrong with this one.
घुस घुस के मारता है Alpha 7. मैंने देखा है
But
वो
they do
मैच.
grab
मेरे को
another
याद है.
vehicle and get on the road again. Vampire moving
Beef
past
eater.
MSJ over on the
आतंकी
east
का
side.
fan bro.
Currently MSJ
What are
quite
you
split.
spamming bro इधर?
Vampire closer together. J-Sook very close
क्या मारा भाई
by,
cover का
but will
इस्तेमाल
not win
करके?
the trade. Doesn't have the backup
MSJ,
either, and that's a very
J-Sook.
fast flush coming on through. Schweppes and Newsy there.
टोचन दे दिया
Very
स्टोन
low.
को. Nosy भी knock.
By losing a player early.
Vampire in trouble.
Miramar.
No, it is not. Again, for Vampire, it has been
Vampire
horrible
in
today.
trouble.
Again, the points are coming quite slowly. Remember, you need to be in that top 3 to get a guaranteed invite. And right now, Major Pride is the only real team that has a little bit of a buffer to keep them ahead from the rest of the squads here.
To be honest, DRS is way
Team
better
Spirit
than
and
Hora
Moon
in
St. John
Nepal. No
moving
cap.
up the rankings. They're at 75
Bro, I
points,
don't
down
care
to
who is
17, taking
better.
A little bit of a step back here, down to
All I know is
17th
Hora is a good
place.
team.
But as we all know, this is their favored map.
DRS is definitely one of the most consistent teams of Nepal.
Into a day
But
two
this
of
comparing thing I
sessions
never
right
understood.
now. It just hasn't been Alpha 7's day. Loops.
I never
gonna move
will
up,
understand.
Final gets away.
Why do you need to
Rafinha
compare?
chasing him away.
Comparing will always.
Making sure that they've isolated this fight. They want to be the ones to fight Major Pride, but
There is no
I'm not
beauty
sure
in
if you want
comparing,
that,
bro.
to be honest. And
That's
Loops,
what I feel.
They seem to have read that as well. They're like, oh, actually, no.
Abhi,
we're
thank you for the
good.
membership,
We'll
bro.
see you guys later.
Means a
We've
lot,
got something
brother.
else to
Thank
do.
you.
Umpires send a little bit of ordnance
Lag
back
gayi.
over towards Twisted.
ऊपर से
Wow,
RSG
that's
आ गया.
unfortunate. Good pickup from RSG. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. They had
Is
so much
Vampire
time to
taking the
really lock
notes?
their
अगर
instinct.
notes ले
They
रहा
set
होता तो
themselves
भाई
up
push
nice
कर
on
रहा
the
है.
high
Push कर रहा
ground.
है.
The
कर दिया
circle just
Tony.
confirming further down towards that southeast
Tony.
side. They opted to head towards the east of Lost Leo. and
Schwabs
this was
ऊपर से
already
मार
playing against
खाएगा.
them. Schweppes wants a bit more. I don't think they're getting Newsy back up though.
They with the oversight
Red
of
dot
it.
मार रहा है. बस
Probably
scope नहीं है
from
क्या
the
इसके पास?
Gunners, to be honest. That's the only reason they've gone poorly in this engagement, Twisted Minds, right? Surely. Let's see if he can pick up the pieces, because I mean they are looking for some reses, maybe just the one, but if they can get up to 3 and stay alive for a little bit longer, could be all right. Could be all right. Salvageable.
हो गया revive.
Yeah. Vehicle
एक
smoke.
बंदा मरा ना.
Take it
Twisted का
into a
एक बंदा
garage,
मरा.
maybe get it sorted on this game. Yeah, now the position's known. It's
Comparison is
honestly,
thief of
RSG
joy.
don't
Yeah,
really have anything else
that
to
is one of my
shoot
favorite
at all that much.
quote.
They're going to be locked in towards this position.
Tin cans off the fence there. Those Twisted Minds
Shaz
trying not to
bhai.
rattle too much. Tony
हो
K
गया रे सही है.
wants the res. Probably needs the res as well. We'll be able to do it. Twisted Minds, I mean, the fact that RSG have such great oversight on this means that Twisted Minds can't.
Alpha
just
7
rush
कहाँ से
away.
rotation है?
The
पूरा
nice
नीचे से
fight.
किया
Next
होगा Alpha
circle
7
is
rotation.
gonna pop soon. Blank. It was a hard southeast shift for the
वाह
first
वाह
one.
वाह
Let's see
वाह
where the
वाह.
second goes. It's up to the north side, but keeps almost all of Los Leones.
अभी I think फिर वापस left से जाएगा Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, back out now, RSG. It's time to head back over towards the west because this looks a little bit terrifying.
Weekendy match कब होगा? No weekendy, bro. There is no weekendy in global.
Alpha 7 down towards that south
और
side.
PL.
We'll have to move their way up
Weekendy को
against
delete कर दिए लोग.
quite a few teams they have to move through, and it is that high ground on the south.
एक सैनोक होता है, 3 निरंगल होता है, 2 मिरामर होता है.
It's very, very difficult high ground to navigate. Yeah, on that east side of Los Leones, the south side of this next circle. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a wrap or two up towards the northwest side. Zeus have
भाई
actually
बहुत
pushed
बसड़ होगा इस
into a
सर्कल में.
really strong
मतलब
spot on the
7
north side
सर्कल
of
तक
Los Leones, up towards some buildings,
10
some high ground
10 के
there
ऊपर
that
टीम्स ही
can
बचेंगे.
occupy and
7 सर्कल तक.
challenge Inco for it. I feel like this is probably one of the safer spots in the lobby. Given
BTR
that no one seems
versus
to be actually
Harame,
trying to
bro.
go for that west side rotate.
For Horda, you know, actually it bodes quite well for
भाई
them.
RSG बहुत पैसिव खेल रही है. अगर इसकी जगह LGD होती तो कम से कम मारती तो.
At least some kind of position to play, but they are running.
I think we are jumping into conclusions very early. This tournament format is a very long format, right? Maybe they are studying teams. They are saving their best game for the grand finals. ऐसा भी हो सकता है ना?
Not nice.
समझ रहे हो?
Should be able to bring them back up to speed pretty quickly.
I'm thinking the same
And
situation
Alpha 7, yeah.
with Alpha 7 also.
Cage.
They are saving their best
on the
version for
south
the grand
side. It's still in
finals
the circle.
because they know for a fact they'll qualify easily for the grand finals. So why to reveal all their secrets
Just about on the south edge.
in league stages, right?
Surprised that we're still.
इधर dominator कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है.
The teams crunching themselves.
Why
in,
delete
but
weekendy?
We'll see what goes on. Ora
Maybe
staying out of the blue and
maybe audience को weekendy के time पे watching all time low
reluctant
जा
to
रहा
go
होगा.
too fast into this
और
circle.
players को
I
भी
mean,
उतना पसंद नहीं है.
Malik definitely not putting
I'm not
full
sure.
speed onto the
मुझे नहीं
buggy
पता
either.
but जो भी है अच्छा है.
They're just idling their way over towards the circle, then they'll be met with probably quite stiff resistance if they opt to go south of Los Leones.
Bro,
I mean,
nothing's
there's so
gonna
much
happen
down
till
there. I think
circle
that's the
4
difficulty for a lot of these squads. And it
4
isn't through the nicest of
end.
terrain
एकदम
either.
end
Over 2-3,
4th
you can
zone
see they're
end हो रहा
already
है. तब
struggling
तक कुछ
trying
नहीं
to
होने
figure out
वाला
the
है.
next move because it's not
I have
the
seen
most
so many global
simple
matches in Miramar.
jobs right now to
Trust
scout.
me, कुछ नहीं होने
You
वाला
can't
है.
even pull out the binocs because they're likely going to be
मुश्किल से एक दो बंदे
completely
मरेंगे.
blockaded
Teams तो नहीं
by
मरने वाला है.
the mountainsides around you.
सेव करके करेगा क्या अगर इधर ही
Similarly for Alpha 7, but
बाहर
I
हो
think
गया
Alpha
तो.
7 at the moment are actually doing quite a good job. in
सेव
terms of
करके
scouting
करेगा क्या?
towards that
Bro,
northern edge
मैं
while
उन टीम्स की
staying
बात कर रहा हूँ जो एकदम
somewhat
टॉप
undetected
परफॉर्मिंग
by
टीम्स.
DRX. And this is what they've always been very
I'm
good
talking
at.
about Alpha 7.
I think Max does say this quite frequently.
RSG भी जाएगा
Alpha
grand
7
finals
is
देखना.
just
Grand
able
finals का
to
पता नहीं.
hold on through a lot of these nasty scenarios. At least
उधर
on
तक तो
their own
जाएगा.
map.
कहाँ तक?
They just have this fortitude that you don't quite
Last
see on other
chance
teams.
नहीं. उससे पहले ही पता नहीं RSG का उतना देखा नहीं यार मैंने PL में भी. एकदम बूम बाम. LGD is much better in my opinion.
It feels like they're reading into that final, and Jae-Suk going to readjust as the flush comes through.
I have not seen RSG in global tournaments.
The loops.
मैं personally कभी देखा नहीं
Maybe
इनका
we need
gameplay
a
global
fight
में.
between Loops,
This is the first time watching
Bootsman
they are
and
playing
Coots.
very
And that'll be a nice little tongue twister.
बहुत पीछे पीछे खेल रहे हैं.
Yeah, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't
Actually,
do that at all.
Yeah, no, we
तो
don't.
मुझे लगता है
have
कि
that.
it's too early to jump into any conclusions. उन लोग ने अपना best game दिखाया नहीं अभी तक.
Over on this eastern edge. Quite an important pick-off as well between
DRX
that
versus
fight.
DMR.
Especially considering Demuerte is currently on that northern side, and DRX would like to make that move up towards the north and kind of swing back round towards La Bandita. Mir and Sejong, though, once again find themselves a decent position. I think they're going to play another 2-2 split here over out in the fields on the north, as well as this position that sits on the roadside. Smart decision, in my opinion. I don't think that they would assume there's going to be a lot of teams over towards this north side.
Last chance में से
if they're able
भी
to hold
top
this
4
out
team
throughout the
qualify
entirety
होगी.
of
Yes,
stage 3,
last
they
chance
have
तो
two
भाई बहुत
really strong spots
बहुत
that they can
मुश्किल वाला है.
direct
उधर तक
between.
जाना ही नहीं अच्छे टीम्स को.
Nice opening knock there. 2 found.
Last time Falcons last chance से बाहर हो गए थे.
A little bit greedy for it, but maybe going to pay off. Drawing attention with Kitsune. Sky
You guys remember, right?
Step out for the peak. 2
Last chance में #5 आए वो. ऐसा कुछ था.
Confirmed for
एक पोजीशन से बाहर हो गए थे.
No
वही teams Spirit versus Hura. This is going to be interesting.
Sky, but Mr. Boro on the off angle may give him a little bit.
But दो ही बंदे बचे. Why Hura के?
He's got cover.
ये खाएंगे मार.
Backup from Kitsune on that off angle, scouting information. The blue zone, however, not as easy.
और मार दे दो बंदों को.
Will not negotiate. Team Spirit going to have to
Sky भी
reposition
गया.
around it. Still more.
अब एक ही बंदा बचा है. वो भी भाग
They
रहा
are going
है.
to get out of it. There's
Not a good match for Hura.
Sky. It's Alpha 7 taking a fight on the
Alpha 7 दो kill
Yeah,
मिल गया
it's
इनको.
Alpha 7, right? They managed to get ahead.
Harame bro team को मार रहा है
which was so important for them early game, and actually be able to take this one out. And it was purely because of some really great scouting over towards that north side that went completely.
Push कर दिया रे वो. कुचल दिया भाई दोनों को.
Which was very stealthy.
Nice. 4 kill मिल गया Alpha 7 को.
And then they just burst out.
Good job guys. Good job.
They get that door flung.
Let Alpha 7 cook, bro.
They're going to run straight through.
Let Alpha 7 cook.
Or even a window, anything. Again, 2 feet first. Alpha 7 up to the east side, but Major Pride in their way. RSJ in the meantime now clashing with Team Spirit. They did manage to get away with all 4 players, but that might change. RSJ, they've been on this high ground for a long time. GZ with a challenge here. Does need to be careful. He
right, the zone right shift.
On the back of their extended line for RSJ.
I knew it.
And if they go down here, if GZ goes down, it's going to be nasty.
ये मजा आएगा. पूरा open ground है.
What can you do? It's MSJ all day, baby.
Yeah, again, I was talking about earlier.
Very
nice setup from Mirin Sejong. I think that we've kind of reached this era recently where teams have stopped putting as much stock in a 2-2 split. And Mirin Sejong is definitely bringing it back a lot. And you know, Max was saying alongside with Jason, they just have this fantastic
Mafioso love Mini
control over like the knowledge of the zone.
Everyone loves Mini, bro.
Terrain, what are good spots to take. And it feels like this team is extremely drilled in terms of that factor. And that's basically a top 5 just off the back of some very good setup from Mirin Sejong.
Spike, your favorite team here, may I know?
Yeah, they have now regrouped up to that north side, so the 2-2 going to recoalesce, but at this point, this is wise. Again, they are entering their danger point of the match, which seems to have been addressed more and more commonly now, and we'll probably have to stop calling it that at some point fairly soon if they can move into the late game of this match. But over on the west side, things are not so easy. BTR, Zeus, both going to have a little bit of a clash, and Zeus definitely coming out the better of the 2 on this one so far. BTR dropping down to 3. Aaron looking to confirm
MP versus
this.
Alpha 7 Mafioso knock. भाई क्या फिनिश होता है भाई ये Mafioso. आज तो कितनी बार कहीं भी knock, instant finish. Marglen भी knock. Carilo भी knock. लग गई. Revo is the last man standing for Alpha 7.
Darkin has such a great angle to back up his teammates. Aaron
RSG kill चोरी कर रहा है. गया Alpha 7 बाहर.
You see the first aid coming on through, and another knock goes through to BTR. The nades up high don't connect, and more knocks go the way. Zeus handle it perfectly.
Not good.
Even with the sub out there from BTR, it didn't seem to change too much. I mean, they were fighting still, but again, Zeus just kind of handle whatever they threw at them.
MP.
A nice nade as well, start things off from Aaron, really weakened a lot of that squad.
MP तो strong kill भाई, strong kill.
Likely wanted to maybe get involved. I don't think they expected the fight to basically end in one breath.
They managed to duck the pressure from RSG, who are now engaged with Major Pride.
Bro, dating side
and trying to get a pass.
Mendes Whitey.
So
I did not select any, bro. I did not select any.
Great maneuver from them, but their transition from the northeast point of Los Leones is treacherous. We'll see if they can make that work. Twisted Minds and Vampire a little bit caught up in it now as they are together on that south side. Tony K and Schweppes, 2 players alive for them. Twisted Minds on 3 players. And Team Spirit potentially actually look at a third party here instead. They've been looking for that opportunity. Denied it against Zeus. Do they find it here against Vampire and Twisted Minds?
Oh, कहीं और से पड़ गए Tony को.
Vampire's down to 2. It's a nice shot from the sidelines. Tony K's already down. I mean, Team Spirit can get involved in that. And that's Team Spirit. One player from
बाहर, Vampire भी बाहर.
Hitting the deck. Now Team Spirit can fully get in on this without really too much.
जिस तरीके से मैचेस जा रहे हैं ना,
retaliation.
मेरे को लग नहीं रहा Alpha 7 Vampire ये सब क्वालिफाई होंगे.
this could be another
But कोई बात नहीं, अभी 2 दिन
excellent
बचा है
start for Team Spirit.
और आज का एक मैच ही
RSG
बचा है.
lose players, which they do. A nade over finds Bay. The spray down is there.
RSG,
Lord is going to get caught
5
up in it
finishes.
as well. Twisted
2
Minds
men
fall.
strong.
RSG are flagging, and Team
Two names,
Spirit have
solo
just
banda
had
bacha
one
hai,
good turn after another. They have been absolutely perfect on this approach. It's really played out well for them. And this is a brilliant third-party situation for them now. 2 players on the inside for them to deal with. Nomi up close, but low on the HP bar, trying to shred through them. And it will be Matic to step up against God. Lightning now, the last to go. And Team Spirit, 6 eliminations on the cards, with Major Pride already going low as well. On
Nice try, Lightning.
Kitsune looking to try and
भाई
challenge
Team
around.
Spirit
Doesn't
क्या
really
खेल
go
रही
down.
है?
And
7
Effect will be
finishes,
able to
4
put
man
the
strong.
final nail in the coffin. RSG
बढ़िया खेल
down.
रही है.
Team Spirit on the south side.
Yeah, it's perfect for Team Spirit because
Do you guys remember this team
a whole bunch
in
of
PMWC?
eliminations there.
क्या हुआ इस team के साथ?
This south side of the map, and we are heading back.
I'm not sure how
towards
many
that
of you
northern
guys
edge. So,
watched my
again, for
PMWC
Maroon
stream.
Sejong,
मेरे expectations था उस level पे इस team को लेके in PMWC. नया team बन के आई थी उस time पे.
There could be some insane crash.
How many of you guys remember?
Next few minutes, but for them, this position is just
एकदम गंदा हगे, एकदम bottom पे.
So little you can do about it.
Nomi,
The fact
Kitsune.
that Loops have that position out to the east
Matic
side of the
नहीं था
road
उस
is
time पे
probably
team
gonna play
team
well
पे
for them
Matic नहीं
until
था उस time team में.
DRX, come to join the party. If they want to go out to the
Prediction
east
for
side,
winner
I feel like
winner
that might be the rotation that they should look for here. Zeus trying to move in on
जिस
the
तरीके
north
से Spirit
side.
खेल रहा है भाई, I
You
would
can
like
see
to
how
go with
minimal
Spirit
the
only.
cover is, but it's the open field plays that you're going to be familiar with if you
I'll go with
watch
Spirit.
all of Miramar here in PUBG Mobile.
बहुत बुरा खेल रहे थे PMWC में, वही तो बता रहा हूँ.
Trying to move those vehicles
Excellent
in. This is where
improvement.
you spend
बहुत ज़्यादा
vehicles,
improve कर
right?
लिए
It's
वो.
where you have to
इतना short
spend
time में.
vehicles to try and make something work.
Yeah, inside this, again, like you say, spending those vehicles means basically blowing them up to
4
create
MB
some kind of
is
stronghold.
next level
I
team.
think quite a few teams would
Yep.
rather wait until stage
sure
6
is.
so they have a little bit less zone to work with.
Matic was in GG, right? उस time पे Matic दूसरा team में था. He was in GG maybe.
Yeah, DRX
But
as well as
Matic
Major Pride down
फिर
towards that
पुराना
south
teammate
side.
के साथ
Again,
जुड़
the
गया
top side of the
Kitsune
lobby
से.
has taken,
They are doing
a fair
fantastic
beating.
now. I love
But
this team now.
Still up
Team-
as 4.
Team
Getting
Spirit.
7 eliminations on maps does mean they overtake DXA. With
Effect,
only 2 players
Matic,
left.
Kitsune and
And with Major Pride down.
Nomi.
I think that was 8th place there. Means 1 placement point, 3 elims, 4 more points. 97 is their total as it sits. So Team Spirit are going to try and chase that down. Currently sat on 85. Definitely doable for them. If they can get 2 more elims, chicken dinner. But they're in a difficult spot. Right on the edge of the road. You see MSJ shots out towards DXavier and towards Team Spirit a little bit further south, but still so much open ground sits between them.
It's rough.
We are not talking much about MSJ, but MSJ are doing really good.
They delivered a whole bunch of vehicles coming through from
They are doing
RSG.
really good.
You really haven't had to move all that
Position
much
लेना,
Los Leones. That's a
fight
massive
approach.
help for them into the future.
बहुत सही है, सही खेल रही है ये
DXavier,
team.
last player
MSJ.
out in the open, not going to work out. I feel that the same is true
Fragging
for
भी
Team
अच्छा है
Spirit
उनका.
in the very near future on that southwest side.
DRX से
Maybe able to crash
DRX
to
is
Inco. I feel like that's
DRX से
the
compare नहीं
thing
करना
that they
चाहिए, but
have that
compare किया जाए
DXavier
तो they're
just
standing
didn't,
out,
is
bro.
a potential crash location
MSJ.
close by, and they are aware of this position as well. But if DRX make that move second,
Top
or if they
कितने
wait for Team
qualify
Spirit to make
होंगे?
that move
Top 3 will
first,
go to grand
rather,
finals.
It's just going to be
Bottom
impossible.
5 will go
So
home.
Team Spirit need to deal with
Remaining
DRX
teams
on
will
their
go
east.
to survival stage.
Yeah, that is essentially it, because they need to make this wide wrap over towards the eastern side, and facing off against Inco is basically fighting for potentially a losing position. I think with this next circle, it does.
Spike
give
by
it a
Leon
little bit
DZ
more
का
hope
solo chicken
potentially
याद है
towards
क्या?
Team Spirit, but it's who pulls the trigger first.
Yes,
is it
I
DRX?
do.
Is it Team Spirit?
Yes, I do.
Matic right now does take
Legend है
few
भाई
shots
Leon
off the
DZ.
back off. It's a bit of an awkward position.
Legend
when you see
बंदा
that
है वो.
first aid kit off first, just in case he takes a stray bullet. If he gets knocked,
healed
it's
up.
going to be bad.
The blue zone is going to push in about 5 seconds, so needs to be healthy for it because they will have to transition on that southwest side. Zeus have been fighting in the open ground on the north and actually navigating this one fairly well. It's Loops who are on the roadside still causing a lot of problems for everyone trying to move.
Reject की कमी नहीं होने
Yeah, I mean,
देगी
Loops has set up really
MSG
well.
ने.
I mean, on this
Let's see.
4-man split,
It's just league
really
stage.
good for them. They have this ridge side to
Finals
play.
में
And it's
देखते हैं.
basically what everyone wants right now. If it wasn't for the fact that Inco is down towards that northern side, it might have been a different story. This is an interesting approach coming through from Team Spirit.
Do you guys have any idea where is
Players
that
up on
player?
the approach. It's actually quite good for them. I think they
Twixy ऐसा
realized
कुछ नाम
that
रहता है
there was
उसका नाम.
way too much
He was in
turmoil towards
Gladiators.
that south side for them to get anything done. So they make a gamble
उसका
towards the
नाम क्या है
northern
भूल
edge.
गया. Trixie.
So this draws
Is
Zeus
it Trixie?
into
I
the
don't
fight,
know.
right? They are really calling out Zeus at this stage, and you can see the
Matic के साथ
recruits
था.
up. Zeus are ready
I think.
for it.
I don't
They
know.
want to take this fight,
Nominoc
facing
by
off in the
Matic.
EMEA. They've got the
Vehicle
practice
blast.
here, and Matic takes down Nomi with a vehicle explosion. That is going to be resible, but the nade over the top from Rita could seal the deal.
What a nade, bro. What a nade.
The arc looks perfect, but it doesn't quite get the knock.
Trouble for Team Spirit.
The res can come through, but Kitsune's down in the meantime, and Zeus are
Baap
so
re
ready
baap.
for this fight.
Lag gayi.
It's just a little bit too bold for Team Spirit. There's the re-knock onto Matic, and Nomi in effect now the last two to stand against four.
Khatam hai Team
Zeus,
Spirit.
and they
Khatam,
haven't even had to step into the sidelines. MSJ clipped the back lines of Team Spirit. The nades flow on through as well. It's all up to Nomi now on the forward position. He wants to look for this res, but Maniac is there. The spray from MSG.
क्या घुसके मारे बे Zeus वाले.
MSJ, sorry.
मजा आ गया
in the
देख
middle.
के.
It's going to find them, and it's going to be plenty of salt in the mix for Team Spirit.
मास्टर क्लास दे दी भाई. इस जगह पे होल्ड करेगा तो क्या होगा तुम्हारे साथ?
That's an explosion on the vehicle. I don't think it was intentional.
Wow.
I
Beautiful,
think the
beautiful.
vehicle was exploding that point anyway, and
Zeus.
Nomi only got a little bit too close.
Esports.
But yeah, you can see how one simple mistake can
पर
lead to
notice
the
पाएगा रे
entirety of your
बहुत
team
प्यारा
going
खेले हुए
down.
Zeus वाला.
There's Kaisei.
10 finishes for
Ending it
Zeus.
We'll be leaving our match there for DRX. Again, they made it a bit longer, the DRX at
ये
least.
क्या combo use कर रहा है? UMP और S12 के.
It's a struggle. It's a real struggle.
Danger भाई. ये पूरा
I
close
feel
range
like I
player है
wanted
शायद.
DRX to go for that sweep onto loops a lot earlier, and they just instead decided to commit to the west side. It's not gone well. They're out on that south edge. But all credit to Zeus.
आज दिन नहीं है Alpha 7 का.
Really confident play coming.
कल भी नहीं था. कोई बात नहीं, अभी भी एक मैच बचा है.
Yeah, again, for them, like you said, it was a call out. It was a call out towards their position. They know they had to hold on to it. This is likely one of the few positions on the map that it can contend with. Mirren Sejong's position towards the center.
ये भी MSJ का मैच है क्या? पूरा सेंटर उन्हीं के पास है. वो भी hard cover.
Basically go over the top here on the ridge side and get faced by the guns of Mirren Sejong.
Spider prediction on top. Always, bro, always.
Something's wrong here. This is Mirren Sejong. This is not Major Pride. So why are they getting the circle luck? What's going on?
I mean, they
not in the
Tixi
script. They definitely set up.
at
They
VP.
set up for this position.
What is VP? कौन सी टीम है वो? कर दिया Loops ने slam.
Cool,
MSJ पे.
it's so central. In comes Loops. This is what they had to do. I'm curious that Mirren Sejong had absolutely no control over this though.
And then more concerned about Zeus, right? Seemingly. Probably rightly so. If they can get a nade, if they can get a knock on this initial approach, but it seems like it's not going to happen. Loops have managed to break first.
So do you think
ground.
Two Finger is still relevant
Now
in
they're gonna
2024
regroup
in
Rafinha
global since
into
5
the
finger is
backline as
normal
well.
nowadays?
So all four
I don't
up
think
into
global
the
you can
circle. A compound scrap
can
and Zeus
play
could capitalise
Two
on
Finger
this.
and
There is an
compete
opportunity
against
now
them.
to third party. Do they want to move in?
Just
Or do
because
they
of
want to
how
stay
fast
back,
and
stay at
how-
arm's length and take pot shots at this fight?
How accurate players are in
Zeus,
global.
It depends how many vehicles they've still got up and
एक
running.
जेट के मैं पिक करके मार देते भाई
Technically,
इधर.
they could get to the other side of the compound, which
तुम्हारा
is
disadvantage
that's why
Two
Fine
Finger
was
में
playing so
सिर्फ
far
close
back.
range में होगा.
There is plenty of positions
Especially when you're playing cover to cover.
As soon as that
Cover to cover जब खेलता है ना close range
I
में,
think you should
peak
absolutely
plays a
focus-
very
focus
crucial
more
role.
towards that ridge.
तो
There's
ऐसे
not a huge
limited
amount of
moments में
cover
तुम्हें
that
Two
you
Finger
have
में
for
दिक्कत
Loops
होगा.
there.
बाकी
You
तो
could at
भाई
least get one or two
mid range you'll
hits
manage.
on the run up. Instead, their focus is way over towards that western side, in which case
I don't think
Zeus
there is any Two Finger
has
player
even
in global.
tougher time getting over this edge here.
Not that I know of.
So yeah, for Mirren Sejong, they absolutely do give up the position.
अगर तुम्हें कोई पता तो बताओ. टोनी के 3 फिंगर. अरे टोनी के तो भाई 3 फिंगर खेलता है ना वो. That's not Two Finger.
Sneaky trap. They're allowing Loops to think they've got it. And then bang. 3 nades. They're done for. It's exactly all as planned. Loops.
It could be.
Yeah, well, not too likely. I feel like Zeus kind of did miss the opportunity to go for this crash now. And it's going to really rely on Loops going for the fight. But they don't need to. Both of these two teams can just sort of say, okay, look, we're getting first and second. You guys fight over third and fourth.
Well, Zeus has to move. Equally, Luke's looking for some more points.
Rahul
They've
Gandhi
only
Two
got
Finger.
3 elims, so anything extra they can get here is ideal. They know Zeus is in a position where they have
ठीक
to
है
move
भाई.
out into open ground. Don't really have much choice with the circle pushing them in here. Inco's done a pretty fantastic job to sneak their way up on towards this south side from what was one hell of a precarious place on the map.
भाई कौन निकालेगा आप बताओ? We have MSJ, Zeus, Inco, and Loops. 4v 4v 4v3. सब के सब जाएंगे उधर अभी फाइट लेने उस कंपाउंड में. And who do you think is gonna come on top?
And that's exactly what happened to both of them, right?
Hrithik Roshan 6 finger.
Stay alive through it all. Zeus
nice one,
mounting
nice
up.
one.
The smoke cover's there. The crash coming. Inco do have angles on this.
I'm gonna go with Zeus.
Cover. It's the broad side of
I'll go with Zeus because ये team ने मेरा team को मारा.
Inco can still have an impact here. There's the shot through
Inco
the
ने
sidelines. The Maniac does go down first. Potential to res, but Rita finds Nenebete, and that's going to slow Inco down.
Which is super important. I mean, it was unlike just a really good catch there. And that's so many things for Marin Sejong to keep their attention on. And yeah, nice nade over the top there.
Zeus के दो बंदे knock है क्या?
Zeus leaves him with just Darking, but Loops will pick up that point. I don't think Marin Sejong cares too much though, as long as they're staying safe.
They cannot, in fact.
Death circle starts.
Side with error in the back lines as well.
Now.
Inco covering off the
हो गया start.
Loops bearing down upon them. That's a brilliant pickup for Zeus, though. Again, Nino just keeping things together.
MSJ good defense, bro. Solid defense. 7 finishes, 4 man bro.
This south side, finally Inco fall. This gives a little bit more leg room for
Zeus
Zeus.
3 man होना जरूरी है.
Reses to come on through, in fact, and maybe get Rita back into the mix, but no, he's just a little bit too far away, out of reach. And
Zeus का एक ही बंदा बचा है.
As well. Rafinha has the angle between those hay bales, and it's all up to
my predictions are bad today.
Loops may be able to wheedle their way into this one.
Yeah, a lot of damage done over towards Marin Sejong, and with now Zeus taking out the situation with 12 limbs, no less.
मन भी नहीं कर रहा अभी कौन सा team choose करूँ मैं.
Start worrying about Marin Sejong.
मैं नहीं कर रहा choose.
Another knock over towards
MSJ.
That is very, very important.
MSJ.
Rafinha on the side.
इस बार तो सही होना ही है.
From Loops up against Marin Sejong.
क्या खेल रहे भाई MSJ
players
वाले?
alive. Hoxie Seiwu on the forefront. Jae-suk moving around, but Hoxie wants the fight. He steps
Entry
out.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
What do you think?
Yes, he is. He wants
They're
more as
definitely
well.
doing very strong. Congrats
Congrats
MSJ for the winner chicken dinner. भाई क्या खेल रहे MSJ वाले? आज का दिन MSJ के हाथ में.
I mean, it was their game from the
Not so bad. I think MP is looking really good.
Performance there for them,
but it's too early to say anything.
Again, the South Koreans
lifting the trophy is
a really good game from there. Again, it all stems from good rotation at the start and then a strong 2-2 split to give them a fantastic anchor point.
It's a very big expectation
where these other teams are playing.
क्योंकि finals में बहुत danger competition होगा बता रहा हूँ मैं.
That is for sure.
अभी league stage, survival stage, last chance.
Be moving away.
इनमें वो seriousness नहीं दिखेगा जो finals में दिखेगा. तो finals का day 1 पे अगर MP अच्छा start किया
over towards Loops.
So they can definitely
with 5 limbs, first with 12 limbs, fourth with 4
team तो solid दिख रहा है मुझे.
And Marin Sejong are continuing
बस momentum चालू हो जाए grand finals में.
You heard me rattling off some numbers talking about
finals कब है? अरे next month है finals. December 6th.
I'd say 2 okay matches maybe, but their last 3 matches so far have been insane. And I wouldn't be surprised, Hot Jukes and Maxman, if we see them actually in top 3 now.
They went 4th before this game. Like, they were up there. They're going to be up in
नया team मचा रहा है भाई कोरिया का.
I am such a big fan. I think I've never been rambling about like rotations, movements of a team and how they play a specific match like as much as this game. This is by far my favorite game. This
any team that performs in league
so, like still early days,
gets bashed in finals. Yeah, typically वही होता है. But मैं बोलना नहीं चाह रहा था ये.
Absolutely beautiful this game.
Majority of the time यही होता है.
Perfectly played. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. They secured this awesome position and they defended it against so many different squads. So a well-earned chicken dinner, and it's their second one today.
Say woo.
Say woo.
Woo.
भाई भाई अभी OG पॉडकास्ट देखा उसमें सभी ने बेस्ट असॉल्टर्स प्ले गॉड को बोला वर्सेस एडमिनो. आपका
5 eliminations man, 741
भाई
damage. Look at that.
दोनों के ऊपर मैंने और एक वीडियो बनाया.
MSJ
जाके वो देखो तब तुम्हें समझ में आएगा.
I mean, we have
why
to,
they have chose spray god.
We have to bring it back, right?
Experience यार जो experience spray god carry करता है खुद के साथ.
The shifts we had.
And जो achievements है उसका.
Huge grouping of teams. Towns.
That is the reason why they chose
of the zone.
Admino,
every team was trying to
fresh
avoid
talent
as much as possible Los Leones.
He has still a lot to prove.
Of, like, how much
On the other hand, Spray God has
are avoiding to make sure they
a
don't
lot
play
of
in that position.
big achievements.
We're just like, all right, we'll sit towards
So
the
that's
north
why,
because
that's
it
the
looks like
reason
a lot of
people
teams up
choose.
here.
Yeah,
But
they had this
raw
also
talent,
amazing
gunpower की बात
four-man
किया जाएगा तो
split up
admin
northern
is
side,
not
Jason.
behind.
And it's just like clockwork. It's not only their
एंट्री
My
अच्छी है
predictions are
लेकिन
MP,
बैटरी का
IHC and
तरीका
Alpha
अभी
7
बड़ा
back.
कैजुअल है.
Sure,
I am
it's
so
amazing.
glad you have
But the
Alpha 7 in
timing
your
in
prediction.
particular, Hot Troops, where
Thank
they go
you.
from
Baki,
four-man
yeah,
split to
MP is
phase one,
looking
phase
really
two,
good this
phase
time.
three pops go into
MP and
two-man
even
split
Team Spirit
into
also.
the two best options in the circle.
बाकी अभी
Phase three pops
we are
to
just
go
looking
into
at one
phase
group,
four.
right? अभी
Regroup
next
into
group
the
red and
better
green
compound,
भी
which
है.
ended up being the winning
जब
compound.
वो आएंगे तब और भी
Absolutely
नाम
love
आएंगे
when
बाहर.
teams play that way when the
And
timing
grand
is so
finals
on
में
point, you
सिर्फ
just
16
react
teams
instantly
रहेंगे.
to circle pops and you just take the best
We'll see.
option available at the
IHC,
time based on what compounds you have.
They are always they're always unpredictable.
Like an entire
How they play.
monologue about this game, Hot Jukes, but
जो कौन सा फ्लो में वो खेलते भाई. और अरे ये क्या स्प्रे था भाई?
What about a video for
ये क्या स्प्रे था? एक सेकंड.
You know what?
What?
On point. Monologue about
ये
this
स्प्रे
game,
देख.
Hot Jukes.
DRS को क्या उतार दिए?
Early strats to get that compound were on point.
क्या गंदा उतार दी भाई उसको.
Video for Pandemonium_news.
You know what? I'm doing it. It's happening.
I'm doing it. He's like, I'm doing it.
More of that.
Well, Jukes, yeah, more of that. That's
लिख
second,
के देता हूँ
second
last
place,
match
or
Alpha
second
7 chicken.
first place finish for them.
राजू
However, we
मिस्टी
do
भाई
talk
मैं
about
कुछ
the
नहीं बोल
pushes
रहा भाई.
out of
मैंने
Loops
बहुत
and,
बोल
of
दिया.
course, out of Zeus, and I know you guys were actively discussing it
अब
as
नहीं
it was
बोल रहा मैं.
happening, and I want you to kind of walk us through what you thought of it.
You want to take it, Jukes, or me? I'm going to go on. You might as
for
well
Jukes,
jump
but-
into it.
Yeah, I mean, man, look at that. I mean, when you're talking about Zeus, right? Just run that back.
Bro, do you think Victor meta will come
I just
in
discussed the
global?
way like Loops and
And
Zeus played out
BGMI,
the final
if
push
yes, then
into like,
when?
the compound that Mir and
I
Sage
don't think
was in, and
global
of course
पे
how MSJ
Victor
responded to the aggression.
meta
Yeah, I mean,
आएगा.
that's all about timing in that particular situation. So you got Mir and Sejong in the dominant spot. All the teams are
Global
looking
पे भी
right at
shotgun
him.
ही चलेगा.
And you know, a lot of
Shotgun
these teams are going
UMP.
to be hesitant to take that engagement first because if they do, that third party's coming right after. As a matter of fact, when we saw Loop start to
It's
make that
it's a
push,
game for peace thing. Game
I
for
was
peace.
screaming. I was
में
like, Zeus, Inko,
Victor
what
बहुत
are you
dangerous
doing?
लगता
Like, just it's wide open. No one's even looking at you. Just start running towards them and start making
And
them
BGMI
happen.
में तो shotgun
we
ही है
saw
भाई. ये shotgun
Zeus
एक साल के लिए
parse
कहीं नहीं
just a
जा रहा है,
little bit
बता
too
रहा हूँ मैं.
early at that hay bell. I think Maxman, you were kind of upset that we didn't see
Bro,
him just
एक
full
team
set it on that
secret
building, right?
I was hoping for
global
Zeus to just
scene
go in
में
and
ये
just
team
smite
spirit
down the opposition, but no, they
वही
got
same
around
और
that-
है क्या?
that
No, no,
little
no.
hay
Team
bale by
spirit
Nate.
भी है इस
It was
BMGC
very
में.
unfortunate. The
Team
crashing
secret भी है.
angle they took was
दोनों अलग है.
rough to engage fully
दोनों
into
अलग
that
है.
compound. So Zeus, I think they could have sent a little bit earlier and full committed, but they were
Global
a bit
commentators so
indecisive,
boring,
and
not like
because of the
Indian.
indecisiveness of
Not boring,
like,
यार.
So Loops and Inko struggling to go on to
They're not
MSJ.
boring.
Same
I like this
Indian
kind of
QL
casting, to be
getting
honest.
here with all of those 5 eliminations, and really what I love this
इसमें
game
ज़्यादा चिल्लाना वगैरह
in
नहीं
the
होता है.
late
It
match,
gives
like
you
really
room to
in
process
that
what is going on.
Four-man,
अच्छी बात है.
sorry, oh my god, that four-way fight between all those 4 different teams at the end.
क्रिकेट में भी ऐसी कास्टिंग होता है ना.
Don't try to just hold the front line of that compound. They move back, let Loops fight Zeus,
If I'm not
and
wrong.
then get himself one of the biggest games, but then pushes them up in 2nd place in the rankings, maybe gunning for the crown here. of making
MSG
fight.
better
They're
than
going up there.
NSR.
I
NSR में सिर्फ एक प्लेयर मेरे को बहुत पसंद है भाई.
in the back of my
XZY.
not normal brain.
बस उसको लेके आ जाओ MSG में. मैं खुश हूँ
Discussing
MSG से.
our South Korean overlords coming in.
अभी के लिए they're doing good.
DRX,
I hope this
DRX to do what
continues
PMWC thought about
in the
D+,
further
and
rounds.
DRX surprised, and now another team from South Korea surprising 2nd place. If we ended off right now, you would see MSJ in the grand final.
BGMI PUBG में
Crazy to
zone
see
difference है
how
क्या?
well
Yes.
they've been able to play, considering how recently they qualified for this as well.
It's crazy.
I'm so excited for this, man. This is the most
I'm
hype I've,
so
I've been for a
surprised.
Korean team
It's
right
their
now. Just
culture,
like,
don't
ever since
disrespect.
D+,
मैं
this
खुद
is like the
disrespect
resurgence of Korea, I'd say.
मैंने नहीं किया.
Yeah,
शायद किसी ने
yeah,
किया होगा शायद.
absolutely it is, and right on time too. Look at that! Right now you got #1, the final, making the final countdown right there. When it comes to survival type, I mean MSJ are
MSG
playing this
final.
perfectly, right on time. I mean we got one more game still left to go, so anything could definitely happen. But I mean, just a beautiful
Chat, I'm
run
not
so
happy
far. 2 more days
with the
left.
way Alpha 7
All I
is
gotta
playing.
do is hang on.
I didn't quite catch it. I'm just waiting for it to update on our side. What position was Zeus in? Did any of you guys catch that?
I was just looking at MSJ, to be honest.
Yeah, I was saying that's why I'm kind of like, we're gonna
Because they
find
had
this.
a good solid jump. Yeah, where did they go
were 14th.
to? Because they just got to 11th, right?
Exactly, 14th to 11th, and I'm curious to see where they're at now. I mean, they pushed BTR, who was in 9th, down to 11th. So this has been a massive step up out of quite a few teams here. That honestly, this is the perfect time to really hit,
Final
hit your
MVP is
stride,
Modi.
especially
अरे
going
यार
into day
बंद
3
करो यार
tomorrow.
ये.
But our players Oxy, but
ये
23
राहुल गांधी
eliminations. I
मोदी
mean,
जी
yeah,
का नाम
he's still
इतना
behind Downey
इजीली
from
कैसे
Novi,
यूज
but
कर रहे हो यार
he's
तुम
been able
लोग?
to put in some serious work, and I can't really think of a single player on MSJ
मत
who
किया
hasn't
करो
really been
please.
putting in that work for him.
They've all been
Really
so
missing
good. I
AR
think
meta
the comms
spike by
during that
getting
game,
bored
Jason,
of
were just,
shotgun now.
Foxy, don't leave the compound.
It is what it is,
I
bro.
want to fight them. He just really wants
The
to
best meta
get
is
involved
like
as much as possible. But
UMP
the
meta.
whole squad
UMP
has been
meta was the
putting in
best.
so much work. Seiwoo in particular, sure he
In
was
my
top
opinion.
player of this game. Thank you. He was
UMP
top player
and
of this
AK
game
meta
in
was the
terms of
best.
stats, but he is really calling the shots so well when he has the information. He knows exactly how to move around
भाई पुष्पा 2 मूवी रिलीज है December 6th.
late into the game, maybe even
मैं तो इधर बैठ के यही
They've done
देखूंगा.
twice, and I said it right, Hodgix, at the start of the day that
इसके बाद ये खत्म होने के बाद जाऊंगा मूवी, क्या दिक्कत?
like they can get to the late game, but the win, that's a
Joker
different
versus
story.
Batman,
They
who
did
is
it
OP?
twice, so I feel like they got over that hurdle.
Batman,
and now
bro.
we're looking as confident as ever going into the rest
Why
of
would I
this
choose
PMGC.
Joker?
Dude, they straight up destroyed that hurdle.
Yes.
They broke that hurdle in half over their knee in today's games.
वही मैं
And
मूवी
that's
की
going
बात
to
कर
give
रहा हूँ,
them
ठीक
so
है?
much confidence going into tomorrow.
Game
and the
में
day
players
after.
का नहीं.
So I'm going to be interested to see in these next 2 days, Jason, because there's one thing that's really, and it's really bad in Americas, and I want to know if it's the same thing for you guys, at least in your opinion. Teams playing with the leaderboards, all right? It hasn't happened, right? We see so many squads in Americas just play the same game no matter what the
मैंने एक
leaderboard
नोट
looks
पढ़ा
like.
था,
I want to
उसमें
see
ये
that
लिखा
change
गया
here in
कि
PMGC. I
DBS
want to see squads that, hey,
वापस
guess what? We are 30
airdrop में
points
जाएगा बोल
away
के.
with 2 games left. We got to go crazy. We got to get so many
DBS will no
eliminations.
longer
Can't
be
play
a
safe.
spawn
Don't
weapon.
open this can of worms with me and Max.
अगर वो हो गया ना मजा आएगा.
Yeah.
Dude.
And
No, because
अगर
I
वो
can't
होगा
stand it. Like,
सबसे
you know,
पहले वो
you know,
ग्लोबल
when
में
you
होगा,
know
उसके
you really have
बाद
to play harder, just
इंडिया में
play
होगा.
harder. Like when you need to get big games, just play harder, just like
तो
double
देखते
point
हैं.
days. You just gotta
कैसे
play
भी ग्लोबल में
double
उतने लोग
hard.
यूज नहीं करते DBS.
I get what you mean,
But
right?
हमारे
It's
यहाँ तो
about,
भाई
like,
बहुत चलता है
what do you
DBS.
decide that you have to switch things up? Where's that kind of limit?
But
How
क्या
many matches
करेंगे?
left? How many
फिर
points
shotgun
behind? At
S12
least
के
for
use कर
teams
देंगे.
who are towards the top of the table, it's like just keep doing what's been working for you. Obviously, you need to make sure that you don't stagnate
भाई
your
मेरे को ना
gameplay and
बहुत
become complacent.
तगड़ा
You
भूख
need
लग
to be
रहा
able
है.
to keep adapting and read into how other teams are playing. But
तुम लोग
with
डिनर में
the-
क्या
with the
खा रहे हो आज?
presence of MSJ and the continually improvement and continued I guess like awareness around,
क्या
around the
special-
map,
special?
they are proven to be one of the strongest contenders.
खा
But
रहे हो
I
आज
do worry
डिनर
about
में?
this,
मैं
gentlemen.
तो चना खा रहा हूँ
Think about
भाई.
Alliance at PMWC. They would do these often 2-2 splits. They would often do these positions where they can get a lot of ground on some of these
Like
zones.
nice shirt,
And then when
show
we got
full
into
please.
finals,
क्या निकाल के
everyone knew
दिखाओ क्या
about
अभी
that. They
क्या
knew how to
जो है
punish
वो
them,
देख लो
and
ना.
they fell by the wayside. So for MSJ, that's one thing I will worry about as we get to that point eventually. But we need to be able to see that next level of play from them. But if anything, they have been sitting at center quite often, playing from center, and they show they can kind of play from edge as well if they need to.
It does scare me a
Chicken
little bit.
noodles.
You bring up the comparison with Alliance. I'm having flashbacks. I'm like, please, no, not again. I've been hurt once before. Not
अंडा भुजिया और रोटी.
But
Nice,
it
classic.
could happen. But I do think that MSJ, with the way they're playing, I think they're respectful. I think Alliance back in PMWC got
I
away
will
with
eat
stuff
my
that in a final they
pataka.
will never get by.
मर जाओगे आकाश
I
भाई.
feel like this playstyle, the fact that also
मत
this is the
खाओ.
group of death. I feel like
Pump
we're
or
looking
shotgun?
upon.
I mean S12
The
के.
fact it's working now is
I
a
would go
good
S12
kind
के
of,
bro. But
setup
pump is
for the
OP.
fun that
Practice
they do
करो
make
और
it,
उसके
right?
बाद
So
तुम pump
I'm
use करो.
hopeful that they can maintain this kind of consistency throughout the
एक
entire
कर रहे.
tournament, but there is a bit of that
दाल
fear in the back
चावल
of our
with
minds, Jason, that
drumstick
maybe
leaves.
things could go awry.
Like
if
bhujia.
they, maybe you get too comfortable.
Drumstick
in this
leaves
current
भी होता है
playstyle.
क्या?
Juice, let me ask you this, because this was something I talked about a lot when we were at PMWC on the desk, especially
भाई
when there was the
OG
likes of Falcons,
पॉडकास्ट का भी
4MV,
वॉच
etc.
पार्टी
playing
करो ना,
not
बहुत
so
सही
well.
पॉडकास्ट है. non-stop. Again, from 24th to December 6th, there is a break. I'm traveling in that break. Again, from December
Welcome to
6th to
PUBG
8th,
Mobile
Grand Finals
Esports.
of PMGC.
As we approach the 2024
So, yeah,
PMGC,
my
10
schedule is
teams
fixed
will
for the
represent the
next
EMEA
month.
region.
I mean,
Teams
this month.
qualifying through PMGC points are
Volume
एंट्री
low.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
In my opinion, 2020's
Teams
Zeus lineup
qualifying through PMSL
is the
rankings
most
are
aggressive
Twisted
team.
Minds, Enigma Galaxy,
The push
Zeus
on RRQ
Esports,
caused the
Recon
championship
Carnivore
for that
Esports,
PMGC.
77,
Not so bad if I'm not wrong. The
let's
2020 Zeus lineup,
teams to keep an eye on.
the Godless was in that lineup, right? IHC wala Godless. It was first Zeus and then it became the same players joined IHC if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. मेरे को उतना अच्छे से मेमोरी नहीं है. Yeah, I remember उस टाइम पे Zeus का domination बहुत अलग लेवल पे था. This player is one of my favorite players.
In the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring, they secured 5th place, and by the 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall, they surged to claim the championship. Nomi even earned the Week 2 Terminator title during the fall season. Their diverse strategies and adaptable playstyle have allowed them to surpass even veteran teams on the big stage. But don't think that this is their peak. At the 2024
Yes, Godless वाली वही है ना, बहुत तगड़ा खेले भाई Zeus उस टाइम पे.
and what it means to unleash the spirit. Let's witness the history made by IWNRX, who ranked 11th.
Why do you know why RC not playing? Because they couldn't qualify.
Solidifying their dominance in the EMEA region. Their success is a testament to their outstanding teamwork and the brilliance of their star player Frozen. Frozen joined IWNRX at just 16 years old, and together they claimed the 2021 PMGC League West Championship, showcasing their talent on the global stage. However, their journey wasn't without its obstacles. In 2022, they faced controversy over their performance and missed
Hura from 15th to 9th position, but twisted 16, still 16 spot. अभी भी 2 दिन बचे भाई, चिल करो. देखो 16 टीम्स है, 5 टीम्स को बॉटम में रहना ही है, कुछ भी करो. ट्रोल मत करो ना उन टीम्स को.
This year, they're more formidable than ever. Not only did they secure 2nd place in the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring, but they are also set to return to PMGC, aiming to reclaim their place at the top of the global stage, just as they did 3 years ago. Now let's turn our attention to the rising star, Regnum Karya Bra Esports, ranked 29th in the power rankings with 103
ये साइलेंस भी अच्छा प्लेयर है.
power points. They've been making
RCB का.
stage at an impressive pace.
He's an ex S2G player. Silas. How many of you know about Silas? This guy.
For 5 consecutive years.
Very good player.
Let's rewind to 2022, a year that truly belonged to Silas. He first claimed the finals MVP title.
He's the only IGL
then led his team to victory at the PMGC.
to have the most frags. I mean IGL list में top fragger यही है.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Zio वाला वही, IHC वाला वही. Yes, they dominated when they were in Zeus. That single mistake, yes, like you said, that costed them the championship.
That opportunity finally came this year when he joined Regnum Karya Bra Esports.
All in one, yes bro, मेरे को याद है लियोन डीजी का. Legend है भाई वो ना. चाइना में कितनी टीम्स क्वालिफाई करी है? 4 टीम. चाइना से 4 टीम आए. एक RSG, दूसरा TJB, फिर Tianba, फिर Thunderdog Gaming.
As we know them today, is a team with completely new rosters. But with Lord and Coops as former partners, their synergy is undeniable, constantly elevating each other's performance. Lord, a prodigious talent from Iraq, entered the professional scene at just 19 years old, quickly winning multiple championships in the PMPL AR and competing in the PMGC for 4 consecutive years since 2021. Meanwhile,
The which device use player Infinix वही स्पॉन्सर है तो उसी में खेल रहे वो सारे. साइलस बहुत एज लगता है, नॉट फ्रॉम हेयर कलर. ब्रो क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई, क्या एज है, कैसे दिखता है. प्लेयर खड़क है भाई, प्लेयर खड़क है. गेमर है भाई, मॉडल थोड़ी है वो.
Just 3 months after forming their new team this year, they secured 2nd place in the 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall and earned their coveted spot in the PMGC for the first time. Now, they're fully geared up to make history. The battlefield is
जापान लीग में टारगेट हुआ था आरसी. मैंने उतना देखा नहीं, बट या
The stage has been set for the 2024 PUBG Mobile
Missing,
Championship.
major missing.
Group
have been drawn, and now
Reject.
all the teams know who exactly their enemies are going to be and who they have to beat to get through directly into the main event. Let's take a look at where all the teams currently stand.
Spam 1v1 Spike versus Neo. The result is obvious. Neo will win. मैं ऊपर से गेम भी नहीं खेल रहा हूँ अब, तो समझ रहे हो, बहुत easy है.
Yeah, I mean, Group Green, you got some good teams like 4MD, you know, our boy Doc that we're going to be looking at here. Back-to-back champions of PMSL CSA in 2024, so that's looking great. D plus Kia also have done some good stuff in the past in global events, so they got some good ones.
I mean, you have Stalwart in there, which obviously did have a great performance at PMSL. I think they're a good team, but worthy of calling Group Green or Group of Death? No. Take a look at Group Red, though. You do have a lot of heavy hitters in there. You have all
अच्छा, तो पहले पॉडकास्ट में भी सबने पूछा था कि करंट बेस्ट आईजीएल बेस्ट डेस्ट्रो वर्सेस पंक, तो किसी ने पंक का नाम नहीं लिया. उसने गॉडले को क्वालिफाई करवाया और टॉप 3 आया. डेस्ट्रो तो क्वालिफाई भी नहीं किया. गॉड एक्स टाइटन ब्रो, it has nothing to do with the recent BMPS. I think till now जितने भी टूर्नामेंट्स हुए, उन सब टूर्नामेंट्स में majority of the time as an IGL, Destro has done some fantastic things. तो ऐसा ओवरऑल बताया होगा. I don't think just BMPS में कंपेयर कर रहे हो. बाकी यार पॉडकास्ट में मसाला बहुत होता है, मुझे पता है, बोल देते लोग, छोड़ो. Don't you know about Hoxie and Final? Final तो पता है मुझे, अभी देखा मैंने, बट Hoxie का नहीं पता मुझे. अगर आप गेम नहीं खेल रहे तो आईडी मुझे दे दो ना, खेल लेता हो. नहीं भाई, मैं खेलता हूँ भाई, ऐसा नहीं कि मैं नहीं खेलता हूँ, बट बहुत कम खेलता हूँ, लाइक 2-3 दिन में एक बार ऐसा. राकेश मंडल, डोंट वरी ब्रो, डोंट वरी. एनवी को पता है ऑलरेडी, इट्स नॉट ए बिग डील.
I have Falcons as well on my list.
Yeah. Looking at one of the PL teams this time around, I'm going to have to go for Chamba. I think that they showed some true promise, especially for some players that played for the very first time over at a global tournament. So Chamba's going to be the next one. Don't say anything. Okay, let me pick Ultrigo. They're going to be fine. Trust in Rosemary. He's going to be okay.
I had Tiamba as well. Like QZZ played extremely well. One of our top 10 players at PMWC.
गेम क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है भाई? बहुत बिजी हो गया मैं लाइफ में, और ये कंटेंट में तो बहुत टाइम लगता है. दिन में 5-6 घंटे तो देखना पड़ेगा मुझे एक टूर्नामेंट, तभी एक वीडियो बनेगा. तो उसके बाद फिर टाइम निकाल के गेम खेलना, समझ रहे हो, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग है, इसलिए नहीं खेल पा रहा हूँ मैं. बाकी तो मेरे को पसंद ही है गेम खेलना, बट बीजीएमआई नहीं खेल रहा हूँ मैं. जब खेल रहा हूँ पबजी मोबाइल खेल रहा हूँ, बिकॉज इट इज़ मच स्मूदर एंड बेटर एक्सपीरियंस. समझ रहे हो?
Liquid as well, and then D plus Kia, they have the experience. Don't know what went wrong for them at the last global.
Major pride was #20 in PMSL CSA Spring. They were doing really bad at that time, but अब सही हो गया टीम.
At the main event, the grand finals of PMGC.
Alpha 7, pretty obvious pick in my opinion. 4MV, I think that they took a lot of lessons from PMWC this time around. I have Falcons as my next one. Xavier also is going to be up there. I mentioned it in the previous question. They just tend to do well in global events and always reach the finals. The final pick is going to be Team Liquid.
Which teams will be the top 5 in 2024 PMGC? एक भी कास्टर ने चाइना का टीम का नाम ही नहीं लिया. What is this bro? What is this disrespect? What is this disrespect? चलो टीएनबा, कम से कम टीएनबा बोल दिए. Munda Gaming, thank you for the membership, bro.
So I think Tiamba for me is going to be my 5th pick. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen,
brother, sound up करो ना, एक सेकंड कर लो.
About how the groups did play out, of course, our expectations of who will potentially take home the trophy, or at least the top 5. Make sure to tune in though. On October 31st is when the group stage will be kicking off, and that's over in Kuala Lumpur, where all the players will be playing on land. Going to be sick to see. Make sure you guys tune in because you're not going to want to miss this year's PMGC. We also have that awesome trophy behind us.
Hello, PUBG Mobile
Petrol के लिए
fans!
बुरा लग रहा है, वो
2024
अकेला
PMGC
survive
is
कर
kicking
रहा।
off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the
He's
2024
a very good
PMGC group
individual
stage,
player.
16 teams
Highly
in
skilled
Group
player.
Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
Not retreating, he's advancing. This is a
why would a
scary,
Frenchman
scary
retreat, Lang?
prospect.
Why would a Frenchman retreat?
I don't know, you tell me, you hate.
Oh, whoa! Hate's a strong word.
Oh, dear me. Anyways,
This is causing trouble.
15 seconds till we get into our final Miramar of the day here at the 2024 PMGC. Man, it feels like yesterday we were doing 2020 PMGC. Crazy. It is our last Miramar of the day. Let's see if Mir and Sejong can keep
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Considering they had such
In this
a
PMGC.
strong position over towards Portofatti, Iso and Impala, that would have been an awesome
OG
start for
teams
them.
like complete from the beginning till now.
All right.
Beginning of this
No
game till now.
prank. In the plane, we go into Miramar. Final time today. Los Leones up to Campo Militar.
You
Are we going to
clarify
get
this and
another
then I'll
carbon
say.
copy circle, or are we going to be going somewhere else
JD Sports नहीं है क्या
on
नहीं है
the
वो?
map? We'll have to wait and see as our plane has just reached the start of this plane path.
Now towards Campo Militar as my cat attempts to destroy my whole setup as usual. The classic.
This भी अच्छा खेल रही है gunfight.
But yeah, I think for this kind of playing puppet,
Yes, bro.
actually is one of the more awkward ones considering
बता रहा हूँ ना,
it's
इस
so
lobby में कोई
heavy
भी-
east.
कोई
Makes
भी
the crossings over towards the western side of the map
घटिया team नहीं
kind
है।
of difficult. You know, you will have
अरे
to go a bit
hashtag
of a
16
distance.
पे ये
cross the
घटिया बोल के
vehicles
बोल ही
on
नहीं
the
सकता
way.
है। अच्छे टीम से सारे के सारे गन पावर सबके पास है। अपने अपने रीजन के चैंपियन टीम से ब्रो ये।
Xavier and Zeus could be in trouble. Team Spirit, yeah, they're just going to head over to Shumasera, stay out of it.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
At first, I
Yeah,
would say
but
Nova
Lisa
XQF,
very much alone right
the
now.
Paraboy order वाली,
Looking
King,
out for any other hot drops, any
Jimmy,
other trouble
Cool
on
Boy.
the horizon in the
Oi,
early
oi, oi,
game.
crazy
MSJ
zone, bro.
alone in Impala.
Number
Hard
one goes to
south
that
circle
team.
flank. Keeps Partona in.
Number
It's good
two.
for teams like Xavier, for Zeus as well. Team Spirit a little bit more exposed to the Los
Let me
Leones
think really
ground,
hard and
but
say.
still should be fairly
TSM
safe as well.
entity.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
We
कैजुअल है।
like a little bit of a different circle.
Number 3.
But does give Team Spirit a bit more of a hope here. But to be honest with you, even on Chumasera circles, I don't really feel like it gives Team Spirit an advantage too much. So we'll see what they go for during this game.
Vampire
I think
Esports.
we have an interview coming up soon with
No, number
Mafia
3 not
Ninja
Vampire
from
Esports.
Hora.
Number 3 would be Reject
We'll
Tokyo.
let you know when that one's ready to go.
Reject Tokyo. Number 4 would be Alpha 7.
Hearing
Number 5 would
from
be.
the team from Nepal. I mean, we saw in the VT just before the game.
Number 5 would be.
They think this group is called the Group of Death because they're in it. I think they've got to back that up, but right now they're doing okay. They're 9th on the tables overall, 59 points in the mix of it all as well. Currently on the map, they're over towards water treatment.
Vampire
Actually
Esports.
moving out further.
Vampire,
Have to
Vampire.
rotate Down.
Vampire.
soon as well.
RRQ नहीं, अरे मैंने सोचा,
Potential west
सब
side
सब
rotate
कैलकुलेट
for
किया
them
मैंने.
if they're able to get
RRQ
out
भी था
of
मेरे
this,
दिमाग में, BDR भी था.
just for a while.
But
Major
in
pride.
overall मेरे को जो
That
teams
Go on the
stand out लगा
windowsill.
मुझे. Uri, how did I
We're
not
gonna
name
try
this?
and swipe Becker away
Falcons.
from this one, but Elementary
Falcons, bro, I have to take a team out.
A twofold
कौन सा
fight. He
team को
doesn't
निकालूं
have
मैं?
a helmet or much
Vampire
armor
की
to
जगह
play
पे
with.
Falcons.
Becker
भाई Falcons
able
को
to
कैसे
do
नाम
a
नहीं
lot
किया
of
मैंने?
work there.
Falcons,
That's gonna be the
Falcons,
first
bro.
point for
Falcons.
Major Pride as they add that one onto the tally. But we are going to be hopping in with Aura very, very
Falcons.
shortly.
STE, Falcons जो भी
Mafia
है.
Ninja as well, as Blank was talking about
Top
earlier.
2 is
Feel like
Nova
I've waffled
Esports
on long
and
enough. Blank,
TSM
what do you
entity.
think?
उसके
Let's
बाद
go to the interview.
Reject Tokyo, Alpha 7 and Falcons. That's the 5. Zuxi Luxi, Microboy, Ryzen. Bro, उस era में I have chose TSM entity.
Activate interview. Interview. Not yet. Just a sneaky little Miramar
Open
joke.
Sesame interview.
Is there an interview?
I'm ready
don't know.
I'm ready to get into this interview.
नोवा को फिर से regroup करना पड़ेगा. No. The current state of those players.
Okay, we're on board with Horror.
Regroup से कुछ
on
नहीं
the
होने वाला है.
observing feed, which means that it's quite likely we're going over. Here we
alongside
go.
Horror Esports.
Bro, have you
Mafia
forgot
Ninja,
old
one of the
BTR?
coolest names. I do have to say that
Bro,
out there,
old
man.
BTR
So
is
far,
good, very good
you guys
team, but
started off the
समझ
day
लो.
in 15th place. You've been able to just
I have to
crawl
only
your
pick-
way up the leaderboard, even being able to get your first
I have to
win
pick only
as
5
well.
teams.
What has been
समझ
the
लो.
biggest change?
If I have
So
if I
basically
can
the
pick 6
vibes on the
teams,
team
then
have changed from yesterday.
old BTR
So we were
would
in
be
a
the
bad mood
6th team.
yesterday, but like today the vibes chill.
It's
So we had a call yesterday with the owners,
Vampire has
and they asked
more
how we
achievements,
wanted
bro,
to win the league stage.
than old
So
BTR.
basically the players are giving
एंट्री
the answers on
अच्छी
the
है
best.
लेकिन
Old
बैठने का
RRQ
तरीका अभी बड़ा
Oh,
कैजुअल.
all right, I like that. Well, you know what? Let's
Old
continue
RRQ
on
is a
talking
very
about that
good
because
team,
the
but
ultimate goal,
in
at least
stats,
for
if you
some of
see,
these teams, and hopefully for
the
your team
teams
as
that I
well,
have mentioned
is
have
being
better
in the
stats.
top 3. What do you think you
Maybe
guys have to do?
I have
what
not
the team has to
followed
do to get you
as
to the
much
next
as
level,
I have-
right? To be in the top 3.
So we just have to be
I have-
consistent. So yesterday did not
Where I
go our
saw
way, but today we've been like
RRQ
doing
did
well.
really
But
good.
the last game did not go our way. So hopefully the next game we can like score points and be consistent throughout the whole league stage.
Well,
these are the
you
5
guys have been
teams
consistent for
that
the
I
most part
remember the
today.
most
That
of.
has been Mafia Ninja from Horror Esports. Back to you guys.
Dominating, standing out, crushing the lobbies.
There we go. They're hoping it's going to go their way.
There are
But
plenty.
right
There are
now,
so many honorable
in the
mentions.
middle of the pack and need to
Like
distinguish
4AM
themselves.
from China.
Still with half of their games left to
They
play,
have
as
also
with everybody
they have
else
also
in the
done
lobby.
some
Could be treacherous, but
really
the
incredible
South
things.
Circle has pushed
But समझ रहे हो,
DRX
I can
away
only
from
pick
Puerto
5 teams,
Paraiso,
right?
pushed them into
मुझे
the
पता है
hills,
मैं कोई
and
भी
along that
टीम का
coastal
नाम लो.
road, Zeus are trying to control
फिर
the
कोई ना
bridge
कोई
mouth.
टीम का नाम लेंगे भाई, ये नाम कैसे नहीं लिया, ये नाम कैसे नहीं लिया. तो मेरे हिसाब से तो ये 5 टीम है भाई.
Maniac has to send for
जो
the
मेरे को
water.
समझ रहे हो,
Straight
एकदम
downwards.
entertain किया,
Zeus have climbed
stand out लगा मुझे,
magnificently. It was
खतरनाक लगा.
7th place after what had been
4MV
a
for sure. अरे भाई
disastrous day one.
overall बता रहा हूँ मैं, overall.
Really well done to them.
4MV
And
तो
they
भाई
get back over
last
towards DRX,
3
which
years से ना.
provides a little bit of space for them to play. That's coming through from Aaron.
The question was OG, एकदम OG 5
Yeah, it's
teams
a good rotate down towards the south
जो
side.
मचाया.
I think a lot of teams do
India
try and
का team तो
confirm
एक
over the
लेना ही
course
है
of
मुझे
these compounds and these
definitely.
positions on the south side
उसमें
of
तो
the
मेरे
map
को TS
because
identity का नाम
that staging
लिया
can
मैंने.
be incredibly
China का team एक
useful
लिया मैंने.
to rotate around.
बाकी
and
champions
getting
का नाम
position
लिया
there
मैंने.
early is
I wanted to
fantastic,
see IHC
especially if the
also so
circle does
badly.
move down there. It's slightly premature.
समझ रहे हो?
Ooh, look at that.
That's why I don't like this kind of
Hovercraft.
questions यार. इन questions में ना
Fun.
मैं कभी-कभी मेरे को लगता है कि मैं गलती भी कर
DRX.
देता हूँ. एक दो टीम्स के नाम
Taking
ना
off,
लेके.
they get that res on, which means that they can
But
keep
they
एंट्री
always
अच्छी
not
है लेकिन
performing
बैठने
global
का तरीका
championship.
अभी
Yes,
बड़ा
exactly.
कैजुअल है.
confirm on the south side compound.
But RRQ is love, bro.
And they've
King
got a
of
lot
Pochinki.
control over that
Kings
south
of
rotate.
Pochinki.
So Mirror and Sejong, for instance, who
I
may
wonder
look
what
to
they are
push
doing
in
now.
from this direction, will have to contest against them.
D2E,
Vampire pushing in from the north
Ernie.
side with loops out to
Wait,
the
what are they doing
southwest,
now? Are they
and
still
Major
playing?
Pride
Are they still
further in
competing?
towards Los Leones. That will be their main contest on this north side.
Ban these spammers. कौन कर रहा है
I
spam?
did sort of enjoy the way that interview went, to be honest with you. Because a lot of times we try and speculate like what went wrong
TSM
for
and
that
set a
team.
bar,
Was it the
those who don't
rotate?
know.
Was it
Bhai,
communication?
I know, like,
and I do like the Mafia Ninja is just like, yeah,
People
we had a
have
bad
multiple
day.
opinions.
We just
But
weren't having a
मैं
nice
बस मेरा
day.
opinion दे रहा हूँ, bro.
You know, we woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Breakfast wasn't great. And what went downhill from there. Sometimes it can be just as simple as that.
That is true. It can be real tough to get back on to the mental game, if anything else, right? Like you just
एंट्री
lose
अच्छी है
RRQ
लेकिन
6-9
बैठने का तरीका
step,
अभी बड़ा
all of a sudden
कैजुअल है.
can't
Yeah.
really
RRQ
catch up.
beat
It's
11.
really tough stuff. But that is
और
where
कौन
a
है?
strong
और
coach,
कौन है?
a strong team around the players really steps in, right? It's
Kings
where
of
they give them
Pochinki,
that
bro.
confidence back. It's where they bring them back up to par to make sure that they're performing at their peak, because that is what a coach is there for, right? It's obviously, you do need to
G9,
have that
yes, G9 and
analysis side of
D2E are
things, but what a
brothers.
coach really
Ernie
shines
and
at
Beer 11.
is where they keep the team together. They act as the
Ernie is
glue between
ideal.
the roster. So definitely something that Aura are going to need to rely on in these coming few
Fairy's Face Clan. Face Clan is not in this lobby.
Especially
Mega
from that
Conqueror. Mega
northwest side,
Conqueror
they got
is
long
Vampire Esports
rotate ahead
lineup
of them.
only. No,
They
not
definitely have
Vampire
looked better,
lineup.
though.
Vampire में
In
से
terms
वो
of
था.
positioning, in terms of gameplay,
Stoned उसमें था
Mr.
Mega
Bora
Conqueror
overall
में.
has been
And Bonds
quite a standout for
और
that
कोई
team.
तो था और दो player थे.
And up to 59 points, you know.
उसके
ninth
बाद
place,
Stoned
and they are in striking range of a lot
joined
of our teams.
Vampire Esports and
with
formed this lineup.
a lot of squads towards the top side of the lobby. Maybe not
Ravenclaw,
having the greatest of
Stoned,
days today.
Schwabs,
Not able to put up as many points
और
as they
कौन
might
था?
like.
Tony के
We've
पहले
had
वो था Nosy शायद.
such a big
I
amount of
think
catch-up
Nosy.
going on, where the leaderboards are a bit more tight. I think the big difference between
RRQ
all of
senior
that at the
too, yes,
moment
senior
is probably
too.
Harame Bros or Twisted
मैं
Minds
senior
with
तो
29
stream
points
करता था, मैं
25,
खेलता था यार senior
which
के
is
साथ उस
where
time
you
पे.
do get that big drop off,
मस्त
which
बंदा है वो.
allows more of those points to be siphoned elsewhere in the lobby.
Where is Luxy, Microboy, Ryzen?
Mirren Sejong,
Microboy
of
is still
course.
competing.
Yes,
Ryzen has
Circle
quit,
on,
I
yeah,
think.
Well, yeah, just
Luxy is still in the team, but 5th player. भाई क्या zone बन रहा है ये?
circle shift. Look at that. Down towards.
Look at where Hora Esports. Look at where Alpha 7 is.
DRX as well, still on that coastal side, all the way on the south, just out to the east side of that bridge from Partona.
Alpha 7 का एक बंदा
and
मर
it's
गया.
those compounds that they confirmed too early. They're really paying out now.
S2GV तो है.
Yeah, they
उनके
did.
एक player की
Tried to make the
DBS
best
की
of that
clutch.
situation, which was where they were all the way over towards that eastern
आज
edge.
तक याद है मुझे.
And a lot of teams
अकेला मारा था.
flow
मेरे को याद है वो
through
वाला.
Los Leones and
जो
from Minas del Valle,
वो था
so
ना.
you are cut out slightly.
Apartment
That
से
circle will
जो
definitely
recall वाली
ease
जगह
up
होता है. उससे
any
आगे
difficulties
एक
for
squatter
them.
होता है. Squatters
Team
के
making an
road cross करने के बाद एक
aggressive
2-story building
bulldozer
होता है. उधर ही है ना.
through the middle of this lobby. And fair enough too. I think they realised that there is
The
going to
final
be a
match of PMGC.
amount of teams down towards the south side, considering this is
जिसमें
one of the
STG जीता.
places you'd like to confirm a spot over towards in the early game.
RSG versus
They know
Vampire
that
Esports. Chill.
realistically, over the next 2 minutes, that's most likely where they're going to get the most amount of movement done without it being too impeded.
Nade over to the back, but doesn't find Vampires who are trying to take on this scrap. This is on the southwest side of Los Leones, on the north of this central set of teams that have taken up residency early, and Vampire are looking to just take control.
Matt Toy,
and
you
play
hide,
towards
Bew
this
Bew,
edge. I mean,
eye
we heard
shots.
the interview earlier with Satani,
The
right?
team
They
secret
are
lineup.
willing to play as Vampire, not like the rest of the lobby.
Matt Toy, the
and take
DMR
these edge style
specialist.
gameplay decisions, and sometimes it has
Bew
panned
Bew,
out for
अरे
them.
भाई
So
साहब,
far
that
today,
era,
it's
bro.
been a little bit less impactful than
era,
we saw
bro.
in day one, but they're still
Crazy.
up there. They're still in that conversation on 71 points.
BTR slams on Xavier Esports.
Will be going up against RSG.
भाई
Although
दो
this is
बंदे
against
slam
slightly
कर दी बे.
BTR though, very much willing to
क्या
get in and
बात
stuck
है.
into the fight, still giving
डाल दी
Zuxi
डब्बा.
the bench treatment, but it's going to work out for them this time around against the opener to DX Xavier, but 2 of them have gone down in response. Both of them are getting rezzed almost immediately though.
कर गाड़ी लेके जा.
Chill. BTR to get back up on their feet and
मार देंगे, मार
DXAV
देंगे.
absolutely
Xavier को मार
have
देंगे
to
BTR.
regroup, reset on this one because they took a fair amount of damage.
Lamborghini.
But making this into a 4v3 does make life a lot
गया
easier.
reset.
Lamborghini has a tough.
और ये
role
दोनों
for
knock लग
himself,
गई.
though. He's gonna have
Lamborghini
to
last
try
man
and catch
standing.
off one of these players, but an immediate re-knock as well as a knock.
क्या aggression दिखाया है BTR, मजा आ गया.
News for DX Xavier.
मजा आ गया भाई. 1v3 मारा इसने.
To close down day
Setter.
2 in that top 3, then this is not the way you
पानी
want
में
to go
जाओ.
about
नहीं,
it.
नहीं, ऊपर गया.
Still,
RSG.
these off angles are going to be
Nice.
a massive impact on every single engagement now on these hillsides. You could see how full that southwest side is blank. Oh my goodness. So many teams all looking to squeeze their way in, and not too many of them going to be successful.
Lamborghini is on
Players
the
over by the
run.
roadside looking for a lift. Head further on down,
उतार
hitchhiking
देंगे
a little
इसको.
bit, and they certainly will need to in the future.
एंट्री
For
अच्छी
those
है
who are
लेकिन
saying
बैटरी का
I'm
तरीका
style
अभी बड़ा
69
कैजुअल
Quite a
instead of
Lamborghini,
G9,
but
it's
again, where it needs to
auto-corrected.
go.
If you know, you know.
In the
I know,
circle as
I know,
well.
I know.
Only just, and I think that BTR are going to have to move out that way as well. As we hop over to
Everyone
Zeus,
knows
Mary
G9,
St.
bro.
John,
Chill, chill, chill.
trying to make their way through. Still all 4 of their players alive.
Rita
Taking one of
Dabba.
Zeus down. Rita
Rita
can't
Dabba.
stand up to J-Suit. The
Yeah.
nade downhill from Final, and there's so much damage pouring in. Maniac goes low, and they are looking for the knock, finally finding one, but the damage is done. In comes Seiwu as well, as Mirren Sejong get the best end of the
Wow.
fight. In he goes.
MSJ
the last
strong,
player
bro.
of Zeus to fall
MSJ
to the off angles.
Strong.
And that is them out for the final game of the day. Zeus climbed quite far up the tables today, Blank.
By the way, not so bad.
But no
Thank you
further
very
will
much
they
for all
go.
the super chat, bro. Once again,
Mirren St.
means a
John
lot.
take first place.
Not
Minds on our
everyone
screens,
likes
they have
global
lost Robs
tournaments.
already.
And it's
We really
Diwali
need the
time.
remake then.
But
Lost
still, a lot of
sold
people are
out.
watching the stream.
Oh,
I'm so
dear.
glad I have such good audience. Thank
And
you all the
horror.
super chats.
Oh,
Bro,
not
Midas
horror, John.
is left
Just not
PUBG.
doing well
Yes.
for them, is it? As a lovely nade is sent
He's
in.
an official partner for New State, I think. New
On the
State
back
खेल रहा है.
lines on this engagement as well. Twisted Minds. With 2
कौन-कौन
players
बाहर
still
हो गया?
alive.
Zeus
Coops
बाहर
just
हो
getting
गया.
away, saying,
पूरा
Doran,
बाहर हो
you've
गया.
got that, dude. I trust you. It's only Inco, right? Come on. Just send them back. Send them back to Brazil. They just get booked their ticket home. But Doran, going to be tough to make that one work. Coops is giving it a little bit of help, but not going to be too much there. Doran stretches out. If he goes down here, he goes down. That's the decision they've made.
He's going for a wide ramp. It doesn't work out, but gives Q's potentially the time he needed to get set up in his vehicle and move further inwards.
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, 25 points. This has just not been great for them. I think that, you know, although they were able to step things up towards the end of PMSL, EMEA,
RSG बाहर होने वाली है क्या?
Haven't been able to.
League stage में ही बाहर होने वाला है क्या RSG?
That's the real difference maker, and I think it's because they need more time. That team needs more time in the kitchen.
Bubsa, Ripek, all are very close friends of mine.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Support चाहिए कुंडा.
PMGC the first place.
Ella untam bro.
With this relatively newly formed team.
No, मनोन में ना.
I'm fairly happy with it. I think they should be happy, even if they're not able to get to a position
where
to
bro,
go through to the
where are you
stage.
from? B11 याद है. Yes bro, याद है.
It's as Max was saying earlier on the desk. It just
during a major tournament, B11's father or mother something happened, no?
We've said it throughout all of the EMEA. It is a team made up of high potency fraggers. In general, that's what we've seen them succeed on. But
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
In terms of rotations, in terms of engagements on those fights, as Hot Juke's highlighted as well. I mean, it's.
तो मैंने बोला था लास्ट मैच या ये मैच में अल्फा 7 100% चिकन निकालेगा. देखते हैं इस मैच में रिवील हो जाएगा. The big reveal.
Team Spirit have got the long-term guidance
the big
of
reveal.
Kitsune on board, but Matic not going to be super powerful in this situation right now. He's already very, very low.
Nomi yaar, red dot yaar, please.
They are on a tear today.
Man.
Already up in the first place.
What do they do sometimes?
That spray, that's going to be...
Red dot तो 100% knocked पता red dot से.
Yeah, if he was able to get that, that actually prizes open this fight a little bit, and there is certainly going to be teams looking over towards this location.
This is going to be a very interesting fight.
Who would like
Spirit
a strong
versus
position in the
MSG.
circle, and Team Spirit is somewhat forced into this fight now because they need to win it. They need a location to play.
This rooftop for Kitsune is so dangerous as well, right? Because as soon as someone crests the high ground behind them, he is just completely open and exposed, and there it goes, immediately starts taking damage, has to drop back. So we hop over to Inko. This is on the west side of the circle.
Why nahi wo fight?
Still struggling against them here. Inactive and Satar. This is, I think, one player alive for both of these two rosters. Satar does have a teammate to potentially can survive.
Kar do red zone,
I think Inactive, yeah, he's just going to confirm that. Grab that point for Inko. Rightly so. Rack that one up, but one player alive for each of these two teams.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Okay bro. I also lived in US for 7.5 years. So when I asked, like in US only where I was asking. Mike तो गया नहीं ना, Mike काम कर रहा है ना. Hello.
Stats at the moment with an average healing of 3.1, damage of 762, which is not bad actually overall.
What do you think? Falcons is strong team in PMGC. We'll find out in 2 days.
6 of him's already found.
We will find out in 2 days.
They definitely need every single point they can get. Currently hovering around.
RSG को set नहीं हो रहा है. Game for peace से PUBG. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है bro.
Towards those top 3, but just getting into those survival stages may be a challenge. Loops taking a knock.
Oh रे मुझे लगा ये knock कर देगा.
But slow them down as he steps in. That might slow them down a little bit though. As the spray goes well for Yappy.
MSG कितना chicken निकाला? 2 chicken निकाला आज, if I'm not wrong. They're at #1 now. Century मारती भाई MSG.
From Harame. Looks to go assist his teammate Yappy underneath. Nilzada up top side.
क्या बात है bro?
Good monster,
nice Molly.
Beautiful
problems. Oh. Nearly connects on that spray, gets a lot done, and in fact,
मार दिया उस मोली से उसने पूरा टीम.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
क्या मौली था वो? क्या मौली था? Chicago right now may shift to New York. I lived in Peoria for 1.5 years, which is near to Chicago.
Harame, bro. In the meantime, Mirren Sejong and Team Spirit, their fight is slow to a crawl.
I think PL teams सिर्फ
both teams accept their fate that they're going to have
मारा
to deal
मारी
with
ही
one another for the
करती
next
है.
5 minutes.
माइन नहीं उनको.
DRX does have a strong spot down towards that south
तुम
side.
सिर्फ मारा मारी ही देखा है. उनका दिमाग का खेल तुमने
really
देखा नहीं है, तुमने नोटिस नहीं किया है.
MSJ and Team Spirit have
Trust
towards
me.
that northwest side where Major Pride are, where the positions out that direction.
Alpha 7 ने DMR चल. Finally some action from Alpha 7.
The teams out on the east with
U-turn मार ली भाई
Vampire
इसने.
east side of the circle. I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting set of developments, I think, in the next set of rotations.
13 teams surviving. 10 सेकंड में zone start होने वाला है.
Hard fight. for Team Spirit to win 3v4.
अगर PUBG बैन नहीं होता तो TSM entity
of
domination रहता अभी भी जैसा Falcons का है question
too
mark.
impressed with it on day one.
Domination का पता नहीं,
seems like
but definitely
a lot has changed for that team in terms of the mental
definitely
game. And the momentum they're coming off today
things
certainly
would have
helps in that regard in terms of being able to pick up those
things would have been better for that team.
Play more confidently into those matches
Mafioso
too.
knock.
Schweppes picking up a limb, well, a knock over towards Mafioso. As Alpha 7 still struggles into the day. I mean, 5th place.
Mafioso
it is
finish.
good.
भाई ये Mafioso knock finish वाला भाई मैं कितनी बार देख चुका हूँ.
It is off the back
थक
of
गया मैं.
a couple of big games essentially.
मैं DM करूँगा इस मैच के स्ट्रीम के बाद DM करूँगा Mafioso को. भाई प्लीज knock finish मत होना.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
फिनिश होता है भाई.
Not massively breakout for them to
Peoria 1.5 year exactly in our place
Monday.
Okay.
Hoops goes
yeah,
down.
From Chicago it is 1.5.
From De Muerte. And again, today I feel like they have been a lot stronger than we've seen them in the past, but they have sort of faltered now a couple of times. A couple of times too many. 3 players alive, looking for that res, but it's all the way out on the back lines as well, as Loops will fall over on the west as they try to rotate past Major Pride. Still competing for that top spot. 5 eliminations for MSJ or for Major Pride, and that puts them dead even.
Revo दे रहा है, Tony के knock.
And for Major Pride, it's a really strong position.
Revo is the last man standing for Alpha 7.
They're holding 2. It's really difficult to get through on that northwest side. So for Major Pride, this is more about locking down that northwest edge of the map. They start working with it through onto those roadsides.
To heal 1v1.
Moves on through.
1v1. Revo versus Nozi.
Solos we still have remaining, and Alpha 7 in a
क्या
spot.
क्या नेड से भाई टोनी के इतना प्रॉपर इन्फो दिया. टोनी के इतना प्रॉपर इन्फो दिया कि नेड से ही मार दी भाई उसने.
Going down to the nades from Vampire.
Vampire 3 man हो
they might
जाएंगे.
have taken
4 man हो जाएंगे भाई.
the PMWC title away from Vampire, the 2-time returning
no third party
champions. Had it taken by Alpha 7, but
so yeah, my prediction went down the drain. मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. Alpha 7 they are not in their best shape. That is all I can say.
Today, mostly from different teams. Able to strike with the fangs.
अभी भी 2 दिन बचा है.
Some of these squads.
I'll not.
Major Pride now looking over towards their next target in RSG, who are.
I'll not do any prediction for the next 2 days.
AZ does take a knock though.
By Major Pride तो भाई.
Slow them down.
Solid खेल रहा है. Major Pride MSJ.
Keep them at bay for now. I mean, RSG desperately need to regroup and.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
I'm pretty
कैजुअल
sure Team Spirit and Marin Sejong basically they're both like, look.
Okay, nice.
We're gonna get top 5.
Springfield.
Let's not mess this up for each other.
Telsbro College, nice.
Get so many points.
Good
dude.
college
Just
only.
Just chill out,
Just
dude.
Just wait this out.
I mean, it's kind of true, right? Because the fact that they both hold in this compound here, they've got a lot of successful presence out towards the entirety of the south side, which takes up most of this. And the rest of the hillsides out to the northeast are going to be really treacherous for the multiple teams that
it's so long ago, I don't even remember. I've been to so many graduations for my friends. I don't remember exactly.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Springfield.
It's going to be funny when a squad tries to crash that position and they're met with
without
like
top
7
can Falcon
guns
perform
going
spike
their way. They're like, what do you mean? Like,
top is the heart of the
guys
team.
In there? They're all
Without a
facing
heart,
us at the same time.
can a body function?
So I think for teams trying to crash that position is going to be more difficult. Okay, this is part of the game, right? You know, you both know you're in a strong spot. You calm it down between the both of you. It's sort of like this gentleman's agreement that goes towards
Major
that
Pride
end game.
every match 5-6 finish.
I mean, it's a
क्या ही
smart way to
consistent
play.
team
It's
है.
absolutely
Exactly
smart way
right.
to play.
But I hope, बता रहा हूँ ना guys,
Symbiosis
this is not the
in
first
the
time
game,
I'm
of
seeing
course,
some team
with
dominating in league
Evolve
stage.
Venom, the Last Dance
League में अलग होता है,
They
grand
have
final में
a
अलग होता है.
friendship,
समझ रहे हो?
MSJ and Team
League में
Spirit
मचा के
both
फिर grand final में हक दिया तो
with a
भाई I'll
little
not
bit
be
of
surprised.
Venom on their whole.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Maybe they went and watched the movie earlier today. Wouldn't be surprised. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, I can replicate that. I can do that.
अगले राउंड के लिए कितने टीम क्वालिफाई करेंगे कोई बताओ. Top 3 teams
This
grand
definitely
finals.
makes Major Pride's push even
Bottom
harder,
5 teams घर.
And
बाकी teams
although
survival
they played
stage.
that northwest side very well, there is
ये मैच का
way
चिकन
too many
बताओ
sidelines
guys.
looking at them
मैं नहीं बता रहा
as they
कुछ.
cross this road. Getting further into the match
predictions.
is going to be difficult.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Capital
है.
of Illinois, bro. అలా మర్చిపోయావు.
From the position that they held, like they had to fight off against
ఇడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత అవన్నీ
30
మర్చిపోయినా
teams
bro.
and hold quite a
అంతే.
few
అట్లనే
different
it
angles.
happens.
They're a team that typically plays on 3 players. Though.
I moved back to India like
which is curious.
4.5, 5 years
Like to
ago,
see them as
right?
a full 4. Full
అలా
ones.
అలా కొన్నిసార్లు మర్చిపోతాం అంతే అలా అయిపోయింది.
Major Pride have managed to get
Yeah, I've been to that college.
5 eliminations now, drawing level with the
BTR,
eliminations
RSG,
this game and reclaiming
Vampire,
that first place spot.
MSG.
Got across the road.
But MSJ is on a roll. I will not be surprised if they get one more dinner.
Teams are on that northwest side. And RSG, the currently lowest ranked team alive in this game, could also have a third party impact.
It's probably more important for Team Spirit right now as opposed to Viren Sejong and Major
Spike bro
Pride.
top हमेशा
because
performance
both those
देता है
teams,
solo
they
8
have
finishes
that buffer
remember. Yes
between
bro,
them
yes.
and fourth place.
Sol is I mean
whereas Team Spirit just
top
really
is
does
a
not.
one of a kind player.
And going into tomorrow, if we're met with another like couple of bad games from Team Spirit at the beginning of things where they went down very early, twice in a row over on Sandhawk into our first Eren goal, you don't want teams just clambering over the top of you again. It has been a difficult day to try and reclaim a lot
भाई
of those points
MSJ
that they
का
lost
बन
at the
सकता है
beginning of the
वापस
game.
बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Next circle shift.
MSJ का वापस बन सकता है, but
from the compound. Team Spirit more
उनके आसपास काफी strong teams हैं.
I don't know if you
Spirit
call that, but Lamborghini, the
और
solo
Major
for
Pride,
Xavier, is holding
they
out
have to
the
be very
points with a
careful.
little help from Vampires. Now DRX are moving up from the south side.
Vampire
to
versus
clash
DRX.
with the Vampires on this northeast edge. Vampires lose a player. The nades continue to pour on over the top.
अरे बाप रे क्या बचा ये.
An answer towards
Schwab's
Hubin takes
knock.
him equally down.
Nuzi ने भी एक trade लिया.
That health
Instant.
bar and the hovercraft
Stone
to
का
move
HP
on
देखो.
forwards there for DRX. Schweppes needing to get res. Stone gets the heal off. Hyunbin gets knocked. Kaitse with a nade up high. This looks good. Could be troublesome, but goes long. A bounce. No, not going to connect there.
What a nade bro, what a nade. Nice one. कर देंगे push कर देंगे DRX.
Way long and Schweppes kind of runs straight back into the next one.
पर Nuzi क्या
Exact
बचा.
same position.
कर दिए
Nuzi
push.
gets caught out
लग
next.
गई Vampire
Although
की.
the first grenade wasn't great. The next
लग
two
गई.
were
Vampire
pretty
बाहर.
on target.
DRX
DRX
4
is
finishes
very
4 man
happy with the
strong.
way that fight goes down. Although Hyunbin as well as Kaise go extremely low, neither actually falls their knees.
If
and they can quickly
DRX
get
wins
themselves
this
back
match,
up and back
they'll be in
into
top
the
5.
game over on that eastern side. And that
If
means
DRX
they
wins
claim
this match,
the
they'll be in
majority
top
of the
5.
eastern edge. So for DRX, this is a game that could absolutely
RSG शर्मा रहा है भाई मारने
to
में.
pop
पता?
off for them.
बहुत शर्मा रहा है.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Okay bro, see you. Time to work.
I'd say they're sort of stretching out with the
See you
Remy.
tomorrow, bro.
They've got 2 players
All
remaining.
the
You
best.
can see Pusher.
Thank you for
actually
all the super
moving out
chats.
to the east side, and we'll be under a lot of dangerous threat from that eastern edge with DRX moving through. Major Pride still
Final
trying to
knock
get across.
from
And
Effect.
Final goes down first. Team Spirit are actually finally breaking the peace accords and going over to that western side and picking up a point for their trouble. They're still on 3. MSJ on 3 players as well. Major Pride back on into the fight on the north edge.
Just Spirit, Team Spirit इतना passive क्यों हो गई अचानक से?
These poor fools. They've got no stims, no smokes, no utility. What a rough time this is for Team Spirit. They essentially
Mechanic
need
उतार
someone to
दिया,
crash
DD
and then
को.
win a consistent
GGC
fight
भी
off the
उतर
back
गया.
of that.
लग गए
It looks
RSG
like they
के.
are pushing up. Fair enough. They need those crates.
Bay is the
need
last man
crates.
standing for RSG.
And they managed to find 2 of them. Immediately finding 2 knocks and then quick flushes in response. Bay has to keep his head down here, but needs to move for the blue zone as well. The circle shifts out to the northwest side, keeps these compounds in for Team Spirit and MSJ. Major Pride sweeping through, and they're up to 7 eliminations now, Blank. They are making this one work. You said you wanted to see a game where Major Pride didn't get the circle and made it work. Well, here it may be for you, presented in the last game of the day.
मुझे लगता है RSG global lobby ठीक से adapt नहीं कर पा
but
रही.
they have more util than potentially Viren Sejong as well as Team Spirit. It's a good initial shot there from Hoxie though. We'll find
Oh, there it
Elementrix, and again they are outside the circle just about.
A lot of pressure being forced in now. MSJ having to move a little bit more than Team Spirit again. Who once more have the inside track, but the
on
outside
personal
area
note, मुझे लगा
controlled by
है कि
DRX.
best assaulter
This is the
IGL
big
is Doc
threat
in the world.
this lobby right now.
It's
There
all
it is.
personal
Hyunbin strikes
opinion,
over
bro.
towards Nomi. Kitsune has
Best
to go for this
IGL
res
and
in the little
assaulter
nook that
Doc.
they've been able to sequester themselves away in.
Well, now Effect has to deal with the entirety of Major Pride himself. There are nades as well to be sent
क्या बात है,
down.
nice
Oh,
one, bro,
backstab
nice
from
one.
Bay.
Oh,
That's
yes,
two.
Lamborghini का
They need to
survival
confirm
देखो.
off the back of that. It's
अकेला
another
बचा था.
solo to take him out. The Xavier. Damn. Now DRX comes across. I don't think no one knows that there's 2 teams.
These
here.
guys also one of
That's
the
the
OGs
best
here.
part.
That is
Lamborghini.
still pretty crazy. I mean, DXAV with their last player alive, just outlasting the lobby time and time again with solos.
MSJ,
Team Spirit not getting the
Spirit,
flashes on towards
DRX,
Major Pride is really unfortunate.
and Major
A nade
Pride.
up towards Foops, man. Does connect, not getting the final blow, but more nades are flying over the top as well as Elementrix spots Lamborghini. So the last player for DXavier is dealt with as Major Pride are back up to all three of their players, Blank, but they're trapped on the inside. This is dangerous,
Yeah,
but they
Foops
fight
been, yeah.
through.
I'm not doing a horrid job either.
और दो बंदे गिर गए एक
Oh no!
एक गोली
As DRX should find
एक
out
गोली
last
Major Pride
time
बाहर
how he survived there. I think Team Spirit might be
finish
able
हो
to steal away a couple of those.
गया
Looks like he
Major
killed
Pride
Ben, picked
बाहर
up one. In comes Hoxie though. His
MSG
effect
push
already
कर रहा है.
found.
Oh, and goes flushed as well. Another.
This is a
up
fight
for the
I'm
next.
most
It's
looking for.
Kitsune and Nomi on the inside. The duo for Team Spirit against
Ore!
3 for MSJ.
क्या बचाओ?
Hoxie's cleaning these angles away,
Nice one.
but the
Ooh.
stunner goes
मार
out.
देगा.
A big peak there, but
Team
not
Spirit को
going
मार
to work
देगा
out
MSJ.
as Kitsune goes down first. It's all up to
Strong,
Nomi.
baby,
Still
MSJ,
in a 1
strong.
versus 3, but it's not going to happen. They are down and out. Team Spirit swept aside. DRX trying to control MSJ from rampaging out of it as well. But 2 of their players are down, and MSJ are finding openings left and right. So is in the smoke. Doesn't have any hard cover. Say Woo on the low ground. Hoxie on the back lines. With the shotgun, he's been plenty efficacious.
आखिरी
but
बंदा है
range,
MSJ का.
not so deadly. Say Woo now, the
1v2
last to
situation.
stand. It's a 1v2. Can he make it work for the South Koreans for a 3rd time today? Claiming the top spot. It's their big challenge. Say Woo around the side.
Well
of the
played,
Crossduster.
DRX.
So is
Well
Breaks Wide,
freaking
but
played.
it's not going to be this time around. They're
They're back in business, and I think with this match, ये top 5 match आएगा DRX भी. भाई कोरिया,
I mean, they had an easy
कोरिया
game
तो
on the
भाई
eastern side, and it was very well cleared out.
grind कर रहा है भाई
An easy
कोरिया.
goal after
Grind
that
कर
point.
रहा है.
Looked a little
दिख
bit
रहा
shaky
है.
towards the end there with
MSJ
Jong finding something. In there. I don't
Respect
think
यार,
they had at the
respect
start
क्या
of this
मतलब
tournament.
अभी तक spot नहीं हुआ
A little
MSJ
bit of
उतना.
bravery to
हमेशा हम
push
सोचते थे
on through,
DRX
even as 2
replace
players.
किया.
Unfortunate on the reload that had
अब
to
से
come through towards
MSJ
the
too
end there.
भाई.
Otherwise, you know, that might
Very
have been a
consistent.
chance
आज
there
तो
to say Woo.
मचाए उन्होंने.
एंट्री अच्छी है
Crazy
लेकिन
मचाए.
बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
From a lot of our squads here. Two Spirits
Wow,
able to get
what a way to end the
a
day.
pretty
And with
late
this,
finish
Group
for
Yellow ka
themselves, so it's not all
day 2 has
doom
come
and
to an
gloom
end.
for them. And Major Pride, yeah,
Wow.
they play a good game.
Before
up
going, can
until
you
the
tell me
very
how to
end,
take
where,
membership? I
honestly,
have no idea.
The bell
I think you have to hit the
rung.
join
There was
button, bro.
nowhere else for them to go.
If you see a join button, hit the join button, and then you can
At the
take
breakdown on that
whichever
game.
membership you want,
Good
and
eye,
you can become a member. That's how you become a member.
Man, 50% of the
Look,
matches
crazy
today
match.
won by
Crazy.
South.
More nades are flying over the top as well
Mada aa
as
gaya.
Elementrix spots Lamborghini. So the last player.
Why you chose DRX Max?
I wanted to pick
Overall
Myeon
standings was
Sejong,
being
but
mad.
I was like, had to be realistic.
Please
for a second
explain
there, Jason.
PMGC format.
Myeon Sejong had
Gaurav
to leave
Mundal भाई ठीक
their
है
little
कर ले तो
compound
explain
and
मैं.
fight teams to get to that place.
Total 48 teams को invite किया गया है PMGC में from across the world. सारे region के best teams को invite किया गया है. ये 48 teams को 3 groups में divide किया गया है. Group yellow, group red and group green. Each group में 16 teams है and each group 4 दिन खेलेगा. Total 24 matches. ये 24 मैचेस खेलने के बाद जो भी टॉप 3 में रहेंगे वो जाएंगे सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. जो बॉटम 5 में रहेंगे वो जाएंगे सीधा घर एंड बाकी टीम्स जाएंगे सीधा सर्वाइवल स्टेज. सर्वाइवल स्टेज के बाद लास्ट चांस, उसके बाद सर्वाइवल स्टेज से थोड़े टीम्स, लास्ट चांस से टॉप 4 टीम्स, ये सारे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाएंगे. फिर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तुम्हें पता ही है, जो जीतेगा वो ट्रॉफी उठाएगा. तो ये है फॉर्मेट ऊपर से. बाकी तुम्हें इन डिटेल चाहिए तो लिक्विपीडिया पे आपको मिल जाएगा. बाकी कितनी बार बोल चुका हूँ मुझे पता भी नहीं, बहुत बार बोल चुका हूँ, इसलिए मैं बहुत जल्दी में बोल दिया. होप यू अंडरस्टूड. स्पाइक भाई ये लूप्स की न्यू लाइनअप है क्या? पुराने वाली नहीं या नया वाली है? ये मार खा रही है बहुत. नो इनवाइट दे क्वालिफाइड. आई मीन व्हाट आई मीन टू से इज वो क्वालिफाई होने के बाद इधर आए. पीएमएसएल यूरोप, पीएमएसएल सीएसए, ये सारे टूर्नामेंट्स के टॉप 5 टीम्स वैसा. इनवाइटेड तो सिर्फ एक ही टीम है ना, आईएचसी. सिर्फ आईएचसी इनवाइटेड है. स्पाइक में इंडिया का सेकंड बेस्ट कोल्ड रेंज प्लेयर हो, क्लोज रेंज प्लेयर. अच्छा फर्स्ट कौन है भाई? करीम फर्स्ट कौन है? हर बार इनकी शक्ल सेम दिखती है, बस नेम चेंज दिखते हैं चाइनीज, कोरियन, मंगोलियन टीम्स के। मिक ब्लू भाई ये तो रेसिस्ट वाला कमेंट हो गया भाई, मुझे तो नहीं दिखता है सेम। I used to put dog and top equally. Both are good for me. Yeah, both are definitely
frenemies for a little
best
bit.
in the world.
It can work out.
Yeah, just sign a little temporary lease, you know, a little temporary, because I mean, it is for the better. I mean, you got to realize
The last
at
chance
this
at
level,
top
like,
6
oh yeah, we're
teams
taking this
plus
fight. Wait, if we continue this
Guild
fight, we're gonna get
Esports
third
host
party,
country.
and both of us are out of here.
देखा
No,
नहीं
right?
exactly.
Let's just
देखते जब वो
iron
होगा
out a
तब
little
देखते
bit.
ना
You
बात
guys
करते
look that way.
हैं। अभी के लिए तो
We'll
इसमें
look
टॉप
that
3
way,
क्वालिफाइड
and
ग्रैंड
then
फाइनल्स के
at
लिए
the end, we'll finish
बॉटम 5
second and first
एलिमिनेट
place. And that's the smart
and
play.
बाकी
I
टीम
mean, you gotta
सर्वाइवल
be able to
स्टेज।
make those decisions.
मानिया जीता है क्लोज रेंज में सबसे।
What about Major Pride? I mean, we didn't really talk too much about them so far. We didn't really see a ton of them necessarily, but they did pick up at least picked up like 7 eliminations. They had multiple times where they're able to reset in the midst of having 2 players down.
That's good.
They have 3 alive total.
59 पे थे ये। That means 23 मतलब
I didn't even see much of
70 कुछ हो गया।
Focus there towards
हो गया टॉप 5 आ गया
Major Pride, man, I mean, they are putting out those points. I mean, it was so crazy to see this last game, of course, of the first half of Group Yellow. Like all top teams right there towards the end, soaking up these points. It's going to be crazy because now top 3 is going to be that much more difficult to get.
Wait a minute, Max.
ओवरऑल टॉप पे MSJ रहेगा।
Hashtag
2 पे कौन रहेगा?
They both had
Spirit?
2 chicken dinners.
That's right.
This is the
Right?
first time I feel like in a very long
Spike
time.
bro,
we're ever
is
gonna
their
see the
account
tiebreaker
they
go
play
into
with
the next
admin's
level
account
of
because they've
breaking,
been playing
which
in an
typically
Android
starts
device.
at
अरे ये सारे नए अकाउंट से टूर्नामेंट के लिए है।
placement
आफ्टर दिस
points now
टूर्नामेंट
in
फिर
eliminations, where it used to go
वो अपने
eliminations to placement
जो
points.
जिस पे
So
स्किन्स है
I
उस
wanna
अकाउंट में
say
खेलेंगे।
Mirren Sejong should be
टूर्नामेंट
our
में
number 1.
स्पेशल अकाउंट्स क्रिएट करके देते हैं।
Tiebreaker stats is like number of smokes used. That so you go really far down the line, but it is going to be
DRX वही टीम है ना जो PMWC के डे 1 पे टॉप पे था, थोड़ा देखता था मैंने। यप वही टीम है।
Someone else for the first time, though. Actually, going on to Miramar here as we wrap up the day, Jukes. Alpha 7, not ready to be seen. Like very.
That's true.
और एक टीम था PMWC में NRX बोल
Not ready
के।
to be seen on Miramar.
बहुत तगड़ा खेली थी भाई वो
their
टीम।
map, but they were contested
वो नहीं देखने को मिल रहा है
early
इस बार।
on by Vampire this game. And I think that Alpha 7 maybe got a little bit tired at the end of the day with Senjux. Like there is 6 matches per day. Maybe they got a little tired.
Godlike.
Yeah, you know, it happens. You know, fatigue is definitely a thing. And I don't care what anybody else says, it's a factor, right? And then towards
MVP
the end
of
the day,
the
sometimes like your brain just reverts
of the match
to
क्या
what's
इस मैच का
comfortable,
क्या ना
right? And Alpha
ये
7
बंदा भाई
aggression is
सही
super comfortable
से
for these guys. So like towards
DRX
the
का
end, I'm
इसका
not surprised if they
स्प्रेस
just kind of
बहुत
go
प्यारा
like,
है।
all right, let's just push.
बहुत प्यारा स्प्रेस है
And
इसका।
all of a sudden they're wiped.
Mid
right?
range.
It does happen. So I hope
Tracing.
that, you know, tomorrow, the day after, Clearjacks, the coach, and the rest
इसका
of the
POV
team
देखा
is
नहीं
like,
मैंने।
hey, all right, guys,
बस गेम
none
में
of
देख रहा
that.
हूँ मैं
We
so
just
far।
need to focus up and make
उतार
sure we
दे
get
रहा
in
है
the top 3.
मिड रेंज में।
Yeah.
Yeah, agree.
More of that.
Yeah, more of that.
I knew you would say at least 1 point. So again, if you have it on your
NRX
bingo card,
से ही है
we
लॉर्ड
do
था
have
शायद।
a
नहीं
new
NRX से नहीं है
player,
लॉर्ड
and it will
NGX
be
से था।
Mirren Sejong here with
Hashtag 1 पे we
9
have
more
MSG,
points than Major
hashtag
Pride.
2 पे we
They're
have
all
Major
tied up
Pride,
in total points and chicken dinners.
hashtag 3 पे we have Team Spirit। भाई ये तीनों बहुत कंसिस्टेंट टीम्स है। इन तीनों में से एक टीम को टक्कर देके अल्फा 7 को आना है मतलब चैलेंज रहेगा। Next 2 days are going to be very crucial। बहुत क्लोज चल रहा है स्कोर। Xavier Esports, DRX, Alpha 7, Vampire, Zeus, इनमें से कोई भी टीम टक्कर दे सकता है अगर ऊपर वाला टीम को चोक करेगा तो। तो I hope you guys are ready for tomorrow। क्या लगता है कौन से 3 टीम्स जाएगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए? जरूर बताना चैट में। Let's see।
And then have a non-existent 2025.
भाई अल्फा 7 को समझ रहे हो?
That'd be crazy.
Let's take it back a little bit.
एक बढ़िया दिन निकालना पड़ेगा जिस तरीके से MSG ने आज खेला है ना वैसा एक दिन खेलना पड़ेगा तभी क्वालिफाई होगा। If not मुश्किल है। हो रहा 60 पॉइंट्स है हो रहा के पास। बस बॉटम में ना चले जाए। बॉटम 5 टीम्स will get eliminated out of PMGC। बॉटम 5 में we have Twisted Minds, हरामे ब्रो, RSG, Loops, DMR।
Pride to be here in first and second place.
Yeah.
I can't
Wow,
keep saying this.
competition is very very high.
You go to the Korean talent, they're like, we didn't expect it either.
कोई कम नहीं कोई ज्यादा
That's
नहीं.
like winning a March Madness bracket. You know what I'm
तो
saying?
ये था guys PMGC League Stage Day 2. Hope you guys had fun. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना स्ट्रीम, लाइक करना मत भूलना, सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, peace. मिलते हैं कल same time with same energy. Until then, bye bye. Take care. Love you all. अब मैं जाके डिनर कुछ करूंगा, बहुत लंबा हो गया स्ट्रीम. मिलते हैं